Hey, what's up? Ben here from blogwithben.com, and if you love to travel, then you need to check out my brand new video tutorial on how to start your very own self-hosted WordPress travel blog. In this video, I'll take you step by step and show you how to build, grow, and monetize a professional travel blog using the free WordPress theme Vilva, which is what you're looking at right now. However, this theme can be used for any industry or niche, and the flexibility of WordPress gives you the freedom to create a powerful digital platform. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a sleek, innovative, and mobile responsive blog that can be viewed on any mobile device or tablet, giving you the ability to reach a much wider audience. This blog will also give you the opportunity to earn a passive income online while you travel the world. And as an added bonus, you're going to learn how to monetize your blog so that you can start earning revenue with affiliate marketing and even learn how to sell digital products directly from your blog. Just last year, I was able to generate over 6 figures with my WordPress blog, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to implement the exact strategy that helped me reach that milestone. This video is also going to teach you how to grow your email list with email marketing, and this step-by-step tutorial includes pro strategies on how to grow your following and generate leads with opt-in forms, lead magnets, and newsletters. Welcome to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. If you're new here, I am so glad you found me. Here you're going to find full-length step-by-step tutorials and reviews, all aimed to help you build, grow, and monetize a professional WordPress blog. And if you find this video helpful, I would greatly appreciate it if you would like, comment, share, and subscribe to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. Doing so helps me keep this channel going and growing, and it also allows you to stay up to date with all the videos that come out in the future. I also encourage you to sign up for my mailing list, and I'll put a link to that in the video description below. That way you could gain access to my free ebook, The Blog Starter Kit. But either way, thank you so much for all your support. All right, with that being said, we got a lot to cover, so let's get started. Okay, in this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you step by step how to set up your very own self-hosted WordPress blog using SiteGround web hosting. I personally use both of these services, and just know that after this tutorial, you're going to have an extremely powerful, secure, and fast digital platform that will allow you to scale and monetize your blog very quickly. Now, this tutorial will be taking you through my SiteGround affiliate link, and all that means is that if you decide to make a purchase, I'll earn a commission. But by doing so, you're helping me keep my blog up and running, and you're helping me provide for my family. So for that, I truly thank you. And if you're new to SiteGround web hosting, I have to say that out of all of the web hosts that I've used in the past, this is by far one of the best for WordPress bloggers. The value that they give you is really hard to beat, in my opinion. For starters, SiteGround offers managed WordPress web hosting. This is a comprehensive WordPress performance solution that dramatically speeds up your site. It's built on top of the Google Cloud platform and includes a CDN, a free SSL certificate, the SiteGround Optimizer and security plugins, which we'll cover in a few moments, 24/7 tech support, a 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked, and much, much more. And speaking of security, your blog will come with state-of-the-art cybersecurity built in. SiteGround automatically updates your WordPress application and plugins and patch against common WordPress-related exploits through their server firewall. You also get their all-in-one SiteGround security plugin pre-installed to protect your blog from brute force attacks, common hacks, data leaks, and more. And this tutorial will walk you through the process of setting that plugin up so that your blog will be safe and secure against hackers and bad actors on the internet. Additionally, this offer comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, so rest assured that you can get a full refund on your hosting if you need to. And like I said, I honestly haven't come across a web host provider that offers this much value for new bloggers, and I'm definitely a huge fan of their service. And on top of everything I just mentioned, SiteGround web hosting is recommended by WooCommerce, WordPress.org, and WP Beginner, to name a few. So just know that with SiteGround, your blog is going to be lightning fast, safe and secure, and ready to grow. So with that being said, let's set up your SiteGround web hosting and install WordPress. Alright, in order to get started with SiteGround managed WordPress web hosting, I would greatly appreciate it if you would use my affiliate link located in the video description below. And to access that link, click on where it says More, and this will open the full video description, and the link will be the first one listed there. which is blogwithben.com/SiteGround. And clicking on it will take you to SiteGround, where if you scroll down a bit, you'll be able to select your web hosting plan. And as you can see, you have three options here: the Startup, Grow Big, and Go Geek. Now, if you plan on only having one site, then the Startup is probably the best option. However, if you know that you're going to have multiple sites, then I highly recommend the Grow Big or Go Geek plans. They both allow unlimited websites. Either way, each plan offers a ton of value, and you still get the full service WordPress hosting regardless of the plan you choose. So for this tutorial, we're going to be creating one blog. So I'm going to select the Startup plan. So go ahead and click the Get Plan button. Next, you'll be asked to enter your domain. Now, we're literally starting from scratch, so we'll be registering and purchasing our domain from SiteGround. However, if you already have a domain, select that option here. But again, we're registering a brand new domain, so keep that option selected, and then in the field below, type out your desired domain and select the suffix that you want to use from the drop-down menu on the right. Now, this is a demo blog, so my domain will be mydemositeblog.com with the suffix .com, obviously. And I recommend using a top-level domain that uses .com if you're starting a blog. Okay, next, make sure you have the domain registration box selected and click the Proceed button. And if your domain is available, you'll get a congratulations notification letting you know that it's available for registration with your hosting account. And this means you can move on with the account setup. Next, you'll want to enter your account information, which if you're brand new, you'll be creating a new account. So enter your email address and create your password. Then below that, you'll enter the client information, which is just your contact info. And finally is the payment information, where you'll enter the credit card or debit card that you want to use to purchase your web hosting. And so I'm going to fill this out, but I'll blur out all of my information. Then next we have the purchase information, which is where you'll select the time period of your billing cycle. Now for this tutorial, we're using the Startup plan and purchasing the 12-month plan. However, if you click the time period drop-down menu, you can change the length of time of your billing cycle. And as I mentioned earlier, one really cool feature of SiteGround is that they offer month-to-month billing. And one thing to keep in mind about the pricing is that the shorter the time period, the more it will cost. And as you can see, a month-to-month billing cycle is a flat rate of $19.99 per month. But this gives you the freedom to stop your contract on a month-to-month basis. However, for this tutorial, we're going to be going with the 12-month plan, which at the moment is only $2.99 per month. But it's billed annually, meaning you'll be charged for the full year upfront, which comes to only $35.88. Also, in the spirit of full transparency, this current price of $2.99 per month is a sale price because I happen to be filming this tutorial during SiteGround's 80% off sale. However, if you're watching this video after the sale has ended, it may be a little bit more. Additionally, these prices are for your initial term. So once you renew next year, it'll be $14.99 per month. Either way, this is a great buy, and once you start monetizing your blog, you could potentially have it pay for itself. All right, next we have the extra services, which includes our domain registration. Then right below that are the domain privacy protection and SG Site Scanner add-ons. Now for this tutorial, I'm only adding the domain privacy. This service hides your personal details from third parties who may be authorized to access the full WHOIS information. So unless you want your contact information displayed throughout the internet, I highly recommend that you purchase the domain privacy. So I'll check that box. Then I also recommend adding the SG Site Scanner if you have the budget for it. This monitors and checks your site daily and immediately notifies you if your site has been hacked or injected with malicious code. I'm not adding the SG Site Scanner because this is just a demo site I'm using for the sake of this tutorial, but if you have the budget for it, again, I highly recommend adding this to your hosting plan. Okay, so once you've filled everything out and selected your plan, you'll see that SiteGround displays your total cost so that there aren't any surprises when you get your bill. Also, they'll be sending you an invoice showing you exactly what you were charged for and how much everything costs. And $65.87 to host a professional WordPress blog is quite the bargain. Plus, this upfront pricing is just one of the many reasons why I use and recommend SiteGround. Okay, so to finalize the purchase, check that first box stating that you agree to their terms of service and privacy policy, and then check that second box if you'd like to receive information about their service updates and educational content by email, and then click the Pay Now button. And then it may take a few moments for your payment to process, so just sit tight for a few moments while the system updates. And we'll give it a few more seconds. And there we go. So you'll get a notification that your account was successfully created and that you can log in right away. You'll also be receiving a welcome email with your login instructions and account management guidelines within the next hour, so keep an eye out for that as well. All right, next, it's time to access your customer area. So go ahead and click the Proceed to Customer Area button. And this will take you to the SiteGround login page where you'll enter your email address and password that you used to create your SiteGround account a few moments ago. And then click the Login button. And congratulations, you're in. What you're looking at right now is your SiteGround customer portal, and this is home base for your SiteGround account. This is where you'll install WordPress, manage your billing, add your SSL certificate, and much, much more. You can also access SiteGround's free educational resources like their easy walkthrough tutorials. And I'm going to be walking you through everything you need to know in this tutorial, but these are still a great resource for added support. Then below that, they have featured videos and blog posts to help you along even further with your SiteGround and WordPress setup. But again, I'm going to be walking you through the entire process step by step in this video. Okay, next it's time to verify your domain name. And please be aware that you'll only have to do this step if you registered your domain with SiteGround. If you registered your domain with a service like GoDaddy, then you would handle the verification process through GoDaddy. Either way, SiteGround displays this notification front and center within your customer portal because of how important this is. Failing to verify the registration of your domain will result in your site becoming unresponsive, so you'll want to take care of this as soon as possible. And don't worry, SiteGround makes this process super simple and sends you an email, which is what you're looking at right now, where all you have to do is click this link. And in a few moments, it'll generate the contact information that's associated with your domain. So make sure everything is correct. And everything looks good. So go ahead and click the Verify Information button. And congrats, your contact info has been verified and your domain is good to go. Then back at SiteGround, you'll still see this notification, but now that you've completed the verification process, you can ignore it and it should disappear automatically within the next 24 hours. All right, moving on. Next, it's time to set up your site and install WordPress. So to get started, click the Set Up Site button. And the first step in the process is determining what your domain will be. Now, we already purchased and registered our domain through SiteGround, and since this is our first site, SiteGround system will automatically suggest that you start your site with an existing domain that you purchased with your hosting plan, which is listed here. However, if you're using a different domain that you purchased from somewhere else, you'll still select Existing Domain, and then type your domain in the field below, and then click the Continue button. Next, you'll be asked if you want to start a new website or migrate a website. We're starting a new site from scratch, so click the Select button under the Start New Website section. Next, it's time to install WordPress. So click the Select button under where it says WordPress. Then it's time to set up your WordPress login credentials. This is separate from your SiteGround login, but I recommend using the same email address that you used to sign up for your SiteGround account. This keeps everything consistent and easy to remember. So enter your email address in the email field there, and then create your password. I recommend letting SiteGround generate a secure password for you by clicking the Generate button. And then I also recommend copying it by clicking the Copy button and then saving it in a safe and secure location like an offline spreadsheet or Google Doc. But either way, you'll want to use this password in a few moments, so keep it handy. All right, once you've created your login credentials for WordPress, go ahead and click the Continue button. And then since I didn't purchase the SG Site Scanner during the initial sign-up process, because again, this is just a demo blog for the sake of this tutorial, but SiteGround will ask if you want to add this on before moving on with the rest of the setup process, which you can do here. And again, it's an additional cost, but I highly recommend getting it if you have the budget for it. Okay, now it's time to create our site. So click the Finish button, and SiteGround goes to work and begins the process of setting your WordPress site up. They say it'll take less than 2 minutes, so as it's going, just sit tight, and in a few quick moments, you'll get a notification letting you know that you're all set and that your site and domain have been created. Now, for some reason, it's telling me that I need to point my domain to SiteGround. This may be because we just set up our existing domain and it's taking a little time to propagate, but if you purchased your domain through SiteGround, the name servers should automatically update and point to SiteGround, and you can ignore this. However, if you purchased your domain from another registrar like GoDaddy, then you'll need to follow a few more steps in order for your domain to connect to SiteGround. And we're not going to do that in this tutorial, but that's when you'd click here to point your domain to SiteGround. And like I said, if you've been following along step by step and you purchased your domain through SiteGround, you can ignore this notice if you're seeing it. Alright, I hope that wasn't too confusing, and I know this doesn't look like much right now, but you've taken a major step in starting your blog. Your site and domain are ready to go, and we'll access it in a few moments, but before we do, we'll need to secure your site with an SSL certificate. So next, let's set up your free SSL certificate provided by SiteGround. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to walk you through the process of setting up your SSL certificate so that when people visit your blog, they won't get this error. Yikes. If you don't have an SSL, this is what people will see, and it's a surefire way to keep them from visiting your blog. However, when your blog is protected with an SSL certificate, it will encrypt all the traffic that goes through your site and ensures that sensitive information like login credentials and credit card details remain protected. Plus, a padlock icon and the HTTPS prefix will display on your visitor's browser bar. This not only notifies them that your blog is safe and secure, but the browsers won't display the warning and will assure your visitors that you take their security seriously. Now, you're probably going to hear me say this a lot, but one of the many great things about SiteGround is that they give you a free SSL certificate to start out with. And before you begin building your blog and putting content online, I highly recommend that you set up your SSL certificate. So to get started, click the Site Tools button, and this will bring you to your hosting control panel. This is where you can set up things like your domain's email, configure site speed and security settings, manage your domain and site files, and much, much more. And we'll be stopping by here from time to time throughout the tutorial, but right now we're going to set up your SSL. So on the left-hand side of the screen, click on Security, and then select SSL Manager. And this will take you to the SSL Manager, obviously, and this is where you can easily install different SSL certificates, import existing ones, and manage all active certificates for your site in one place. Now, by default, under the Manage SSL section, you should see your domain with the Let's Encrypt SSL certificate listed as active. This is great and means that the SSL is installed and active on your blog. However, I highly recommend doing one thing before moving on, and that's enforcing HTTPS. And without getting into the weeds, this just means that regardless of what prefix is used in front of your blog and media, it will always be HTTPS. This is the standard across the internet and will enforce your site to work over an encrypted and secure HTTPS connection. Trust me, you'll want to do this. So within the Manage SSL, under the Actions section, click those three dots and select Enforce HTTPS. This will then take you to the HTTPS Enforce settings, where all you'll do is flip that switch on. And once you get the success notification, you're good to go, and now your blog will display the HTTPS prefix before its domain, and your SSL certificate will be active. If you're new to all of this, I know it may seem like you're trying to drink from a fire hose with all this information coming at you, but just know that what you're doing right now is extremely important to your blog and will ensure that you're building a solid and secure digital platform. Okay, with that being said, let's head back to our SiteGround customer portal. So in the upper left-hand side of the screen, click on Go to My Account. And moving on. Next, let's log into your WordPress site and begin building your blog. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to log in and access your new WordPress site so that you can begin building your blog. And anytime you want to log into WordPress, you'll do so through the website section of SiteGround. So go ahead and click on the Websites tab at the top of the screen. And this will bring you to the website details section where all of your sites will be stored. We only have one site in this tutorial, so there will only be one listed here, but this is where you can easily access and manage all of your websites. Now, SiteGround lists out the available extras below where you can add them to your site if you'd like. However, what we're focusing on right now is logging into WordPress. So anytime you need to log into your WordPress site, you'll do so here. Simply click the WordPress admin button, and this will take you to your WordPress dashboard. However, since this is your very first time logging in, SiteGround has created a quick onboarding setup. You don't have to do this, but it's not a bad idea to see it, so go ahead and click the Start Now button. And the first thing SiteGround shows you are the different WordPress themes you can install. We're going to do this a little later on, so you can go ahead and skip this by clicking the Continue button. Next are the recommended plugins, and again, we're going to be installing these a little later on. However, you can keep the contact form plugin selected here because we're going to use it in this tutorial. And then click the Continue button. Next are some marketing recommended plugins. Again, we're going to be installing these a little later on, so go ahead and click the Complete button. And SiteGround will begin the installation of WordPress. And this may take a few moments, so just sit tight, but you can watch that progress bar to see when the installation is complete. And a few more seconds, almost there. And congrats, you should get a notification letting you know your site is ready. So go ahead and click the Go to Dashboard button, and this will take you to your WordPress dashboard. This is the back end of your WordPress site and is where you'll be making most of your changes to your blog. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of building your blog, let me give you a really quick tour of the dashboard. So once again, this is your WordPress dashboard and it's like home base for your blog. And I have to say that the default WordPress dashboard doesn't typically look like this. And that's because SiteGround has actually created their own version of the WordPress dashboard, which is what you're looking at right now. And I'm a huge fan of it because they have simplified and cleaned it up, making it a lot easier to understand and use. And they say a cluttered desk is a cluttered mind, and SiteGround has done a great job of removing the clutter within the WordPress dashboard so that you could be more efficient. Now, your dashboard is essentially two parts, and depending on when you're viewing this video, please keep in mind that it's possible that some things have changed, but as of 2022, the SiteGround WordPress dashboard looks like this. And it contains a toolbar at the top of the screen, along with a sidebar menu. And then towards the center of the screen, you'll see the dashboard. Then anytime you want to access the front end of your site, you'll hover your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner of your dashboard, which is currently My WordPress, but we'll be updating that in a few moments, and then click on Visit Site. This will take you to the front end of your site where you can see what your blog looks like. And one thing I want to point out is that you can always tell that you're logged into WordPress when you visit your site if you see this admin toolbar at the top of the screen. This is an extension of your dashboard and is an indicator that you're logged into WordPress. Okay, so that's your dashboard in a nutshell, and we're going to be using aspects of the WordPress dashboard quite a bit throughout this tutorial, so you're going to get very familiar with it as we go through the video. And before we move on, I want to point out the demo content being used. If your blog looks different than mine right now, don't worry, we're going to be removing everything and starting from scratch in a few moments, so don't freak out if your blog looks different than mine at this current moment. All right, now, anytime you need to get back to your WordPress dashboard, simply hover your mouse over the site title again in the upper left corner of the screen, and this time click on Dashboard. This will take you to the back end of your WordPress dashboard. Okay, now that you know your way around, there are a few house cleaning tips that I always recommend doing prior to publishing your first blog post. So moving on. Next, let's set up WordPress so that you can set yourself up for success. In this section of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to set up your WordPress blog for success. Not only will you be getting some hands-on experience with your WordPress dashboard, but you'll also be laying the foundation for a successful blog. Now, these tips are merely recommendations, and by no means do you have to set up your blog exactly as I do, but from my experience, these tips have been very beneficial to my blog's overall growth strategy, and they helped me achieve a much stronger blogging foundation in the process. So, in a few moments, I'm going to walk you through those tips and show you 5 things that I always do before I start a blog. But first, let's take a closer look at what those 5 things are. First, we're going to check the permalink settings. This is where we'll check the permalink structure to ensure that they're SEO friendly. This will improve the aesthetics, usability, and forward compatibility of your links. And if you're shaking your head right now, no worries, we're going to go over it in a few moments. Next, we're going to update your Gravatar. So this is where we're going to update the profile and image that will be used for your Gravatar account. And we'll get into the specifics of why it's important a little later on in the video, but your Gravatar is a key component to your WordPress platform. Next, we're going to update your site title and tagline. And by default, WordPress pre-names your site and predetermines your tagline. And this tip will show you how to personalize your site title and tagline so that it coincides with your blog's content. Next, we're going to install the recommended plugins. And I always try to stay away from adding too many plugins to my blogs, but there are a few plugins that I always recommend adding to your blog's infrastructure. And this tip will cover the plugins that I always use before I start a blog. And finally, we're going to change your display name. And this is where I'll show you how to change the way your name is displayed whenever you author a blog post. This gives you some flexibility when it comes to how your name is publicly displayed online. So that being said, let's start with the first recommendation and check the permalink structure of your blog. Now, if you're brand new to blogging, you're probably unfamiliar with what a permalink is, so let me give you a quick rundown of what permalinks are and why they're important. By definition, a permalink is a static hyperlink to a particular web page or blog post. All it really is, though, is it's the URL of the content that you're publishing on your WordPress blog. These are the links that you're going to be sharing with the world whenever you want to share your content, and these are the URLs that people will enter into their browsers whenever they want to view one of your pages or posts. And that's why it's very important for these links to be set up properly. Now, the permalink setting I use and highly recommend is post name. This generates a short, memorable, and SEO-friendly URL that's based off of the title of each of your blog posts and pages. For example, if you create a blog post titled How to Travel the World, the URL for that post would be www.yourblogsdomain.com/how-to-travel-the-world. Again, having the post or page title in the domain is good for SEO, and it's a common practice among bloggers. So, to ensure that your permalink settings are like this, simply hover your mouse over Settings within your WordPress dashboard and click on Permalinks. And this will bring you to the Permalink Settings menu. And as you can see, WordPress gives you a few options when it comes to how to structure your permalinks. And by default, your permalink structure is set to post name, which is what we want, and we'll use the post or page title and the permalink. So just make sure that your permalink settings are set to post name. Then another popular option for your permalinks is to use the custom permalink structure. For example, if you want to include your blog's categories within the permalink structure, you can do so here. Simply select the variables that you want to display by clicking on them, like the category, followed by the post name. And this will include your blog's category followed by the post name or page title within the permalink structure. For example, if I use this structure and I had a blog post that was under a lifestyle category, the URL would be myblogsdomain.com/lifestyle/how-to-travel-the-world. Again, I hope I'm not getting too far into the weeds, but I just want to give you some options when it comes to choosing your permalink structure. So for this tutorial, I'm actually going to be using the post name structure. So I'll reselect it and click the Save Changes button. And then you should get a notification that your structure has been updated. And again, this will ensure that your permalinks are user-friendly and optimized for the search engines. Okay, now that we've set up our permalink structure, let's move on to tip number 2, which is to update your site title and tagline. So your site title and tagline are used in a few different places on your blog. One is in the tab of the browser. And if we fast forward to the completed blog, you can see what I'm talking about. The site title and tagline help the reader distinguish which tab is what, and it creates a good user experience. As you can see, the tab on our finished blog displays a unique site title and tagline. Next, it's used in the search engine snippets for your search results. This is very important when it comes to SEO, but it also creates a good user experience, so we'll definitely want to update it. Alright, so back at our dashboard, in order to change the site title, you'll want to hover your mouse over Settings and click on General. And this will bring us to our General Settings page. And if you look at the top of the page, you can see the site title and tagline default settings. We obviously want to change this, and I recommend changing it to something that coincides with your blog, obviously. So to change the site title, within the text box next to where it says Site Title, type in the preferred name of your blog. And since this is a travel blog, I'm going to title it Time to Travel. Then directly below that, add a catchy tagline, and I'll have it say Digital Nomad Adventures. And then our site title and tagline are all set. So scroll down to the bottom of the screen and then click the Save Changes button. And your site title and tagline are now updated. You should get a notification letting you know the settings have been saved. Alright, so let's go ahead and visit the front end of our site really quick to check it out. And again, anytime you want to see your site, simply hover your mouse over the site title in the upper left-hand side of your WordPress dashboard, which you'll probably notice has been updated to the new site title, and then click on Visit Site. And regardless of the theme that's currently installed, you'll still see that the site title and tagline have been updated on your homepage. Then if we take a look at the browser tab towards the top of the screen, you can see that the site title and tagline have been updated there as well. This may seem like a small detail, but it can go a long way in helping your site's SEO, the overall user experience, and your branding efforts. Okay, so let's head back to the WordPress dashboard. And again, anytime you want to go back to your dashboard from the front end of your site, simply hover your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner of the screen and click on Dashboard. Alright, next, we're going to change how your name is displayed on your site. And what I mean by this is when we first installed WordPress, they automatically created your profile's username from the email address you signed up with, which you can see in the upper right hand side of the screen. This username is then used as your display name, which is the name that's shown whenever you author a blog post. Right now it's an email address, which isn't very professional, and it kind of looks like you don't know what you're doing. So let's fix that. Okay, in order to change your display name, hover your mouse over Users and click on Profile. And this will bring you to your profile settings where you have the ability to customize certain aspects of your profile, one of them being how your name is publicly displayed on your site. And there are two things I always change: the nickname and then the display name. So on the left hand side of the screen next to where it says nickname, I'm going to type the name that I want to use for my display name. And remember, this is going to be used for the byline for all your blog posts, so try to keep it professional. And for this example, I'm just using my first name, Ben. And then directly below that, where it says display name publicly as, simply select the nickname that you just created from the drop-down menu. Then scroll down to the bottom of the screen and click the Update Profile button. And once your profile has been updated, you'll see that the display name has been changed within WordPress. And then every time you author a blog post, this name will be used instead of your email address. And if we fast forward really quick to the end of the video, you can see how our blog is going to use the display name. As you can see, it's used on the left-hand side of the blog post. And then if we scroll down to the end of the post, it's used in the author bio as well. And speaking of that, this image and bio is part of your Gravatar profile. So let's move on to the next setup recommendation and update your Gravatar. Alright, so if you're new to Gravatars, let me break it down for you. Your Gravatar is a globally recognized avatar. It's basically an image that follows you from site to site, appearing beside your name whenever you do things like comment or post on a blog. Even if you turned your comments off, it's always a good idea to have a Gravatar to enhance your online presence and increase your brand recognition. Here is a quick example of my Gravatar. As you can see, the Gravatar displays my image next to my comment. And simply put, Gravatars help identify your comments on blogs and web forums. Here's how it works. Basically, all you do is you upload an image, and create your profile just once, and then whenever you participate in any Gravatar-enabled site, your Gravatar image will automatically follow you there. It's a free service for site owners, developers, and users, and it's automatically included in every WordPress account. Now, to see if you already have a Gravatar, you can check within your user profile. So go there if you haven't done so already by hovering your mouse over users and click on profile within your WordPress dashboard. And we're already there at the moment. Then scroll down to where it says profile picture. And if your actual picture is showing, then you have a Gravatar. But chances are that you don't and you're just seeing a silhouette, especially if this is your first WordPress blog. But setting up Gravatars in your site is very easy to do. You sign up once, upload a picture, and anytime you comment on any Gravatar supported blog or website, your Gravatar comes along for the ride. So to get started, head over to gravatar.com. You can just go ahead and click on that Gravatar link, and that should take you to the Gravatar homepage. Then to get started, click on the Create Your Gravatar button. And one thing I want to point out is that you'll need to sign up for a free WordPress.com account. And without getting into the weeds, WordPress.com is completely separate from WordPress.org, which is what your travel blog will be. However, you'll still need a WordPress.com account in order to create your Gravatar. Again, don't worry, it's free, and this is the only time we'll be using WordPress.com. So, simply follow the steps to create your free WordPress.com account. So go ahead and enter the email address you want to associate with this account and choose a username and password, and then click the Create Your Account button. And in a few short moments, you'll be prompted to sign into WordPress.com. So go ahead and click the Sign In with WordPress.com button. Next, you'll need to confirm your email address. So head over to your email, and you should see an email from WordPress.com. It should look very similar to something like this. And then go ahead and click the Activate Account button within the email. And in a few short seconds, your email will be confirmed and you'll be taken to your WordPress.com dashboard, which looks very similar to your WordPress.org dashboard, but this is where we'll create our Gravatar. And I know that all these accounts and dashboards can be somewhat overwhelming, but this is the only time we're going to be using the WordPress.com platform. Everything else we do in this video will be handled through WordPress.org or SiteGround. Okay, so to create your Gravatar, in the upper right-hand side of the screen, click on the little gray avatar. And this will open your Gravatar profile, where configuring it should be somewhat straightforward. So first things first, go ahead and enter your first and last name here, followed by what you want your Gravatar's display name to be, as well as a little bit about yourself. And this could just be a few sentences introducing yourself and your blog. And next, it's time to upload your Gravatar photo. So click the Click to Change Photo icon and upload the photo you want to use. I'm using a simple headshot, but it can basically be anything you want. Just try to keep it around 300 by 300 pixels in size. And remember that this photo will be used next to the comments you leave online, so I recommend using a somewhat professional image. Okay, next you have the option of cropping the photo after it's been uploaded, but I like it as is, so click the Change My Photo button. And your new Gravatar photo is good to go, and your profile has been successfully updated. Finally, I recommend linking your new blog to your Gravatar profile. So under the profile links, click the Add icon and select Add URL from that pop-up menu. Then enter the URL of your blog, followed by a brief description of your site. And as you're aware, I'm using a demo blog for this tutorial, so my description will be pretty lame, but this is a good opportunity to showcase your brand and tell a little bit about your blog. Alright, so once you've filled those two fields out, click the Add Site button, and in a few seconds, your site will be successfully linked to your Gravatar profile. Then don't forget to save your changes, so be sure to click the Save Profile Details button. And our settings have been successfully saved. Then if you want to see your Gravatar profile, simply click on the Gravatar profile link, and you'll be taken to your new Gravatar profile. I know it doesn't look like much, but your Gravatar is a great way to promote your blog and brand online. And when you're interacting online, your Gravatar will follow you, and it's a great way to engage while also linking out to your new blog. Additionally, if we head back to our user profile within WordPress.org, under the About Yourself section, you should see your new Gravatar image being used as your profile picture. If you don't see it, no worries, it may take 24 hours to show up, but either way, you now have a professional Gravatar profile ready for the world. And since we're here, I recommend updating your biographical info as well. This will be used within the author bio and will display along with your Gravatar picture at the bottom of each blog post that you author and publish. So go ahead and write a quick little bio and then click the Upgrade Profile button to save your changes. And you now have a Gravatar profile. All right, moving on to the next WordPress setup recommendation, which is install recommended plugins. Now, like I said in the intro, I always try to stay away from adding too many plugins to my blogs, but there are a few plugins that I always recommend adding when starting a blog. Now, if you're new to the idea of plugins, WordPress plugins are bits of software that can be uploaded to your blog. Their purpose is to extend and expand the functionality of your WordPress site. And there are literally thousands of plugins to choose from, but to help you along in the process, I've created a Google Doc that lists out and links to each plugin that is recommended for starting a travel blog. You can access this Google Doc in the video description below by visiting the link titled Recommended Plugins, and that will take you to the list of plugins that we're going to install and use in this video. Now, if you have any issues accessing this doc for any reason, just let me know in the comments and I'd be happy to email it to you directly. Okay, so we're only going to be adding a handful of additional plugins, and like I said, I try to limit the number of plugins I use on my blog because the more plugins you have, the more data you're using, and it also opens you up to the possibility that some plugins may not play nice with one another and could potentially break your site. But the following plugins are essential to running a fast and secure blog and have been tested and all work seamlessly with one another. I should also mention that all of these plugins are free and will help you become a better blogger. Alright, so to start adding plugins, go to the plugin management menu if you're not there already by hovering your mouse over plugins and clicking on installed plugins. And this is where you'll manage your plugins, and it's where all of your installed plugins will be listed. And you should see at least 3 pre-installed plugins from SiteGround that they've automatically added, which are the SiteGround Central, Optimizer, and Security plugins. However, we want to add some more plugins to enhance the functionality of your blog. So to add a new plugin, you have a couple options. You can hover your mouse over plugins in the left-hand side of your WordPress dashboard and click on Add New, or you can click the Add New button within the plugin management menu towards the top of the screen. Both of these will take you to the plugin repository where you could search through all of the available plugins for you to install. Now, one thing I want to point out before we start adding plugins is that SiteGround has created their own plugin repository, which is what you're looking at right now. And in my personal opinion, and from my experience with other web hosts, this is a much better user experience and it makes finding and installing plugins a lot easier. For example, they let you filter through the available plugins by separating them into different categories. If you look towards the top of the screen, you can see that they list the must-have plugins, followed by the rest of the WordPress directory of plugins. Then you can upload your own plugin if you have the zip file. And finally, there's the search feature that allows you to search by keyword to find plugins by name. Then below that is where all the plugins are listed, where you can learn more about them before installing and activating them on your blog. But either way, I love SiteGround's version of the plugin repository. So let's add your first plugin. Okay, the first plugin we're going to install and activate is the WP Forms Lite plugin. Now, we actually installed and activated this plugin during the initial SiteGround WordPress setup, but if for any reason you didn't, I highly recommend installing and activating it here. It should be the first one listed within the must-have plugins, but if you're not seeing it for any reason, just search for WP Forms in the search bar in the upper right-hand side of the screen, and you'll be able to install it. And again, if you pre-installed this plugin during the setup portion of the video, this will already be activated. So you could skip this plugin for now, but I just want to walk you through this process because this is one of our recommended plugins that we're going to use quite a bit in this video. Now, if you're not familiar with WP Forms, they're probably one of the most powerful WordPress form builders on the market. And I'm not just saying that. I've used their drag and drop form builder in my past 5 blogging tutorials, and it truly makes creating forms in WordPress super simple. What used to take me hours literally takes me a few minutes with this plugin. And we're going to be using this plugin to create our contact and newsletter opt-in forms a little later on in the tutorial, so go ahead and install it by clicking the install button. And then once installed, click the activate button, and the plugin is ready to use. Now, you're probably going to be taken to a welcome page from the plugin, which is helpful, but like I said, we'll be using this plugin a little later on in the video, and I'm going to walk you through everything you need to know. So we could skip this for now and add our next plugin. So go ahead and hover your mouse over plugins and click on add new. And this time I'd like you to click on the Browse WordPress Directory tab and find the Yoast SEO plugin. It should be the first one listed there, but if not, you could search for it in the search field in the upper right-hand side of the screen. Now, I'm really not sure why SiteGround doesn't list this plugin in the must-have category, nothing against them, but I've used this plugin for years, and it's not only simplified SEO for my blog, but it has helped me get on the first page of the search results for various keywords and keyword phrases. Yoast is an essential component to building a strong SEO foundation and is by far my must-have plugin for SEO. So I highly, highly recommend that you use it too. All right, so let's go ahead and install and activate it by clicking the install button and then click the activate button. And then you can tell that it's activated by the new SEO menu items in your WordPress dashboard. Again, we're just installing and activating the plugins in this portion of the tutorial, and then a little later on, we'll configure them so that you can get the most out of them within your blog. Okay, let's keep going and add our next plugin. This time, let's use the search feature. So in the upper right corner of the screen, make sure you have the keyword option selected, and in the search field, type Titan Anti-Spam. And then click the search button, and the plugin we want is called Titan Anti-Spam and Security. This will be an added layer of security when combined with our SiteGround security plugin, plus this protects the comments on your blog from spammers. So let's install it. So go ahead and click the Install Now button, and then activate it. And there we go. And then you can see that it's been added by the Titan Anti-Spam menu items in our WordPress dashboard. Awesome. Okay, let's add our next plugin. So in the search field again, type the words Simple Social and click the search button. And the plugin we want is the Simple Social Media Share Buttons plugin. This is what we'll use for our social share buttons on our blog posts, and it will give your audience an easy way to share your content. This is a great way to encourage user engagement and expand your blog's reach with new audiences. So let's install and activate it by clicking the install button and then click activate. And there we go. Okay, our next plugin will be the cookie consent plugin. So type the word cookie in the search field in the upper right corner of the screen and click the search button. And we want the Cookie Yes GDPR cookie consent plugin. And this is crucial ever since the new privacy laws went into effect, specifically the European Union GDPR and the California CCPA laws. Either way, I highly recommend this plugin to ensure that you stay compliant with the always changing privacy law landscape. So let's install and activate this plugin. And then the Cookie Yes GDPR plugin will actually be located within the Tools section of your sidebar. Just a heads up on that again, we're going to be configuring this plugin in just a bit. All right, moving on to our next plugin. So in the search field, this time type Child Theme and click the search button. And the plugin we want is called the Child Theme Configurator. And this plugin is going to let you create a child theme. And if you're new to the concept of child themes and you're scratching your head, no worries, I'm going to explain it in greater detail a little later on. But for now, let's install the plugin. So click the install button and then activate it. And this plugin will also be located in the Tools section of your sidebar. Again, we'll revisit this plugin in a few moments when we configure it and create our child theme. All right, so that's going to do it for now. However, there are a few additional plugins we'll install and activate after we install and activate our WordPress theme. So moving on, next, let's install and activate the free WordPress theme, Vilva. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to go over how to install a free WordPress theme to your blog. Now, the right WordPress theme can go a long way in your blog's success, and this portion of the video will show you how to turn a boring layout into a sleek, innovative, and mobile responsive design. Then once we've installed our parent theme, I'm going to show you how to create a child theme. And if you're new to all this, I know it may sound somewhat confusing, but just know that having a parent and child theme is a necessity if you're going to have a professional WordPress blog. Okay, so first things first, let's install your free WordPress parent theme, Vilva. So the first thing you want to do is hover your mouse over Appearance and then click on Themes within your WordPress dashboard. And this will bring you to your theme management menu. This is where you can add new themes, change your current theme, and search for additional themes, all from this menu. Now, we're going to be adding a new theme, so to get started, simply click on the Add New Theme icon, and this will bring you to the new and improved SiteGround version of the WordPress theme directory. And this is basically where you can browse through the thousands of different themes that WordPress has to offer. However, we know the theme that we want to use. So, in the search field in the upper right corner of the screen, type the word Vilva, spelled V-I-L-V-A, and click the search button. And it should be the first one there. Then if you hover your mouse over the theme and click this magnifying glass icon, SiteGround will give you a preview of what the theme will look like. Now, we're obviously going to build upon this, but this preview can give you some insight into what the layout will be and how the theme behaves before you install it. And trust me, I've spent countless hours with this theme and I don't think you'd be disappointed. So let's install and activate this theme. So in the upper right corner of the screen, click the Install button. And then you're not really given any notification that it's been installed other than the Install button has disappeared, but it has been installed, so go ahead and click the X to exit out of the preview. And then click the Activate button. And once again, you're not really given any notification that it's been activated. So anytime you want to see what theme has been activated, hover your mouse over Appearance and click on Themes. And this will take you back to your theme management menu, where as you can see, our Vilva theme has been installed and activated. And when a theme is activated, it means that it's being used on the front end of your blog. So if we visit our site really quick by hovering your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner of the screen, and clicking on Visit Site, you can see that the default demo theme has been replaced with our new Vilva parent theme. Again, we obviously have some work to do, but this is a big step forward in creating content with your new blog. Then one thing I want to point out really quick is if you look at the bottom of the screen, if you've installed and activated the Cookie Yes plugin, then you'll see this default notification, but we're going to be reconfiguring this in just a little bit when we configure the plugin. Just a heads up on that. Alright, now that we have our parent theme installed and activated, we'll want to create a child theme. But before we do that, if you recall, there are a few more recommended plugins that we need to install and activate before moving on. So let's head back to the WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. And then head over to the plugin management page by hovering your mouse over Plugins and click on Installed Plugins. Then if this is your first time at your plugin management menu, this is where all the plugins on your blog will live. And this helps you keep track of what you have installed and activated, as well as you can clean things up and delete plugins that maybe you're not using, and also update them all from this menu as well. And speaking of that, you could also add new plugins from your plugin management menu. And if you look towards the top of the screen, you should see a notification letting you know that the theme recommends a few more plugins. Now, if you're not seeing this notice for any reason, I've listed and linked to all of these plugins within the required plugins doc that you can access in the video description below. Okay, so first, we'll want to install these plugins. So within the notice, click the Begin Installing Plugins link. And this will give you the ability to do a bulk installation of the plugins that are essential to this theme. Now, for this tutorial, we'll only be using the bottom 3 plugins. So we'll install the Blossom Themes Social Feed, the Blossom Themes Toolkit, and the Regenerate Thumbnails plugin. The other 2 we aren't going to use, but feel free to install them if you'd like. And I should point out that the reason we're not going to use the Blossom Theme Newsletter plugin is that it doesn't support constant contact email marketing, which is the platform I use and recommend in this video. I'm not sure why Blossom Themes doesn't support it, but we won't be using the plugin in this video. On the other hand, the Affiliate X plugin is a great one and it works well, but we just aren't using it in this video. But if you do want to check it out, I highly recommend it. Okay, so after you've checked the box next to the plugins that you want to install, open the Bulk Actions drop-down menu and select Install. And then click the Apply button. And after a few moments, the plugins will be installed. Next, it's time to activate them. So let's visit our plugin management menu by hovering your mouse over Plugins and clicking on Installed Plugins. Then simply check the boxes next to Blossom Theme Social Feed, Toolkit, and Regenerate Thumbnails. And then once again from the Bulk Actions drop-down, select Activate. And then click Apply. And those 3 plugins are now active and ready to use. Then you may get some notices about the plugins. You can go ahead and dismiss these since we'll address them a little later on in the tutorial. So let's just close these out. And moving on, next, let's create your child theme. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to create a child theme. This is by far one of the most important aspects of building a WordPress blog because it could save you a ton of time and headaches due to the updates that are made to the parent theme. And if you're new to the concept, a child theme is a theme that inherits the functionality of the parent theme, which is the initial theme that we just installed a few moments ago. Now, the reason a child theme is so important is because it allows you to modify or add to the functionality of a parent theme. It's hands down the best, safest, and easiest way to modify an existing theme because instead of modifying the parent theme files directly, you can create a child theme and override them within. Here's a quick example of why you should have a child theme. If you don't have a child theme, every change you make could potentially be lost when there's an update to the parent theme. But with a child theme, your changes are safe and you'll still inherit the functionality of the parent theme. Basically, if you're going to be customizing your theme, then you need a child theme. Now, there are a few ways to go about creating a child theme, but for this tutorial, we're going to be using our trusty plugin, the Child Theme Configurator. This super light plugin makes creating a child theme super simple. Alright, so to get started, hover your mouse over Tools and click on Child Theme within your WordPress dashboard. And this will bring you to the settings page for the Child Theme Configurator. And one thing I love about this plugin is that they recently made an update that streamlines the process and makes it super easy to go through and understand. And I'll show you what I mean. So the plugin does a really good job of visually walking you through the process. As you can see, they have outlined each step of the process with these numbered circles. So step 1, select an action. And we're going to be creating a child theme, and since this is our first child theme, just make sure that that's selected. Next, step 2, you'll want to select the parent theme that you're going to be using to create the child theme. So whichever theme you're currently using, make sure that theme is listed in the drop-down menu, which is Vilva. And then step 3, click the Analyze button to start the child theme process. And once the plugin is done analyzing your theme, you should get a notification and a green check mark letting you know that the child theme is ready to be created. Next, you'll see a bunch of other steps that have opened up. You can go ahead and leave the default settings alone for steps 4, 5, and 6. But if you scroll down to step number 7, you'll have the option to customize your child theme's name, description, author, version, etc. It's not a huge deal, but you can edit the theme attributes here if you'd like. Then moving on to step number 8, you'll want to check this box if you want the menu from your parent theme to be copied and used for the child theme. And since this is our first time configuring the child theme, just go ahead and check this box. Next, we'll want to create the child theme. So click the Create New Child Theme button. And boom, just like that, we now have a child theme. You should see a splash notification letting you know that all is well. Alright, next let's activate our new child theme. So go ahead and hover your mouse over Appearance and click on Themes. And this will bring you to your theme management menu where you can see that the child theme has been added to the list. Then to activate it, simply hover your mouse over the child theme and click the Activate button. And you should get a notification letting you know that the child theme is now active. Then let's check it out. So in the upper left corner of your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over your site title and click on Visit Site. And there it is. Our child theme is active, and we now have a theme that mirrors the parent theme. It should look like nothing has changed on the front end, even though on the back end, we are now using a child theme instead of a parent theme. Nice work. All right, so let's head back to our WordPress dashboard really quick. So hover your mouse over the site title and click on Dashboard. And then moving on. Next, let's configure our plugins so that you can set yourself up for success. In this part of the tutorial, we're going to configure your plugins. This is an important step because they play a big part in how your blog is presented online. Plus, by configuring your plugins, it will allow you to have a much more efficient and secure digital platform for starting a blog. Okay, so the first plugin we're going to configure is the SiteGround Optimizer plugin. This is one of the main reasons why I love and use SiteGround, because they include a ton of really helpful and important resources within this plugin that will optimize your site for speed and efficiency. And we all know that a fast site is not only good for user experience, but it can increase your conversion rates because people can click on things and quickly get what they want, as well as improve your search engine ranking. The search engines love fast sites, and they're going to serve an optimized site for speed to larger audiences. So the SiteGround Optimizer plugin does a ton of the technical backend stuff that will speed up your site and ensure that you're getting the best performance. So let's speed up your site. Okay, within your WordPress dashboard, to get started, hover your mouse over SG Optimizer and click on Dashboard. And you may get a notification asking if SiteGround can collect technical data about your installation. You can check that box if you're okay with it, or don't if you don't want to send them the data, and then just click the Confirm button. Alright, so this is your SiteGround Optimizer dashboard. This is where you can examine the status of all the optimization categories at a glance and easily navigate to their corresponding settings pages if you want to make any changes, which we will in a few seconds. Now, each optimization category on your dashboard has a number, indicating how many recommended optimizations of the corresponding section are already enabled and how many are waiting for your attention. So let's go through each category to ensure that all of the recommended optimizations are complete. And real quick, SiteGround has a really helpful free ebook on 20+ tips for an ultra-fast WordPress site. I highly recommend that you download and check it out. There are some great tips in here. Okay, the first category we're going to configure is caching. And you'll see that only 2 out of the 4 recommended have been activated. So let's update that. So go ahead and click the Go to Caching button. And this will bring you to the caching settings, where you'll see that SiteGround has listed out the caching types and settings that you can configure. Caching is one of the most effective speed-enhancing features for any website, and SiteGround has developed a unique 3-layered caching system for all websites hosted with them. There's direct delivery, dynamic caching, and memcached. And without getting too technical and into the weeds, just know that caching is essential for speeding up your site and decreasing your loading speed. So we'll want to implement all of the caching types and settings that SiteGround has conveniently marked as recommended. And this is going to allow you to begin to enhance your site's caching and speed up your site. Alright, so you should see that the first recommended caching type, dynamic caching, and the caching setting, automatic purge, have already been turned on. But if they're not, go ahead and flip that switch on so that it's purple. Next, it's also recommended that you purge the WordPress API cache too. So go ahead and check that box under the automatic purge caching settings. This is useful because we will be using third-party WordPress tools that depend on the WordPress API to ensure that there is no delay in the information that they receive about our website. So I recommend that you check this box. Alright, next we have the file-based caching, and this helps to ensure that every visit to your site will be faster. With file-based caching, the plugin will create a static HTML version of your website and store it in the browser memory, considerably boosting your load speed. So we want to turn this on. So go ahead and flip that switch on. Then this particular caching type has some extra configurations that you can edit. So go ahead and click the Configure button. And I recommend leaving everything as is, but check to see if the preheat cache box is checked. If it isn't, then check that box. because this will reload the cache once it's purged after you update your site's content and will serve the fastest possible results to your visitors. So make sure that box is checked and click the confirm button. And there we go. All right, the final caching type we're going to enable is memcached, and this will have some extra steps to it as well. But the memcache stores frequently executed queries to your database and reuses them for better performance. So we'll want to turn this on. Then once you do, you'll probably get this big red scary notification telling you that there's an error. No worries, we just need to make a small adjustment in our site settings. So head back to your SiteGround customer portal. And from here, click on Websites in the primary nav. Then within your website details, next to the domain of your site, click the Site Tools button. And this will bring you back to the Site Tools dashboard, but this time we want to open the Speed section. So click on Speed. And then select Caching. Then click on memcached, and all you're going to do is turn it on for all sites, so flip that switch, and perfect. Then back at WordPress, this time when you turn the memcached on within the plugin, it will be successfully enabled. Awesome job. Alright, now there are some additional caching settings that you can configure if you'd like, but like I said, for this video, we'll just be enabling the recommended settings. So with that being said, let's move on to our next optimization section, and that's environment optimization. So go ahead and click environment on the left-hand side of your WordPress dashboard. And from here, the first thing you're going to turn on is the HTTPS enforce. And this will configure your site to work correctly via HTTPS and force a secure connection to it by adding a rule in your htaccess file. Now, we did this within our site settings a little earlier, but we'll want to turn this on in the plugin as well. So go ahead and flip that switch on. And when you do, you'll see that you'll be logged out of WordPress in order for it to be enabled. So go ahead and click the confirm button. Then this will take you to the WordPress login screen. Now you won't typically see this screen because when you normally log in, you'll do so through your SiteGround customer portal and will automatically be logged into WordPress through there as well. But this has logged us out of WordPress altogether. So you'll want to go ahead and log back in using the WordPress login credentials that you created during the WordPress installation portion of this video. And once you've entered your credentials, click the login button and it should take you back to where you left off within WordPress. Okay, moving on to the next setting, which is the WordPress heartbeat optimization. This is a WordPress API that runs system checks on your posts and pages. And this could take up a lot of CPU usage. And without getting into the weeds, these recommended settings help decrease load time. So SiteGround recommends that you have the WordPress admin pages set to disabled, post and pages to 120 seconds, and the site front end disabled. Alright, finally we have the scheduled database maintenance, and this functionality will clean up your database once a week to keep it small and optimized by performing these tasks. So go ahead and flip that switch on, and your environment optimization settings are complete. Moving on to the next section, which is the front end optimization. So click on front end within the left hand side of your WordPress dashboard. And these are additional settings that will help to significantly decrease loading speed and reduce the size of scripts used on the front end of your site. And first we have CSS, which is Cascade Style Sheet Code, and by default the recommended settings should be enabled, which are minify CSS files and combine CSS files. So make sure those two are turned on. Then moving on to JavaScript, and go ahead and click on where it says JavaScript within that little menu. And again, by default, the minify JavaScript files and defer render blocking JavaScript should be flipped on, so make sure those two are turned on. And then the other recommended setting is to combine JavaScript files. So go ahead and flip that switch on. And there we go. And finally, the general section. So go ahead and click on General within the menu. And the only recommended optimization here is to minify the HTML output, so make sure that's on. And then SiteGround has disabled emojis. This is just a personal preference, but sometimes I use emojis in my blog posts, so I'm going to flip this on so that WordPress will recognize them and display them. But again, this is a personal preference and isn't necessarily recommended by SiteGround, just FYI. All right, moving on to the next optimization section, and that's media. So go ahead and select that within your WordPress dashboard. And this is where we'll make necessary configurations to optimize the images on your site to help reduce loading speed. And the first is image compression. And SiteGround will resize your images to decrease the space that they occupy and the time needed for each image to load. The dimensions of your images will not change, and with their improved resizing algorithm, the visual change in quality is practically non-detectable. And by default, it is actually disabled, but that's because we need to configure it before it's enabled. So go ahead and click the Edit button, and this is where you'll determine the image compression level. Now keep in mind that the higher the compression, the larger amount of file space will be saved, but it may decrease the quality of your image. Not by much though. So go ahead and open the compression level dropdown and select your desired percentage of compression. And I'm going to go with medium, which is 60% compression. Then below that you have some other options. But since we're starting from scratch, we don't have any existing images, so no need to back up our original images or compress existing images. So go ahead and click the confirm button. And there we go, image compression is set and enabled. Then before we move on, you can use the preview button to test with a single image and see how the compression works, and you can choose the most appropriate compression level for your site. And again, we're using the medium compression level, which is 60%, and you can see the difference in file size there, the original being 764 kilobytes, and then the 60% compressed version is only 103.44 kilobytes. Then below that, and this is really cool, you can see an example of what the compression level will do to the image quality. They have this demo image of a dog currently, and you can move this slider back and forth to see the difference in image quality. Now to the naked eye, there isn't too much of a difference in quality, but there is a huge difference in file size, which again will help reduce loading times and speed up your site. I love it. Okay, so once you're done previewing, click the close button. And moving on to the next recommended media setting, which is use WebP images. And WebP is a next generation image format supported by modern browsers, which greatly reduces the size of standard image formats while keeping the same quality. Reduced image size means faster web page loading speeds. So SiteGround strongly recommends you enable this feature. So go ahead and turn it on. And then when you do, you'll get a pop-up asking you to confirm because it may take some additional time to implement depending on how many images you have. So go ahead and click the confirm button. And then for the sake of time, I'm going to fast forward through this because it took about 30 to 45 seconds for this to implement. So depending on how many images you have, it may take a little bit longer, but just FYI. And there we go. Finally, we have lazy load media. Now, this is a recommended setting and it is currently turned on. However, due to the theme we are using, this feature will cause a huge issue with how our blog feed loads. When the lazy load feature setting is enabled, it will add a huge white space on the homepage of our blog, which looks pretty bad. So the fix for that is to disable the lazy load feature. Again, I know it's recommended, but it messes with the design of our homepage, so I actually recommend that you disable it. If you find another workaround where we can have this enabled, I'll be sure to notate that in the show notes. But for now, we'll need to disable the lazy load feature. All right, moving on to the final section of the SG Optimizer, and that's the speed test. So go ahead and select that within your WordPress dashboard. And this is where SiteGround has essentially given you a way to easily check the level of optimization on your website. The performance check is powered by Google PageSpeed and provides information on the level of optimization in over 20 different areas. Simply enter the URL of your site in the field provided, select the device type, and click the Analyze button, and it'll give you a score. Then based off that score of your website, you can filter through the specific optimization suggestions to improve your site's performance. All right, so that's the last thing we're going to configure within the SG Optimization plugin. And if you followed along and implemented the recommended settings, then you have definitely set your site up for success to decrease load times and increase your site's overall speed. Nice work. All right, moving on to our next SiteGround plugin, and that's the SG Security plugin. So the steps to configure this plugin will be very similar to the SiteGround Optimizer in that we'll go through the plugin and turn on all of the recommended settings. The SiteGround Security plugin comes pre-installed with all new WordPress installations hosted at SiteGround, and it provides its users an easy way to protect a WordPress site from malicious attacks. It also includes valuable tools that can help a website owner react in case there's a suspicion that the site may have been compromised. I like to think of this plugin as an added blanket of security that will help keep your site safe from hackers and bad actors and help ensure that you and your site's visitors' data and privacy are safe and secure. So let's get started. All right, within your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over SG Security and click on Dashboard. And this will bring you to the Security Plugins dashboard. And as you can see, the interface is somewhat similar to the Optimizer plugin that we configured a few moments ago. SiteGround even has another free ebook that you can download on 21 tips to keep your WordPress site secure, so be sure to check that out as well. All right, the first step in hardening your site's security is to manage the security settings. So go ahead and click the Manage Security button. And from here, you'll see that SiteGround has already implemented most of the security settings, but they do recommend that you disable the RSS and Atom feeds. This can be somewhat of an issue if you have visitors that use your RSS feed. And it's tough to know how many of your audience members use RSS readers, but if you think that disabling this will cause an issue, then don't. But for the sake of this example, I'm going to disable it. So let's flip that switch on, and there we go. Then I also recommend that you delete the default readme.html file. This file is often used by hackers to compile lists of sites that can be hacked. It provides basic information about installation, upgrading, system requirements, and resources. It also displays the WordPress version you're running, which can be used by hackers to exploit vulnerabilities. So I recommend that you delete this file. So let's flip this switch on as well. And that's going to do it for the site security. Moving on to the login security. So go ahead and click on Login Security within your WordPress dashboard. And here you'll be able to apply several methods that protect your login from unauthorized access. One of them being to disable common usernames. By default, SiteGround should have this enabled, but if not, I recommend you turn this on because hackers use common usernames like admin when trying to access WordPress sites to attack. So enabling this will disable the creation of common WordPress usernames and help thwart bad actors from trying to log into your site. The next recommended login security setting is to set a custom login URL. This is a very effective protection measure that allows you to change your WordPress login URL altogether, which is the exact same for everyone when they first install WordPress. So what this does is it lets you change it to a unique URL to avoid attacks and exploits by hackers. So within the custom login URL section, click the Configure button. And from here, you'll see your default login URL, which will be your domain followed by /wp-login.php. And the issue with this is that this login URL is the exact same for every other WordPress site. The only difference is the domain. So hackers will try to access WordPress login pages by adding the wp-login slug to a domain. But one way around that is to create and use a custom login URL. So from here, select Custom, and then within the Custom URL field, you'll add what you want to come after your domain. For example, my new login here would be binsdemosite.com/mysafelogin. And then that was just an example, but I'm going to enter my real custom login URL and blur it out. And then after you've created your custom login URL, I highly recommend that you copy and paste this somewhere safe so that you don't forget it. Even though you'll more than likely log into WordPress via your SiteGround portal, it's still very important that you know your WordPress login URL. So save this new login URL in a safe and secure location, and then click the Confirm button. And perfect, our login URL has been successfully changed. Next, we're going to configure the login access. And by default, your WordPress login can be accessed by any IP. However, you can use this feature to allow logins only from specific IPs or ranges of IPs in order to prevent brute force attacks or malicious login attempts. So, click the Configure button. And for this example, I'm going to permit login access from my IP address only. So if a hacker tries to access my site from a different IP address, this feature will block them and it won't permit access. But if you don't know your IP address, you can access it in your SiteGround site tools. So let's head over there really quick. And then you'll see that your site IP address is listed within the dashboard. I have it blurred out, but this is where you can access it. So what you do is highlight and copy this IP address. Again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. And then back at the plugin, simply paste that IP address in the field provided. And again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-P on my keyboard to paste it. Then click the Confirm button. And now the only individuals allowed to log into this WordPress site have to be located at this IP address. This is a great security measure and can help deter unwanted access. Okay, the next recommended security feature is two-factor authentication. And this forces admin users to log in only after providing a token generating from the Google Authenticator application. And when you enable this option, all admin and editor users will be asked to configure their two-factor authentication in the Authenticator app on their next login. And if you don't have the app, I've linked to it in the important links doc within the video description below, where you can download the app and set up the two-factor authentication. It's pretty straightforward, and when enabled, you'll be asked to enter the code generated by the app before you can log into WordPress. Again, this is just an added layer of login security for your site. All right, that's going to do it for the login security. Moving on to the activity log. So go ahead and select that within your WordPress dashboard on the left-hand side of the screen. And this is where you'll have access to a detailed activity log. It allows you to pinpoint things like bad IP addresses that are trying to access your site, as well as registered users that are performing tasks that they're not supposed to. For example, you could block IPs that have numerous incorrect logins, and you can also find out which user has deleted the post that you're missing. For the initial version, SiteGround keeps the log 16 days back, so it's worth giving it a look every now and then, especially if you have a busy site and a number of editors and users with the capabilities of editing content. All right, moving on to the last security feature of the plugin, which is post-hack actions. And here you'll find a set of actions that are useful if you believe your site security has been compromised. You'll be able to automatically log out all users and force them to change passwords. And this way, if any user was compromised, you can stop the malicious access through its account. You'll also be able to reinstall all of your current plugins. This will make sure you're using a clean copy of each plugin instead of a possible compromised one. But please bear in mind that although these post-hack actions are handy, I highly recommend a thorough site cleanup be done by a WordPress security expert. So if there are any signs that your website might have been hacked, it's a good idea to do these post-hack actions, but then also reach out to SiteGround or a freelancer WordPress security expert. All right, moving on to our next security plugin, the Titan Anti-Spam plugin. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to tighten up your blog security even more by configuring the Titan Anti-Spam plugin. This will be yet another blanket of security over your site to help keep you and your visitors safe and secure from hackers and spam. All right, so let's configure the plugin. So within your WordPress dashboard, click on Titan Anti-Spam. And this will bring you to the plugin settings page, which looks a little overwhelming because there's a lot going on. However, we're only going to be making a few small tweaks. Also, the good news is that the plugin has already automatically blocked spam from your comments, so we don't have to do anything there. However, there are a few small security tweaks I recommend making. So go ahead and click on the Tweaks tab. And from here, we'll be making changes to both the base settings and the WordPress versions sections, which I've highlighted here. So the first thing we're going to turn on is the strong password requirement. And this ensures that everyone who has an account or creates an account on your WordPress site is creating it with a strong password. So go ahead and flip that switch on. Next are the hide author login and hide errors when logging in. And without getting into the weeds, just go ahead and turn both of those on. These will both help guard you from bad actors trying to access your WordPress login credentials. Then below that, within the Hide WordPress versions, go ahead and turn on these 3 recommended features: remove meta generator, remove versions from script, and remove versions from style sheet. Turning these on will make it more difficult for people to hack your blog. Then once you've made all your changes, go ahead and click the Save button on the upper right-hand side of the screen, and you should get a notification letting you know that the settings have been updated successfully. Okay, moving on to our next plugin, which is the Yoast SEO plugin. So within your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over where it says Yoast SEO and click on General. And this will bring you to the Yoast SEO General Settings page. And if you're new to this plugin, it's basically an all-in-one SEO tool that will help you not only optimize your site for the search engines, but it'll help you with a lot of the technical aspects of SEO and help streamline the process, which will in turn help to improve your SEO and search engine rankings. All in all, I highly recommend installing this plugin if you haven't done so already. It's helped my blog rank higher in the search engines, and I can't imagine creating a site without it. So that being said, before we start using this plugin, we'll need to configure it. And this will help ensure that we're laying a strong SEO foundation for when we start creating content and publishing it on the internet. So to start the configuration process, towards the top of the screen, click on the Yoast SEO First Time Configuration link. And this will bring you to the Yoast's updated configuration tool that breaks down the process into 5 easy steps. The first being SEO data optimization. This lets the plugin analyze your site just like Google does, and it starts running the SEO data optimization. This will immediately improve technical issues without you needing to do anything. Now, if you're seeing this green notification, then that means that Yoast has already successfully analyzed your site. However, if you're seeing something like this, then go ahead and click the Start SEO Data Optimization button and let it do its thing. Then as soon as you see this green confirmation from Yoast letting you know that they've successfully analyzed your SEO data, click the Continue button to move on to the next step, which is site representation. So the site representation will help tell the search engines whether you're a person or an organization, and it will help Google to better understand your site. So the first question is asking if you're an organization or a person. If you're running a blog like I am in this video, you'll want to switch to person. So from that dropdown, just select person. Below that, you'll be asked to select the name of the user associated with the site. So within that dropdown, select the name associated with your WordPress user profile. Next is the person logo or avatar. This is like a featured image that will be used within the search results. And for this example, I created an image in canva.com, which is a free graphic design software that I highly recommend using for your image and graphic design needs. And as you can see, I created an image that represented the brand of the travel blog. This design will also be used for our blog's logo, which we'll cover in a few moments, but I recommend you create an additional featured image like this to use within your SEO settings. Additionally, WordPress recommends that you use an image that's 1200 by 628 pixels for your featured images. So keep that in mind when you're creating these types of images. Okay, back at WordPress, let's add our featured image. So click the Select Image button, and this will take you to your media library. This is where all of the images that are used on your blog will be stored. So to add a new image, click the Select Files button, and then find the image you want to use from your computer. There we go. Then once the image has been uploaded to your media library, there are always a few things I always do to my images before adding them to my blog. If you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the attachment details. The first thing I recommend doing is updating the title. And by default, it'll show the image's file name here, and this is what will show up when someone hovers their mouse over the image, as well as in the image metadata. So I recommend changing it to something that's more user-friendly and SEO-friendly. And I'm going to type my site title and tagline. So this particular image's title will be Time to Travel - Digital Nomad Adventures. Then the next thing I recommend updating is the alt text. And without getting too technical, the alt text is what the search engines will see since they can't actually see your images. So you'll want to be descriptive when you're filling out the alt text. However, WordPress recommends that you leave this empty if the image is purely decorative, but it's a good practice and good habit to get into for all your images. Alright, then after you've filled out those two fields, go ahead and click the Select button. And the image has been added, and the site representation step is complete. Alright, moving on to the next step. So click the Save and Continue button. Next, we have the social profiles. And this will help the search engine bots know what social networks your blog is associated with. Again, this is important because when the search engines crawl your site and see that you're connected to multiple popular social networks with followings, it can give you more authority and can help to boost your search engine ranking. This is one of the major changes to the configuration process because you used to have to add your social profile URLs outside of this widget. However, you can now add them all right here, which is super convenient. And all you're going to do is enter the URLs of all the social networks that you're associated with. Yoast has an example of each URL in the field, but simply enter the URLs of each one in the fields provided, and then click the Save and Continue button to move on. Next are the personal preferences. And here Yoast is asking for your permission to collect certain anonymous information about your site and how you use it. So go ahead and say yes or no here if you want to share your data or don't. Additionally, if you want to know more about what data they collect and why, visit this link for more info. Finally, Yoast is asking you to sign up for their newsletter, and I actually recommend doing this. They have a ton of helpful content that they send to their subscribers to help you improve your blog's SEO. So sign up here if you'd like. Alright, then click the Save and Continue button. And that's going to do it. The plugin has been configured and Yoast is now taking care of a lot of the technical SEO aspects of your site. So go ahead and click the Go to your SEO dashboard button. And we're done with the first time configuration. Now, if for any reason you need to get back to the configuration wizard, simply open the first time configuration tab again and you can easily edit any of the steps. Then don't forget to save your changes and you'll be good to go. Alright, moving on. Next, let's configure the Cookie Yes plugin. And before we dive in, a quick disclaimer. I'm not a lawyer, and the information provided in this video does not and is not intended to constitute legal advice. Instead, all information, content, and materials available in this video and my blog are for general informational purposes only. If you have any legal concerns regarding your website and compliance, then I highly recommend you reach out to an attorney to obtain advice with respect to any particular legal matter. Okay, now that that's out of the way, in this section of the tutorial, we're going to configure the Cookie Yes GDPR compliance plugin so that you're notifying your visitors about your cookie policy. And if we fast forward to our finished blog, you can see that plugin in action. So this will give your site's visitors the option to accept or change their cookie settings. Additionally, we're also going to change the colors of the plugin so that it matches the color scheme of your website. One more thing before we get started. If you're unfamiliar with what a cookie is, it's not the yummy cookie you're used to eating. In the tech industry, a cookie is a small piece of data stored on the user's computer by the web browser while browsing a website. Cookies were designed to be a reliable mechanism for websites to remember important information such as items added in the shopping cart in an online store or to record the user's browsing activity. However, due to this, it caused some privacy concerns, and the European Union created the GDPR, which is short for the General Data Protection Regulation, and it's a regulation in EU law on data protection and privacy in the European Union and the European Economic Area. It also addresses the transfer of personal data outside the EU and EEA areas. So, in order to stay compliant, you have to notify your site's visitors that you're using cookies and give them an option to opt out. Now, there is more to that law than that, but that's the gist of this, and the plugin is the first step in staying compliant with the European Union law. And one final thing, if you know that you won't have any traffic from the European Union, then you can disregard this and move on. However, chances are you're going to have traffic from one of the countries in the EU, so let's get this plugin set up. Okay, so we're at our WordPress dashboard. In order to access the plugin settings, on the left-hand side of your screen, click on where it says Cookie Yes. And this will take you to the plugin settings where you can begin to configure the plugin. So to get started, click on the Customize Banner button. And this will then take you to where we can tweak the settings and layout of the cookie banner. And from here, if you look on the left, you'll see that they've broken down the different configuration settings into 4 sections. There's General, Layout, Content and Colors, and Custom CSS. Then depending on what you have selected, the settings will display on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's where you can begin to configure the plugin. Now, real quick before we get started, in this section of the tutorial, we're just going to be configuring the most important aspects of this plugin so that you can get it up and running. But there are additional features you can check out, like the language settings and the policy generators, whenever you have some extra time. We're also going to be using the free version of this plugin, so some of the features won't be available, but again, since we're only using this for GDPR, the free version will meet all of our needs for this particular situation. Okay, so first things first, we have the General tab selected, and from here you could change the template, which is the type of notice that will display on your site, as well as the geo-target settings, and then below that are some advanced settings, and then you can even preview your banner by flipping this switch on. Again, for this tutorial, we're creating a worldwide GDPR banner, so we'll leave these default general settings in place. But just for the sake of this example, if you click this drop-down, you'll see that you also have the ability to create either a GDPR or CCPA notice, which stands for California Consumer Privacy Act, and I'll show you what that is in a few moments. Now, I should point out that you only have the option to create one or the other, meaning you can only create a GDPR notice or a CCPA notice. If you want to display both of these, you'll need to upgrade to the paid version of this plugin. And without getting into the weeds, the CCPA notice is for web traffic from California. Now, before you start worrying about not having a CCPA notice on your site, there are certain thresholds that you have to meet in the law's eyes in order to be required to display the CCPA notice. Again, what I'm saying right now shouldn't be considered legal advice, but if your site meets one of these thresholds, which are an annual gross revenue of at least 25 million, or you obtain personal information of at least 50,000 California residents, households, or devices per year, or at least 50% of your annual revenue is generated from the sale of California residents' personal data. If you exceed any of those thresholds, then you'll need to upgrade the plugin and add the CCPA notice. However, if you're just a new blogger starting out, chances are you won't be meeting or exceeding those thresholds anytime soon. So that's why we aren't adding it in this example. Okay, back at the plugin. Again, we're leaving the default general settings in place, so let's move on to the layout settings by clicking on where it says Layout. And from here, you could change how the cookie notice displays on your site. You have a handful of great options to play around with, and by default, it starts you out with the box type, which displays a small box in the lower left corner of the screen. And if we switch on the banner preview, you can see what that'll look like. And there we go. This preview feature is pretty cool, and it makes it so that you don't have to go back and forth from the plugin to the front end of your site in order to see what the banner looks like. I love this new feature. Okay, now like I said, feel free to play around with the different layouts, but for this tutorial, we're going to use the banner type. So click on the banner type icon to select it, and this will display a banner that is sticky at the bottom of the screen. Sticky meaning it will stay there as the user scrolls, which I'll show you in a few moments. Okay, next let's adjust the color scheme. So click where it says Content and Colors, and from here you could change the color scheme of the banner. By default, it's using the light version, which gives you the white background, but you can change it to dark, which will give you a black background, and then custom, which obviously you can customize the colors. However, for this example, we're keeping the light version in place, but again, feel free to test the different color schemes if you'd like. Okay, next, let's configure the cookie notice itself. So click where it says Cookie Notice to open the settings. Then the first thing you can edit is the actual copy of the notice. I recommend leaving this alone unless you're working with a legal professional that has given you different copy to use for your notice. But again, this is where you can change the content and color of the notice. So depending on the color scheme of your blog, you can change the color of the banner to match your style. However, I'm leaving the default settings in place. All right, moving on to the colors of the buttons. So you'll see that there are 3 buttons on the banner: Customize, Reject All, and Accept All. And by default, the color scheme is using this royal blue color, which isn't bad, but it won't match my color scheme of the blog. So to change the color of the buttons, next to each label, click the color swab, and this will open a color picker tool where you can experiment with different colors. And as you do, you'll see the preview below change as well. Pretty cool. Now you can also enter the hex color code here if you know it, and for the sake of this video I'm just changing everything to black. So in the hex field I'm going to put the color code for black, and then I'll do that for the remaining buttons as well. But again, feel free to test different colors to see what works best for your blog's color scheme. And then I'm going to swap out all the other royal blue colors with this black hex color code. And as you do start changing the colors, you'll be able to see what that will look like in the preview at the bottom of the screen. Okay, now if you've changed the colors of your buttons, you'll want to make sure that you use that color throughout the rest of the plugin. So next, let's open the Preference Center settings. And this is the notice and button that displays if the user clicks the Customize button. So you'll just want to make sure that these colors match. And again, I just used black for this example, so I'll add the hex color code for black in these two fields. And then you're not going to be able to see these changes in the preview, unfortunately, but just know that you'll want these colors to match the color you used for the other three buttons. Okay, the next configuration we're going to make is in the Revisit Consent button section, so go ahead and open that up. And before we make any changes, let me show you what this is. So if you have the Revisit button on, whenever the user clicks on a button in your notice, the plugin will then give them a way to revisit their cookie settings by displaying this small icon in the bottom left corner of your site. This stays on every page and can actually interrupt the user experience. So for this example, I'm going to remove it. So back at the plugin, to ensure that the revisit button doesn't appear, simply flip this switch off. Okay, that's going to do it for the layout of our cookie banner. So let's publish our changes and make them live before moving on to the last step of this process. So go ahead and click the Publish Changes button. And you should get a notification that the updates were successful. Then the final thing you'll want to do is have the plugin scan your site to see what cookies are being used to track your site's visitors. Once scanned, the cookies being used on your site will be listed in your cookie notice and you'll be GDPR compliant. So the way we'll do this is through the cookie management section of the plugin. So go ahead and click on where it says Cookie Manager. And this will allow you to manage, monitor, and scan for cookies on your site. On the left is where the plugin categorizes the types of cookies. And then on the right is where you can manually add cookies to each category. This will in turn add the cookies you use on your site to the GDPR cookie banner. Now, one thing I want to point out is that in order to scan for cookies, you'll need to connect to the plugin's web app. And this is a really cool feature because it's hard to know exactly what cookies you're using at any given time. So using the scan feature allows you to stay compliant and transparent with your audience. Plus, it's super easy to set up. So all you need to do is create a free account by clicking this button, and then you'll sign up and connect to the web app using an email address and password, and then you'll be able to access the app and finish scanning for cookies. So once you've entered your email address and created a password, click the Sign Up and Connect to CookieS button. And you should get a notification that your site has been connected to the app. And you can now manage your cookie settings from your new plugin dashboard. So go ahead and click the Go to CookieS web app button. And that will bring you to your new CookieS plugin dashboard. It's fairly similar to what we just configured, but now anytime you need to make a tweak to your plugin settings, the banner layout, or scan for cookies, you'll do so through this app. Now, since this is our first time using the app, we'll need to check our inbox to verify our email address. So let's do that really quick. And you should get an email from CookieS where all you need to do is click this button, and your email address will be verified, and you can now have full access to the plugin's web app. So go ahead and click the Go to Dashboard button. And again, from here, you can monitor your cookies, you can scan, and you can check your consent logs. Then the additional cookie settings can be accessed here in this menu. And if we click on Cookie Manager, you can see which cookies are being used, which we currently only have one. But as you build your blog and add things like email marketing, social buttons, affiliate marketing ads, and Google AdSense, then you'll want to rescan your site so that those cookies can be accounted for in your notice. So I highly recommend revisiting this plugin and rescanning your site by clicking this Scan Again button. Again, having the cookie notice is the first step in you remaining GDPR compliant, and it can protect you legally when it comes to the ever-changing privacy and data laws. Okay, so that's going to do it for the configuration of the Cookie Yes plugin. Now, anytime you want to get back to the web app, simply click this button and you'll be able to rescan, monitor your cookies, and so on. But again, this button will get you back to the web app. All right, so let's check out our banner on the front end of our site. So hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left corner and click on Visit Site. And you can see that the cookie notice banner is displaying at the bottom of the screen. Then when the user scrolls, it stays in place. Then from here, they can either accept or reject all, and this will make the banner disappear. Or they have the ability to customize their settings by clicking the Customize button. And this opens an additional pop-up screen where they can configure the settings to their liking. This also lets you see that the button colors are all matching too. Nice work. Okay, I'm going to accept all so that this closes. And there we go. Okay, let's head back to our WordPress dashboard really quick. So in the upper left corner of your screen, hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard. And moving on. Next, let's create your blog's pages, categories, and primary navigation menu. In this part of the tutorial, we're going to create your blog's pages, categories, and primary navigation menu. And if we fast forward to the end of the video really quick, you can see what I'm talking about. So the first menu we're going to create is the primary menu that will display the various pages of your blog. And having a primary menu with separate pages allows you to diversify your content, and it helps your visitors navigate your blog. This not only creates a better user experience, but it's good for SEO. Additionally, another really cool feature of this theme is that you can add a secondary menu that displays at the very top of the screen. And for this example, we're going to have our blog's categories live in the secondary menu. This is yet another way to help your visitors easily find and navigate to content on your blog. Alright, the first thing we need to do is create the pages and categories that will live within our navigation menus. So let's create our additional pages first. Now I should point out that we're not going to add content to the pages just yet. Right now we're just going to create them so that we can build out our navigation menu. We'll add content to the pages a little later on in the video. Okay, so to access your page management menu within your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Pages and click on All Pages. And this will bring you to the Pages menu. This is where you can collectively review all of the pages that are on your blog. Now, depending on how SiteGround installed WordPress, you may see different pages here than what is shown in this video, but either way, we're going to start from scratch. So for this example, we're going to be deleting all of the sample pages here and adding our own new ones. So to delete these pages, check that box next to where it says Title, and this will select all the pages. Then within the Bulk Actions dropdown, select Move to Trash. Then click the Apply button, and the pages will be removed to the trash, and we can begin to create our new pages. Then since we're cleaning out the unwanted content, I recommend deleting the sample blog post as well, just to keep things consistent. So really quick, since we're here, let's head over to the blog post management section by hovering your mouse over Posts and clicking on All Posts. And this is where all of your blog posts will be stored. And as you can see, SiteGround may have started you off with this sample post, which gives you a great visual of how your blog will look, but we definitely don't want this to be live on our site, nor do we want the search engines to index it. So let's get rid of it. And the way to do that is just hover your mouse over the blog title there and click the red trash link. And there we go. It's been moved to the trash and unpublished. All right, let's go back to our pages. So hover your mouse over pages and click on all pages. And now it's time to actually create and add our blog pages. And when it comes to adding new pages to your blog, WordPress gives you a few ways to accomplish that. The first way is within the Pages Management menu by simply clicking on the Add New button at the top of the screen, and that will allow you to add a new page. You can also hover your mouse over Pages on the left sidebar and click on Add New. And then finally, at the very top toolbar, you can hover your mouse over the plus new icon and click on Page from that drop-down menu. These will all take you to the WordPress editor and will allow you to create a brand new page on your blog. Alright, so what we're looking at right now is the visual editor. And this is somewhat of a new WordPress editing experience. This was a major change in the WordPress 5.0 update, and it has a drastic effect on how you build and design your pages and blog posts. Now, one thing I want to go over before we create our pages is the visual editor layout. And by default, WordPress starts you out with their full-width visual layout, which is what you're looking at right now. This is new and is meant to remove distractions, but I personally like the original setting where they displayed the dashboard menu items. So, if you want to see what that looks like, you can change the layout of your visual editor by clicking on that three-dot icon in the upper right-hand side of the screen, and this will give you access to some more options. The first thing I'm going to change is I'm going to have a top toolbar. And this will display some additional editing options for your blocks and will make you more efficient as you create content. So if you want to, go ahead and click Top Toolbar to turn that feature on. And when you do, you won't see anything since we haven't started adding blocks of content to this page, but once we do, you'll see some additional editing options appear within this toolbar. Next, I like having the WordPress dashboard menu items display. I feel that I can navigate a lot quicker through the back end of my blog when I can see them. So if you uncheck the full screen mode, you'll see that the WordPress menu items and toolbar reappear. Again, this is just a personal preference, but nevertheless, it helps me be more efficient. Next, let's take a closer look at the new editing experience. And I'll go deeper into detail whenever we start creating our pages and posts, but let me give you a quick rundown of the new editor. So one of the major differences in this editor is that each section is broken down into a specific type of block. There are image blocks, paragraph blocks, column blocks, and much, much more. And the blocks are a new experience that really give you a lot of creative control over what your blog looks like. And you'll get very familiar with the blocks as we begin creating content. But let me give you a quick introduction to the new editor before we move on. So first we have a field for our title. Then there's the content section directly below that, and that's where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then above that is your editing toolbar for your blocks. Then on the right you have the page, block, and WordPress editor settings. Then there are the draft, preview, and publish buttons, along with the Yoast SEO settings if you've installed the plugin. And finally, if we scroll down to the bottom of the screen, you have some theme-specific settings that allow you to change the layout of your pages if you'd like. And we'll definitely be using these a little later on, but all in all, that's your new WordPress editor in a nutshell. Okay, now that our visual editor settings are configured and you're familiar with the layout, let's create your About page. So the first thing we want to do is give our page a title. And since this is our About page, we'll type About Me in the title section. And don't feel that you have to title your pages exactly as I do in this video, but for this example, we're going to title it About Me. And as you do, you'll see that the Yoast SEO plugin goes to work and updates your SEO title as well. And we'll definitely be revisiting this plugin a little later on, but I just wanted to point that out. And also just to reiterate, we're not going to be adding content to the pages just yet. We're simply creating them so that we can add them to our primary menu. Then once we've created all of our pages and added them to our navigation menu, we'll worry about adding content to those pages. Alright, so once you've named the page, go ahead and publish the page by clicking the Publish button in the upper right corner of the screen. And again, don't worry about anyone seeing this page without any content on it. We'll be adding content to it very soon. Then press the Publish button one more time to make the page live. And there we go. You'll get an official notification letting you know that the page is live. Next, we'll just follow the exact same steps to add our additional pages. So hover your mouse over the plus new icon at the top of the screen and click on Page. Then this page will be our contact page, so I'm going to title it Contact. And we'll add our contact form to this page a little later on, but let's go ahead and publish it. So click the Publish button twice. And click it one more time. And there we go. So let's add our next page by following the same steps as before by hovering your mouse over the plus new icon at the top of the screen and clicking on Page. Then this page is going to be our resources page. And again, I'm just adding the title and then publishing the page. So be sure to click the Publish button twice. And then for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through the next few pages, but I'm going to be adding a guides page, an affiliate disclosure page, and a privacy policy page. And then if we visit our pages management menu by hovering your mouse over pages and clicking on all pages, you'll be able to see all the pages that I've created for this tutorial. Again, we'll add content to these pages in just a bit, but next, let's create our blog's categories. And if you're new to categories, a category is a group of related blog posts that are about similar subjects. And when you create a blog post, WordPress lets you add it to a particular category. For example, in this tutorial, I'm going to create a category called Travel Tips. Then if I write a blog post about packing tips or travel budgeting tips, I can group those similar posts into the Travel Tips category. Then what's even cooler is that I'm going to add the category to my secondary navigation menu so that when someone clicks on travel tips, it'll take them to a page that lists all of the blog posts that have been added to the travel tips category. Bottom line, whenever you create a category, it makes it easier for people to find your content. This is not only a cool feature, but it's a great user experience as well, and it's good for SEO. Your readers will appreciate the convenience of not having to search through your entire blog to find relevant posts. Okay, so there are actually a couple different ways to add categories. You can do it in the back end of the blog post, or you can do it within the WordPress dashboard. We're going to cover both ways in this tutorial, but right now I'm going to show you how to add the categories within your WordPress dashboard. So on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Posts and click on Categories. And this will bring you to your categories management page. And you'll see that WordPress starts you off with an uncategorized category by default, but you can easily create new categories here as well. And since this is a travel blog, I'm going to be creating categories that you'd usually associate with the travel industry. And these are just examples, so don't feel that you are confined to the categories that I make in the next few minutes. When you're making your categories, think about your content in your target audience. Your category should be like a topic bucket that can house various types of blog posts. For example, the first category I'm going to create is destinations. And to create the category, simply type the word destinations in the name field, and be sure to type this out the way that you want it to look on your blog. Then directly below that is the slug. And the slug is the URL-friendly version of the category name, and it's usually lowercase and contains only letters, numbers, and hyphens. So this slug is going to be destinations, but with a lowercase letter D. Then directly below that, you'll see a drop-down for the parent category. And the reason for this is because categories are able to have a hierarchy. And WordPress's example of this is that you may have a jazz category, and under that, have children categories like bebop and big band. And for this tutorial, we're going to have a category hierarchy where destinations is a parent category, and then we'll add subcategories of North America, South America, etc. So since this category named destinations is a parent category, we'll leave this alone for now. Then below that, you can add a description for each category, but our theme doesn't really use those, so you can skip this. And then our first category is ready. So go ahead and click the Add New Category button. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that our new category, Destinations, has been added to our blog. All right, let's add our second category. And just like I said, this will technically be a category, but it will be a subcategory of our Destinations parent category. Again, you don't have to set your category logic and hierarchy to be the same as mine in this video, but I just want to show you how to get creative with your categories. Okay, so this one will be North America. And then the slug is going to be North-America, but with lowercase letters. And keep in mind that if there are spaces in between the words of a category, be sure to use a dash in your slug instead of a space. Then this will be a subcategory of destinations, so we'll set the parent category to destinations. And then this one's good to go. So click the Add Category button. And boom, we have our first subcategory. You can tell by the hash mark next to it. And for the sake of this example, I'm going to add 3 more subcategories within each parent category. So let's create our next subcategory, which will be South America. And then for the slug, remember to keep the letters lowercase and to add a dash instead of a space in between the words. Then we'll keep the parent category as the destinations and click the Add New Category button. And there we go. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to fast forward through me adding the rest of the parent and subcategories. But as you can see, for this blog, I've created 4 parent categories titled Lifestyle, Type of Trip, Travel Tips, and Destinations. Then you'll see that I've also created 3 subcategories under each parent category. Okay, now that we've successfully created our pages and categories, it's time to add them to our primary and secondary navigation menus. So let's go to the front end of our site to do this. So in the upper left corner of your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over the site title and click on Visit Site. Then depending on how your blog was initially installed, you may see these click here to add a menu links, one where the primary nav will go, and then one where the secondary nav will go. But if you're not seeing these, no worries. We're going to be setting everything up step by step right now. So first things first, open your customization menu by clicking on Customize at the top of the screen. And then open the Menu tab. Then from here is where we'll create our blog's menus. Now, one thing I want to point out before we get started is that you may have a main menu that was already created by SiteGround whenever you installed WordPress. If you do, it will look something like this. Now, you can keep it if you'd like, but for this video, we'll be starting from scratch. So I recommend deleting it by clicking the Delete menu link. Okay, so the first menu we're going to be building is the primary menu, which will house the various pages of our blog. So go ahead and click the Create New Menu button. Then you'll be asked to give your menu a name. So within the menu name field, name it whatever you want. I'm calling this my primary menu. Next, you'll want to assign the location of the menu. This is just telling WordPress where to display it, and this is our primary menu, so check the box next to primary, and then click the Next button. Now it's time to add our menu items to the menu. So click the Add Items button, and then you'll have the option to add custom links, pages, posts, categories, etc. But for this menu, I'm going to start out by adding some pages. So make sure the Pages tab is open, and then select the pages that you want to display within the nav. And again, for this example, I'm going to add a home menu item, guides, resources, contact, and about me menu items. And as you add them, you'll see them display on the left-hand side of the screen, as well as on your blog. Then you can reorder the menu items if you need to by clicking the Reorder link, and then simply click the arrows to move the menu items where you'd like them to appear. And all you're going to do is click the corresponding arrow next to the menu item that you want to move, and it will move it up or down, essentially moving it left or right in your actual menu. And again, you can see how it looks on the right-hand side of your screen in real time. Pretty convenient. All right, there we go. Then once you have them all set, go ahead and click the Publish button at the top of the screen. And our primary menu is now live. Next, let's create our secondary menu. And remember, this will display towards the upper left portion of our blog and will house our blog's categories. All right, so we'll need to go back a section within our customization menu. So click that arrow in the upper left corner, and then click the Create New Menu button again, and then name the menu. And this time we're creating our secondary menu, so I'll name this secondary menu for obvious reasons. And the location will also be secondary. Then click the next button. And let's add our menu items to this menu. So click the Add Items button. And this time we're adding categories to the menu. So make sure the Categories tab is open and select the categories that you want to appear. And for this example, I'm selecting all of the categories and subcategories that we created. Then you'll notice that WordPress just places them all as parent categories in the menu. So we'll need to do some reordering in order to make them display correctly within our menu on the front end of our blog. So go ahead and click the reorder button. Then this can get a little tedious, but what you want to do is place the parent category first and then have the subcategories below them. Now, they are already set in place. As you can see, the subcategories are already perfectly aligned with their parent categories, but if they aren't, you'll need to resituate them so that they are grouped under each parent category like this. Then in order for them to be a subcategory within the menu, you'll need to click the arrow pointing to the right next to each subcategory so that it shifts it to the right, like so. This is telling WordPress to hide these menu items underneath the parent categories in the menu. Again, I know it may seem confusing if this is your first time doing it, but once you see how it behaves on the front end of the blog, hopefully it'll make more sense. Alright, then go ahead and click the Publish button to make these changes live. And then let's exit out of the customization menu by clicking the X in the upper left corner and see our menus in action. And as you can see, our secondary menu at the top of the screen, when the mouse is hovering over each parent category, a drop-down menu appears and displays our subcategories that we set within the customization menu. Pretty cool. Then the primary menu, where our pages live, looks great as well. And this also has the hover effect that when a user hovers their mouse over the menu items, it changes color. Again, your navigation menus are a huge part of the success of your blog, believe it or not. It kind of serves as a map to help your blog's visitors navigate your content. And when they can easily find what they're looking for, then they'll typically spend more time on your blog, be more engaged, and be more inclined to revisit. These are all positive metrics for SEO and can improve the overall user experience as well. Okay, moving on. Next, let's add your social icons to your menus so that your blog's visitors can easily access your social networks and you can begin to grow your social following. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add social icons to your secondary menu. And if we fast forward really quick, you can see what that'll look like. So this theme gives you the ability to add various social icons within the secondary menu that appear in the upper right corner of your blog. This is a great way to not only promote your social channels, but it can drive traffic to them and help you organically grow your followings. So let's add them to your blog. Okay, so in order to add these icons, you'll need to open your customization menu again. So click Customize at the top of the screen. And this time, open the General Settings tab. And then the Social Media Settings tab. Then the first thing you'll want to do is make sure that this feature is enabled. So make sure the Enabled Social Link switch is turned on. And you can tell that it's on when it's blue. Next, it's time to add the icons, which the theme refers to as social links. So click the Add New Links button. And this will open a new tab where you'll be able to search for the particular icons that you want to use and then add the URL of that icon that you want to link to. So for this example, I'm going to create a Facebook icon. So in the Font Awesome text field, simply type out the title of the social network that you want to display. And again, I'm doing Facebook, so as I begin to type the word face, you'll see that the icons begin to appear. And there it is. Pretty easy. So go ahead and select it. Next, you'll want to add the URL of your Facebook page. Now, I highly recommend that you don't link to your personal Facebook page, but instead link to the Facebook page designated for your blog. This is much more professional and a best practice. And there we go. Then as you can see, the Facebook icon has been added to our menu, and now when people click on it, they'll be taken to my blog's Facebook page. All right, let's add our next social icon. So click the Add New Links button again. And this time I'm going to add Instagram. So I'll type out Instagram in the font awesome field. There we go. And then I'll add my blog's Instagram URL. And perfect, we have our second icon. Then instead of making you sit through me adding the next two icons, I'll speed through this really quick, but I'm going to be adding Twitter and YouTube. And then I forgot to point out that this social menu also appears in the footer of your blog. This is a great tactic to drive traffic to your social channels, and it adds a level of convenience to your blog so that your visitors don't have to scroll back up to the top of the screen to access your social profiles. All right, after you've added all of your social icons and links, go ahead and click the Publish button to make these changes live. And then let's exit out of the customization menu again and take a look at our new social menu. And as you can see, the icons in the upper right corner of our blog are situated there. And when the user hovers their mouse over them, we have the hover effect changing their color. And again, this not only looks professional, but it's a great way to promote your social networks and grow your audience. Nice work. All right, moving on. Next, let's begin designing your blog by setting the primary color of your site. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to change the primary color of your blog. Your primary color is a small but important aspect of your blog's design that can help keep your brand consistent and help you look more professional. So let me show you what I mean. All right, first things first, let's go to the customization menu again. So click Customize at the top of the screen. And then your primary color is used in your menus and links throughout your blog. As you can see, by default, they start you off with this shade of blue, which isn't bad. But if your blog's brand uses different colors, or if you just want to explore different styles and colors, you'll want to change this, and it's super easy to do. So within your customization menu, open the Appearance Settings tab, and then the Colors tab. And from here, you'll be able to set the primary color and background color used throughout your blog. And to change it, simply click on the color swatches that you want to change. So I'll click on the primary color, and this will open the color picker tool where it's the exact same as when we changed the color of our cookie consent plugin button. You can use the drag and drop feature to set the color, and as you do, you'll see that it updates every place that color is used. Then you can also pick color swatches, and again, doing so will change the primary color throughout your blog. Then below that is the background color, and clicking on that will open another color picker tool. And again, the steps are the exact same, but changing this color will change the color behind the main section of your site, giving it almost a slimmer look and feel and adding another design dimension to your blog. Then let's say you don't find anything that you necessarily like. Clicking the default button will reset the color to its original shade. All right, so I'm going to keep the default background color in place, and then I'm also going to reset the default primary color as well. So I'll open the primary color picker tool and click the default button. And the teal color is back, and I'm actually going to use that color as my primary color. But feel free to explore different colors to see what works best for you and your blog. Then another cool feature of this theme is that you can add a background image. So if we go back a section in the customization menu by clicking the arrow, you'll see there's a background image option. Then if you open that tab and click Select Image, you can add an image that will appear behind the main section of your blog. Again, giving you yet another way to diversify your design and make your site stand out. However, I'm keeping the all-white background for this example, but feel free to test different images here if you'd like. Okay, last thing I'm going to show you here is the typography. So go ahead and click the arrow button again. And then if you open the typography settings, you'll have the ability to change the type of font that is used throughout your blog. As you can see, you can change the primary font, which will be used in your title and H1 headings. And I'm keeping the default fonts in place, but if you want to change them, simply select the different font styles from the dropdown and see what works best for you. The same thing goes for the secondary font, and if you do change it, this is the font that will be affected. And then finally, you could change the size of your body font. By default, it's set to 18 pixels, but you can adjust this slider and set different sizes here if you'd like. And I'm leaving all the default typography settings in place, but if you do make any changes, don't forget to click the Publish button at the top of the screen. Then before we move on, let's go back a section, so click the arrow button. And next, let's update your site title and tagline, as well as create a logo that will be used on your blog. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to start really designing your blog. The first thing we're going to configure is the site title and tagline. Then after that, we're going to create a logo and site icon for your blog. Now, by default, the theme uses your site title and tagline in a few places, one being at the top of your blog. This can act as your logo and can be edited to say whatever you want. However, you can also replace this text altogether with an actual image logo. It's really up to you and the vision you have for your blog, but regardless, I'm going to show you both ways to update it. Okay, so I know we touched on this during the WordPress setup portion of the tutorial, but let me show you another way to update your site title and tagline. Alright, so this time we're going to be making our edits in the customization menu. We're actually already in the customization menu, but go ahead and head over there if you haven't done so already. And from here, open the Site Identity tab. And this is where you can configure the site title and tagline among many other aspects that we'll cover in a few moments. But first, if you want to change the text of your site title and tagline, you can do so here in these two fields. Simply change the text whatever you want, and as you do that, your blog's header updates in real time. Pretty cool. Then I actually want to keep my original site title, so I'm going to change it back really quick to Time to Travel. Then the same thing goes for the tagline below that. Simply type out what you want the new tagline to be within that field. Next, you have the ability to get more detailed with your site title's design with the following editing tools. You can change the site title font, for example. Simply select the font family you want to use here, and it can drastically change how things look and feel. Then you can also change the style. This can make the text stand out a little more as well. Next is the font size. This can really make the site title stand out more depending on the size you use. And finally, you could change the color of the site title. It's currently black, but if we open the color picker tool, we can change it to whatever we want. And for this quick example, I'm going to use the same hex color code as our primary color, so I'll enter that in the field there. And check that out. The Time to Travel site title is now the same color as our blog's primary color. Next, let me show you how to use an actual logo image in place of the text, site title, and tagline. So let me set this back to the color black really quick by clicking the default button. Then what I want to do now is show you another way to diversify your blog and help make it stand out. And that's with the help of your own personalized logo. So what if we wanted to have a more custom logo, something that stood out and drew attention to your site? If we fast forward really quick, you can see the custom logo that I made for this blog has a unique look and feel, and it looks a lot different than the standard site title of this theme. Now, you can either pay someone to create a logo for you, or you can do it yourself for free. I like saving money, so let's make it ourselves. And when it comes to designing your logo, you have a ton of options, but one quick, free, and easy option is to use Canva.com. This website can help you create stunning graphics with their free design software, and I use them all the time. You can get some high quality design elements from them for free, but if you want to open all the features they offer, I recommend taking advantage of Canva Pro, which is only $9.99 per month. This is the plan I personally use, and I honestly can't imagine using anything else when it comes to design. This has saved me a ton of time, and I'll show you what I mean in a few moments. But if you're interested in their Pro plan, I'll put my affiliate link in the important links doc below the video. Okay, so after you sign up for your Canva account, you can easily create custom graphics using their design software. You could choose from their library of photos, elements, text, music, videos, and much, much more. And I'll quickly walk you through the design process to show you how easy it is to use. So let's say you want to create a new logo for your blog. So to get started, click the Create a Design button in the upper right corner of the screen. And you'll be presented with some suggested templates, but for this example, we're going to create a custom sized design. So click the custom size icon. And then from here, you can enter the custom pixels of the image. I'm going to make this logo 400 by 125 pixels, but feel free to play around with different sizes. Then click the Create New Design button, and Canva will open up your blank template where you can begin creating. Now, Canva will display some recommended designs here, but we're going to be creating our own logo with some text and images. But you could search for keyword-specific designs to use. For example, if we type travel, Canva will give you a ton of travel-related templates that you can use. However, like I said, I'm going to be using text and some images for this logo. So on the left-hand side, click the text icon, and this will give you various options of text to use. But you can also search for specific font families in this field as well. And I want the dancing font. There we go. Then click the dancing script button, and Canva will give you some default text using that font, but you can then replace it with whatever you want by simply typing like so. Then you can get even more specific with your edits by using the toolbar towards the top of the screen. And I want to change the size and make it a little bigger. There we go. Then check this out. You can change the placement of the font by simply dragging and dropping it on the canvas. And I want to move it a little to the left because I'm going to be adding an image to the logo in just a few moments. Next, I'm going to add some more text for the tagline. And the steps here are the exact same as our title. So I'll speed through this really quick. Then the last thing I want to do here is add a graphic to this logo. So on the left-hand menu, if you click Elements, this will give you the ability to add stock photos and graphics to your design. And since this is a travel blog logo, I'm going to search for an airplane. And then I want to specifically use a graphic, so you can filter through the different types by clicking on Graphics. And then let's find an airplane graphic that we want to use in the logo. There we go. And then again, for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through the design process here, but Canva really gives you the ability to create some professional looking images and designs. Okay, now that we have our logo, let's head back to WordPress. And in order to add it to the blog, within the Site Identity tab in the Customization menu, the first thing we'll need to do is remove the site title and tagline font, since our logo is using the time to travel text as well. So to remove our current site title and tagline, simply uncheck this box next to where it says Display Site Title and Tagline, and voila, it's gone. Next, it's time to add the image of our logo that we just created. So click the Select Logo button, and then click the Select Files button, and find the image that you want to use on your computer. Then once it's done uploading to the media library, don't forget to add the alt text and title. I know this seems tedious, but it will pay dividends when it comes to SEO, trust me. Then click the Select button, and you'll have the option to crop the image, but I'm going to use the full image, so click Skip Cropping. And we have our logo, but yikes, it is super small. No worries though, you can configure the logo size in the field titled Set the Width of Your Site Logo. It's currently 70 pixels, but simply type the number of pixels that you want it to be, and our image was originally 400, so we'll type 400, and check that out. Our logo is now correctly sized, and it looks a lot better in my opinion. Alright, next it's time to create and add our favicon, or as WordPress refers to it as the site icon. Now if you're unfamiliar with what a favicon or site icon is, A favicon is the tiny image that web browsers use to help distinguish between web pages. And if we take a quick look at the top of the screen, you can see what I'm talking about. These images in the tabs are favicons, or again, as WordPress refers to as site icons. They're great for branding efforts and they help people navigate online. Additionally, some browsers and mobile devices will display a larger image, like the Safari browser, which is what you're looking at right now. The favicon or site icon that we're going to create will also be used as a browser and app icon for your blog. So that's why it's important to have a site icon for your branding efforts. All right, back at our blog. Before you choose your site icon image, keep in mind that WordPress recommends that you use an image that's at least 512 pixels wide and tall. That's because the image will be used for your favicon and app icon, obviously. And you can easily create your own site icon with canva.com. Again, keep in mind that when you're designing your site icon, you'll want to make the image 512 by 512 pixels. And as you can see, Canva allows you to quickly make custom-sized images. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through the design process here, but you'll want to make sure your site icon correlates with your blog's brand. You also don't want too much going on within it because it's pretty small and the user will need to be able to quickly understand what it is when they see it. Okay, I think that is going to work. So once you're done, be sure to download the image to your computer. Then back at WordPress, to add the image you're going to use for your site icon, simply click on the Select Site Icon button. And this will bring us to the media library. And I do apologize about the blurriness of this portion of the video, but it'll only be for a few seconds. I just had to re-record this. Okay, so we're going to be uploading a new image. So click the Upload Files link in the upper left corner of the media gallery. And then click the Select Files button and find the image you want to use. And once it's done uploading to our media library, don't forget to add the alt text and title. And then click the Select button. Then click the Publish button to make our changes live. And then let's exit out of the customization menu by clicking the X in the upper left corner of the screen and take a look at our new site icon. And if we zoom up to our browser tab, you'll be able to see that our new favicon or site icon is being used in the tab. This is much more professional, it helps with branding efforts, and it helps your blog's visitors stay organized. Now, if you're not seeing the updated site icon right away, give it a few minutes and then clear your browser's cache and history, refresh the page, and it should show up. Okay, moving on. Next, let's craft our About page and start adding content to your blog. So the first page we're going to configure is the About page. And if we fast forward really quick, you can get a better idea of what we're going to be designing. So your About page is not only a great place to introduce yourself, but it also serves as a way to communicate your mission and vision to your blog's readers. This theme presents your content with a cool, minimalist look and feel, and I just love the way it looks and it's super simple to create. So let's get started. All right, since we're editing our About page, let's access it first. So click the About menu item in your primary nav. Then to edit it, at the top of the screen, click the Edit Page link, and this will bring you to the back end of the page and give you access to the WordPress editor. And I know we covered this a little earlier in the video, but just a quick refresher, you have your title section. Below that is the content area where you add your blocks and also the toolbar settings. Then to the right, we have the page and block settings, as well as the Yoast SEO settings. All right, so now it's time to start writing. So right below the title, go ahead and start typing out your introduction. Now for this tutorial, I'm just pasting some dummy text here as a placeholder, but this is where you'll want to start writing about you and introducing yourself to your audience. And as you start writing, the new WordPress editor is automatically creating what is called a paragraph block. And these are blocks of content designated for your text. Each block comes with editing settings and a toolbar that gives you even more editing options within the block. You can change the alignment, you can add bold font, you can italicize it, create a hyperlink, and much, much more. And we'll cover some of the other editing options in just a bit, but the new blocks feature is a powerful editing tool that you could use as you create content. Next, I want to add a heading. And this will be a different sized and formatted font that stands apart from the rest of the text. And the way we'll do that is with a heading block. And to add a completely new block, press Enter on your keyboard like you're going to start writing a new paragraph. And this will give you some space to add a new block. Then towards the right, if you click that plus icon, that will bring up your block quick menu. This is where the building blocks of your content is housed, and it's what you'll use to add the various blocks to your blog posts and pages. But you can always search for specific blocks by using the search bar or clicking the Browse All button. And as you can see, you have a wealth of resources when it comes to the different types of blocks you can use to create content. Then for the sake of this example, let me close this out really quick. And another way to add new blocks is to open this full menu instead of the quick menu, and all you do is click the additional plus icon in the upper left corner of the editor. And this will reopen the full menu where you can browse the different blocks and patterns to add to your blog. And as I mentioned a little earlier, there are text blocks, image blocks, embed blocks, and much, much more. And as you browse the different blocks and hover your mouse over them, you'll get a quick example of how they behave as well. It's pretty cool. Then you also have access to different patterns that you can add to your blog. And clicking on the Pattern tab will show you these new features. And if you click the Explore button, you can dive even deeper into the patterns to see if there's anything you want to add to your content. Now, we won't be using any patterns in this tutorial, but if you have some extra time, I recommend experimenting with the different patterns and blocks to see how they can work within your blog's content. Alright, now that you have a good idea of how the new WordPress blocks and patterns work, let's add our heading block. So let me close the pattern menu out really quick, and then go back to the blocks. Then find the heading block, and click on it. It should be one of the first ones listed there. And we now have a heading block. And then let's close out of the block menu really quick. So if you click the X in the upper left corner, that will close this menu. Then to add your heading, place your cursor in the heading block and start typing. So this heading is going to be about the destinations I've been to, so I'll title this Destinations. There we go. Then just like our paragraph blocks, you have the ability to edit the heading block even more within the editing toolbar at the top of the screen. For example, we can change the type of heading. If you click on the H2, you can change the heading level, which will ultimately change the type of heading used and its size. However, it's best practice to use H2 headings within your content. So let's put that back to H2. Then if you look towards the right of your editor, you'll see your block settings. This is yet another way to edit your block style and make your content unique and stand out. For example, under the Typography tab, you'll see that you have the ability to change the appearance of the font from bold, semi-bold, thin, etc. You can also change the size of the font within the heading block, as well as the letter case. Again, giving you a lot of creative control over your content's design. It's pretty cool. Then if you want to reset everything, simply click on that plus icon to open the View and Add Options menu, and then click the Reset All button. And that puts the heading block back to its original state. Just wanted to show you some different ways to get creative with your blog's content. Okay, moving on. Next, I want to add an image within the content. And for this example, I've created an image using canva.com. Now, as you can see, Canva has allowed me to create this really cool and unique image that looks like Polaroid photos. I was even able to swap out the travel images used in each photo. It's a really cool graphic, and again, I highly recommend using Canva for all of your design needs. Okay, back at our blog, let's add this image to our content. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it within our text and then have the text wrap around the image. And having images and media within your blog's content is a great way to increase engagement, draw the reader in, and keep them on the page, which are all good metrics for the search engines. So let's add an image to this page. Okay, so the way we're going to do this is with an image block. So click either one of the plus icons in your WordPress editor and find the image block. This time I'll use the search feature to search for it and just type the word image. And there it is. Then you have the option to upload a new image, add one from your media library, or insert from URL. For this example, I'll be uploading the images that I created in Canva, so let's click the upload button. And then find the image you want to use. And depending on the file size, it may take a few seconds to load, so just sit tight really quick. There we go. Then if you look to the right of your editor again, you'll see the block settings. This is similar to our heading block settings, and it gives you a lot of creative control over how the image is displayed. However, before we configure it, I highly recommend that you add the alt text. If you recall, we would always do this when adding an image to our media library. Well, the same goes for this. Simply type out your alt text in the field provided within the block settings. And there we go. Next, I want to adjust the size of this image so that it looks more aligned with the text of the page. And you have a few ways to do that. First, you can adjust the size via the image settings. If you click that drop down that says full size, you can toggle between thumbnail, medium, and full size. Or you can use the drag and drop feature within the editor. If you hover your mouse over the image, these two blue dots will appear, and if you click on either one of them and drag them, you can adjust the size of the image right here in real time. Then if you find that you want to reset everything and go back to the original size, just click the reset button and the image will be put back to its original state. Next, you can change the alignment of the image as well. For example, I want this image to sit to the right-hand side of the content and have the text wrap around it. So to change the alignment, within the image block editing toolbar at the top of the screen, click on the change alignment icon and select align right. And check that out. Our image has been placed to the right-hand side of the content, and now we need to add a paragraph block so that the text will wrap around it. So to ensure that the paragraph block is added next to the image, click on the image block to select it, and you can tell that it's selected by that blue line surrounding it. If we don't select it, WordPress places the paragraph block below the image block. So if you have the images that are aligned to either side of your content, you'll just want to remember to select the image block before adding a new paragraph block. Okay, so to add a new paragraph block, click either one of the plus icons and find the paragraph block. There we go. Then place your cursor within the new block and start typing. Again, I'm pasting dummy text as a placeholder, but this is where you would actually start typing content. And there we go, looks great. Next, let's add an additional section of content to this page. So I'll add a new heading block. So follow the same steps as before to add a new heading. So click either one of the plus icons and then find the heading block and select it. And this section will be about my vision for the blog. So I'll title this one, My Vision for this blog. Then I'll paste some dummy text after the heading. And then let's add another image. So follow the same steps to add a new image block by clicking the plus icon. And then select the image block. And then I'm uploading another image that I created in Canva. So I'll click the upload button and find the image. There we go. Then don't forget to update the alt text for the images that you add to your blog. I'm skipping it for the sake of time, but you'll want to get into the habit of always adding the alt text for your images. Next, I want this image to sit on the left-hand side of the content. So this time we'll change the alignment to the left. So again, click the change alignment icon in the editing toolbar and select align left. Perfect. Next, we want to add our text. So we'll add a new paragraph block And remember to select the image block first. Again, this ensures that the paragraph block will be placed next to the image block instead of below it. Then click either one of the plus icons and find the paragraph block. There we go. Then place your cursor within the block and begin typing. Then the last thing I'm going to add to this page is my signature. And the way I'll do that is by adding an image of my signature. It's kind of a hack, but I created an image in Canva and used the handwriting font to type out my name. This is obviously a fictitious name, but I thought it was a cool way to add some personality to the page. Okay, so back at our blog, since we're using an image for the signature, we'll add an image block. So follow the same steps to add an image block by clicking either one of the plus icons and then find the image block. Then we're uploading a new image, so click the upload button and find the image you want to use. And again, I'm skipping through the alt text, but don't forget to do that. And we now have a personalized signature at the bottom of our about page. It's pretty cool. Okay, so now that's going to do it for the content of the page, and so far so good. It's really starting to come together. I like how this is turning out. Next, let's add our featured image. And if you're new to the concept, a featured image can be described as the image that visually represents your blog post or page on social media. It's also the image that's above the content on our page, and it's used in the blog feed if it's attached to a blog post. Now, as you probably guessed, I used canva.com to create my featured images for this blog, and I was able to easily resize and design professional looking images that allowed me to keep a consistent look and feel across my entire blog. Now, one question I get quite a bit is what size of image should I use for my featured images? And all that can vary from theme to theme, and it also depends on what social channel you're sharing your blog post or blog page with, but WordPress recommends that you use a featured image that's 1200 by 628 pixels, and that's what I used for this image. Either way, you'll always want to add a featured image to all of your blog posts and pages. And the way you'll do that is on the right-hand side of your WordPress dashboard. Just make sure you have the Pages settings selected and open the Featured Image tab. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And we're uploading a new image, so click the Upload Files link. And then the Select File button. And find the image you want to use. And once again, don't forget about the title and alt text. Again, I know it seems tedious, but it's important. And there we go. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And our featured image has been successfully added to our page. And don't worry about the preview of your featured image being a square. It will take on the landscape and rectangle shape whenever it's shared on social media and your blog. Then we have a few more things to configure within this page, but let's take a look at it really quick. So anytime you create content in WordPress, you have the option of previewing your changes before you publish them. This is a really helpful feature that can help you determine how things look before you put it online for the masses to see. Because sometimes what you create within the WordPress editor doesn't always translate exactly how you made it to the front end of your blog. So that's why it's always a good idea to preview your changes before you publish them. And to do that, simply click the preview button in the upper right corner of the screen. And then you'll have some options as to how you'd like to preview the page. We're going to select desktop and then click the preview in new tab link. And this will open a separate browser tab with the preview environment where we can see what things will look like on a desktop before we make them live. And check that out. Our About page is using the two-column layout. We have our beautiful featured image followed by our written content with headings and images. And then we have the signature there at the bottom. Looks great. Okay, so I'm really happy with how this turned out. So let's head back to the editor. And the last thing we want to configure are the Yoast SEO settings for the page. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the editor, you'll see the Yoast settings if you've installed and activated the plugin. So the Yoast SEO plugin is a powerful tool and should be used every time you create a page or post on your blog. And if you look towards the top of the plugin, you'll see some of the features available like general SEO settings, readability analysis, as well as the schema and social settings. Now, I'm going to walk you through the SEO best practices that you should do for your pages and posts, but if you'd like a deep dive into the plugin and learn every feature that's offered, then I highly recommend you check out my free Yoast SEO tutorial on the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. However, for the sake of time, let's just cover the most important things that you should do when using this plugin to boost your blog's SEO. Okay, the first thing we're going to configure is the Google snippet, and Yoast has a Google snippet editor where you can configure how the search engines see your Google snippet. And the cool thing about this is that Yoast gives you a mobile and desktop preview of what the snippet will look like as you edit it. But again, this is super helpful as you're optimizing your snippet for the search engines. Then below the preview is where you can edit the snippet. And first is the SEO title. By default, Yoast starts you off with what are called snippet variables of the title of the page, a dash separator, followed by the site title. But you can easily add or remove variables by using the insert variable feature. And this lets you add variables like your site title, tagline, separator, etc. And you'll see that as you do, your search engine snippet title will be updated accordingly. Or you can delete them altogether and then manually type out your SEO title like so. And remember, this is only changing how your title looks in the search engine snippet, not the actual title of your page on your blog. Now, you'll probably notice the green line moving below your title as you type. This feature helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and other search engines, and it lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning red. So, for your SEO title, green is good. Below that is the slug, and the slug is your permalink, so whatever comes after the .com of your page will show up here. Next is the meta description, which is the preview text that people see when they search for your blog post on a search engine. So to update it, within the meta description box, simply start typing a preview of your post. And you'll want to be sure to use keywords and make it enticing to help improve your click-through rate. Now, you'll probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. This is the same feature as the SEO title field and helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and other search engines and lets you know when you should stop adding content by turning green. There we go. Then below that we have the SEO analysis. And if you've entered your focus keyword or key phrase in the key phrase field at the top of the plugin, the Yoast SEO analysis checks the presence of your focus key phrase throughout the content of the page. Now, we didn't add one for this example because about pages aren't typically used to rank for keywords, but either way, the plugin will then reward you with a colored bullet based off of its finding and tell you what is good and what needs to be worked on. Yoast states that when you follow the instructions and craft your pages and posts so they get green bullets, they have a better chance of ranking higher in the search results. However, you don't need a green bullet every time, so don't stress too much if it's not green. You can also review your SEO analysis on the right-hand side of the editor as well, just another way to help you stay on top of your SEO. Next, if we scroll up and click on the Readability tab, this will show you the readability analysis. And this analysis uses an algorithm to determine how readable your post is. And Yoast has carefully crafted this algorithm to make it as accurate as possible without being too strict. It features several checks that'll give you advice when you're writing your post. In other words, by following the advice, you can make your text easier to read and understand, which is good for the overall user experience and SEO. Now, you'll probably notice that Yoast gives you a score on your readability and SEO analysis, resulting in a colored smiley face. Red is bad, green is good, and I'm using dummy text in this page, so it obviously is not going to be good. However, should all bullets be green? Again, Yoast says no. Not every bullet has to be green. What you should aim for, though, is a green, happy bullet overall, and having an orange bullet for one of the checks is okay. Your blog post or your blog page will still be able to rank even if it doesn't pass all of these tests. This is merely an indication, not a necessity. Next, there are the schema and social settings, but again, we aren't going to worry about those for this tutorial, but if you want to learn more about them, definitely check out my in-depth Yoast SEO tutorial. Another cool feature of the Yoast SEO plugin is that you can preview how your snippet will look on mobile devices and desktop. And I mentioned in the beginning of the Yoast tutorial, but you can toggle between the two versions here, which is super helpful when creating an optimized snippet for the search engines. And finally, scrolling back towards the bottom of the plugin, you have the option to add an additional related key phrase, set the cornerstone content, and some advanced settings. Again, we're not going to cover these features in this tutorial, but I highly recommend that you check them out and watch them in my in-depth Yoast tutorial to learn more whenever you have some extra time. Okay, so that's going to do it for the Yoast SEO settings. Then the last thing we're going to do for this page is change the layout of the page by selecting one of the layout icons here. Now, if you just want to use the default layout, which is the 2-column layout that'll have the sidebar on the right-hand side of the screen, then don't do anything. But for this example, I'm going to remove the sidebar and make this page full width. So I'm going to select the full width centered icon. And then I had to update these changes in order for the new template to take place. So let's click the update button in the upper right hand side of the screen to make these changes live. And there we go. You should get a notification that the page has been updated. So let's check it out and click the view page link. And there we go. I really love the simplicity of this theme and how the developers have designed the layout. Everything is presented in an even and professional looking manner, and it's just a great overall design. I'm really happy with it. Plus, our content and images came out great. Nice work. All right, moving on, one page down. So next, let's head back to our WordPress dashboard really quick by hovering your mouse over your site title and clicking on Dashboard. Then next, let's add a contact form to your contact page. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add a contact form to your blog, giving your audience a way to get in touch with you. And if we fast forward really quick and visit the contact page, you'll get a better idea of what we're going to be making. As you can see, we're going to be using the full width page layout, but we'll be adding a contact form from the WP Forms Lite plugin. And having a contact form is a great way to keep a line of communication open between you and your audience, and it's also a great way to build your email list. Like I said, we're going to be using the WP Forms plugin, and this plugin came pre-installed when we initially set up our blog, but if you don't have the WP Forms plugin, be sure to install and activate it for this part of the video. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is configure the plugin so that it's GDPR compliant. We'll only have to do this once, but after we make this quick change, all of the forms we create with the WP Forms plugin will be GDPR compliant. So, within your WordPress dashboard, on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Settings. And this will bring you to the General Settings page of the plugin. This is where you can change things like the license key, the CAPTCHA, integrations, and much, much more. I should also point out that we'll be using the free version of this plugin, but I have a full-length tutorial on how to upgrade and use the pro version of the plugin if you're interested. I'll put a link to that video in the show notes, but you can also find it on the Blog with Ben YouTube channel as well. Okay, like I said, what we're concerned with right now are the GDPR enhancements. So under the GDPR section, all you're going to do is check that box next to GDPR enhancements, and this will enable the GDPR features for all of our forms moving forward. Now, if you know that your audience isn't going to be coming from the European Union, then you don't need to worry about this. However, I am, so I'm checking that box and clicking the Save Settings button to save our changes. Okay, now that our changes have been successfully saved, it's time to create our contact form. And you have a couple of ways to do that in your WordPress dashboard, either on the left-hand side of the screen or at the top of the toolbar. Hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Add New. And this will bring you to the various form templates that you can use to build your form. And these pre-made templates can speed up the creation process and help you quickly get your forms up and running. And WP Forms has also added a quick search feature that allows you to browse their templates to find one that best suits your needs. And the free version of the plugin comes with some great templates to get you started, but if you decide to upgrade to the pro version, you'll get access to some of the more intricate and specialized web forms. However, for this tutorial, we're using the free version of the plugin, and this contact form will be using the GDPR contact form template. And if you hover your mouse over that template section, you have the ability to view a demo of that form before you start using it. This is a new feature that allows you to get a better idea of what the form will look like before you spend time building it and adding it to your blog. It's pretty cool. Okay, so back at WP Forms, the first thing I recommend doing is naming your form. So in the field there at the top, go ahead and give this form a name. And I'm just going to call this Contact Form. Next, it's time to select the form we're going to use. And again, we're using the GDPR contact form. So find that within the list below and hover your mouse over it and click the Use Template button. And that will take you to the form builder. So this is the form builder. And if you look towards the upper left-hand side of the screen, you can see that WP Forms has done a good job of breaking the form creation process down into 4 sections. First, there are fields. This is where you set up the various fields you want to display within your form. Next are the settings. This is where you configure things like your thank you message and notifications. Then we have marketing. This is where you'll connect your email marketing service to the form if needed. And then payments. This is where you can set up a payment processor and collect payments from your forms. Okay, so let's create our form. So the first thing we want to focus on are the fields of our form. And this is where you'll edit and configure the fields of the form that you're building. Starting at the top, we have the standard fields that comes with the free version. These are your typical form fields you see like name, email, phone number, etc. Then below that are the fancy fields and payment fields. And these are only available with the Pro version of the plugin and are some of your more intricate form fields. However, for this tutorial, the standard fields will do everything we need them to do and more. Next, on the right-hand side of the screen is the form preview and builder. And this is where you can see what your form fields will look like as well as build it. This is also where you can drag and drop the fields and edit them as you create your forms. And I'll show you how that's done right now. So within the form builder, you'll notice that each form field is like a block of content. You can tell as I hover my mouse over each field. You can also drag and drop the form fields within the form builder, giving you even more control and flexibility over how your forms are displayed. That's a pretty cool feature for a free plugin. Okay, so for this example, we're creating a contact form that's GDPR compliant. And this form template is pretty much ready to go out of the box. However, there are a few small changes I want to make to the form. So the first thing I want to change are the name fields. Now, I don't particularly need the user's last name for this contact form. So to edit the fields, simply click on the field you want to edit. And this will open the field options where you'll have the ability to configure some of the settings of the field. Now, as you can see for the name field, you have the ability to change the label, format, add a description, change whether or not it's a required field, and even add some advanced options or conditions to the field. And you can play around and experiment with all these settings, but right now, I just want to remove the last name field. I don't necessarily need it for this form, and I've found that fewer fields the user has to fill out leads to higher conversions. So keep that in mind whenever you're building your forms. Okay, so under the Format section, click on that drop-down menu and select Simple. And the form will update and only require one name instead of the first and last. Next, and this is a personal preference, but I want to change the actual length of the name and email fields. And you can see in the form preview that they currently don't span across the length of the entire form, so I want them to be flush with the comment box. Again, this is a personal preference, but it's also good to know how to change the length of your form fields. So you can achieve this change under the Advanced Options tab. Then under the field size, select large. And you'll see the name field span across the entire form. Then I'm going to do that for the email field as well. So click on the email field in the preview to bring up the field options. And then follow the exact same steps. Open the Advanced Options tab. And change the field size to large. Perfect. And I'll do the same thing for the comment box as well really quick. And there we go. Now I realize that my form fields are longer than my comment box. However, you'll notice that once we publish this to our blog, the form fields and comment box will be aligned and will look a lot cleaner on the front end of your blog. Okay, next, it's time to configure the form settings. So go ahead and click on the Settings tab on the left-hand side of the screen. And then from here, you have the ability to configure the general, notification, and confirmation settings. All other settings are only available in the Pro version. But these three things still give us a lot of control over our form. So the first tab are the general settings, which we're at right now. And this is where you can change things like the form name, the description, the form CSS, the submit button text, as well as some additional spam and privacy settings. However, for this video, I'm leaving the general settings as is, so let's move on to the notifications. So go ahead and click the Notifications tab. And then this gives you the ability to send out an email every time a user fills out and submits the form. For example, we're building a contact form that will live on a WordPress blog. Then when someone fills out the contact form, this notification feature sends me an email letting me know that someone has filled out the form. This is important if you're trying to drum up business or have people inquiring about coaching sessions or product info, or they want to partner with you, whatever it is, you'll want to know when people fill out the form so that you can quickly reply to them. And the notification settings lets you do just that by automatically sending you an email and notifying you that someone filled out the form. So to keep it simple, I'm actually leaving the default notification settings on and as is. However, you can configure settings like the send to and from email addresses, and by default, they're set to send the notification to your WordPress admin email. But if you want to change that email, just remove the admin email smart tag and replace it with your desired email address. And a quick tip, if you're going to add more than one email, make sure you place a comma in between each email. Then you can also edit things like the email subject line, the from name, email message, etc. And like I said, for the sake of time, I'm leaving the default notification settings as is, but feel free to test them out to see what works best for you. Okay, moving on to the confirmation. So go ahead and click that confirmation tab. And this is where you can customize what the user sees after they submit the form. Here you can easily adjust the confirmation settings to display a success message, or take them to another page on your site, or redirect them completely to a different domain. Simply select the confirmation type you want to use from this dropdown. However, for this contact form, we're going to use the default confirmation success message, so leave the confirmation type as message. Then below that is a text box where you can edit the actual message the user will see after they submit the form. And I'm leaving the default message as is, but you can get creative here and have some fun with different messages if you'd like. Finally is the option to automatically scroll to the confirmation message. I recommend keeping this checked just for a good user experience. And that's pretty much going to do it for this form. Now, we're not going to worry about the marketing or payment tabs because this is a contact form. However, whenever we create our opt-in form a little later on in the video, I'll introduce you to the marketing tab. But for now, we have everything in place, so go ahead and click the Save button on the upper right-hand side of the screen. Then after the form is saved, it's time to add the form to our contact page. And you have a few ways to do this, but for this example, we're actually going to use a WordPress block to add this form to the page. So let's go ahead and exit out of the plugin really quick by clicking the X in the upper right-hand side of the screen. Then you should see your new contact form listed here and ready to use. Next, we'll need to access the contact page. So if you're at your WordPress dashboard, go ahead and hover your mouse over Pages and click on All Pages. And this will bring you to your page management menu. Then hover your mouse over the contact page and click on Edit. And this will bring you to the back end of the page where we'll add the contact form that we just created. Now before we do, I recommend adding some intro text. I'm just copying and pasting some dummy text as a placeholder, but you could use this space to tell people your contact policy, hours of operation, etc. Then to add the form, we're going to use the WP Forms block. This is relatively new and is a quick and easy way to add forms to your site that were built using the WP Forms plugin. And the steps to add the block are the exact same as when we were building the About page. Click on the plus icon to add a new block. And then in the search field, type WP, and the block should be the first one that shows up. There it is. So go ahead and select it. And so far so good, the block has been added. Then within the block, to add the form, simply select the form that we created from the drop-down menu. And we're adding the contact form, so select that from the list. And look at that, the form we created in the WP Forms plugin has been embedded within the content through the plugins block. And again, I can't begin to tell you how convenient this is compared to how you used to have to add the form to your pages. This new block feature streamlines the process and makes it a lot easier to implement. Okay, now that we have the content and form added to the page, let's add the featured image. Again, I created the featured image using canva.com. This is a great way to create professional looking images that keep a consistent look and feel to your blog's brand. I can't recommend using this website enough when it comes to creating media for your site. Okay, then back at WordPress, to add the featured image, make sure that you have the page settings selected. Then open the Featured Image tab and click the Set Featured Image button. Then follow the steps to upload the image by clicking Upload Files, and then the Select Files button, and find the image that you want to use. Then once you've added the image to your media library, don't forget about the alt text and title. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And our featured image has been added to the page. Finally, don't forget to configure the page's SEO settings within the Yoast SEO plugin. I highly recommend that you at least update your Google snippet settings before publishing the content. This will help ensure that your page is optimized for the search engines. Finally, I want to make this page template full width. So at the bottom of the editor within the template section, I'm going to select full width centered. And this is just like our About page layout, and we'll remove the sidebar and make the page full width. All right, that's going to do it for our contact page. Now, anytime you create new content or make a change, I highly recommend previewing it before publishing and updating it. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to update this page and make it live. So we'll click the update button in the upper right corner of the screen. And there we go. So click the view page link to check it out. And no surprises here, everything looks great. I really love these featured images. Then we have our intro text and the WP Forms contact form. Looks really professional. All right, next let's actually test this form out and make sure that the lead flow is behaving correctly. So I'll fill out the form really quick, and I highly recommend that you test out all of your forms after you create them to make sure the funnel is set up and working properly. Okay, so I've filled out all the required fields and clicked the submit button, and success. Again, if you recall, we have a confirmation message that will pop up once the user submits their info. And then let me show you the notification email that you'll receive. Again, if you recall, we set the notification email to go to my WordPress admin email address. And when I check my email, you could see that the notification contains all the info from the form that was filled out. This is great because you can reply to this notification, and due to how we set up our notifications in WP Forms, the reply will go directly to the email address that was submitted through the form. This is also helpful because it gives you a way to strike when the iron is hot and capitalize on potential leads and business inquiries, since that is what's typically coming through a contact form. One thing to note is that you may need to whitelist these emails, so be sure to check your spam folder to see if these notifications are going there. Then whitelist those emails so that they'll hit your inbox going forward. All right, before we move on, let's head back to the WordPress dashboard. So hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left corner of the screen and click on Dashboard. Then you're probably noticing that we actually have a few more pages to add content to, like the resources, guides, affiliate disclaimer, and privacy policy pages. But those remaining pages have to do with monetization and legal issues. So we'll address them later on in the tutorial when we reach the monetization and legal section of the video. But next, I want to show you how to publish a blog post. And I realize that this may seem like it's out of order due to the fact that it's best practice to publish a blog post once your entire site is ready. But due to how the sections of this tutorial are outlined, it worked out that the blog post section came before the monetization and legal sections of the video. So next, I'm going to show you how to publish a blog post. But please keep in mind that you don't have to officially publish the post if your site isn't fully ready. You could save the post as a draft and publish it at a later date whenever we launch, which I'll show you how to do in a few moments. But nevertheless, let's move on and create your first blog post. All right, now it's time to start adding actual blog post content. This is the exciting part. This is when you become an actual blogger. And the Velvet theme gives you the ability to present your content in a modern and minimalist design. If we fast forward really quick, you can see that we're going to create a blog post that uses various types of media within the post. And the new WordPress editor makes it super simple to add GIFs, Instagram posts, images, and YouTube videos, which all have a positive impact on user engagement and the time people spend on your blog. So, with that being said, let's get to it and start creating blog content. All right, first things first, let's head over to our post management page really quick by hovering your mouse over posts and clicking on all posts. And this will bring you to the post management section of your blog. This is where all of your posts will be stored, and it's how you can manage and monitor the content on your blog. Now, if you've been following along step by step in this video, then you won't see any content here. However, if you see a sample post listed here that SiteGround or WordPress has added, then I highly recommend that you delete it before publishing your first blog post. Okay, with that being said, let's create a brand new post. So you have a couple ways to create a new post. You can either click the Add New button within the Post Management menu, or hover your mouse over Posts and click on Add New within your WordPress dashboard on the left-hand side of the screen. You can also hover your mouse over the plus new icon at the top of the screen and select Post from the drop-down. It's whatever you're most comfortable with, but any of those options will allow you to create a new post and access the WordPress editor. Okay, so you're probably noticing that the blog post editor looks very similar to the blog page editor. Well, that's because they're the exact same. However, a quick refresher before we get started. So first we have our title section. Then below that is where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then we have some additional post and block settings, as well as your editing toolbar, followed by the Yoast SEO plugin if you've installed it, and then finally the publish and preview buttons. Okay, now that you know your way around the editor, let's create your first blog post. So the first thing we want to do is give our post a title. So where it says add title, type in the desired title of your blog post. Now remember, your title is going to be your blog post's headline. And crafting an attention-grabbing headline can be challenging at times, but try to keep it under 70 characters and always implement keywords within each title. Plus, your title should tell the reader what they're going to get from reading the post. This title, which is listing out tips, or how-to titles, which tell the reader how to do something, are great examples of good titles because they're straightforward and tell the audience exactly what they'll get from the headline. Okay, next it's time to start adding our content. And for this example, I'm going to start with a quick intro, so I'm just going to paste some dummy text here, but this would be where you'd introduce the concept of your post, or maybe have a quick story to draw the reader in. But either way, it's a good idea to have some sort of intro before you dive into the rest of the post content. And if you recall, the new WordPress editor gives you blocks of content to work with when creating content, and each block will have its own block settings where you can configure and edit them, giving you complete control over what each block of content can do. Just one of the many reasons why I love WordPress. Okay, let's keep adding to this post. So next, I'm going to add a section that will include a GIF. And these are fun and unique ways to diversify your content, and it's super easy to do. So the first thing I want to do is add a heading. Remember, headings are a great way to break up your content and allow your audience to easily skim and consume your blog post. Plus, they're good for SEO because the search engine bots will use the headings to understand what the post is about when they're crawling your site. So it's always a good idea to use headings when creating blog content. So to add a heading, follow the steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon and then find the heading block. And then this section will be our first tip on how to spend less on travel. So I'll title it Travel During Off-Season. Then I'll add some text below that. And then it's time to add our GIF. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what a GIF is, it stands for Graphics Interchange Format, and it's basically a short animated loop. GIFs are a fun way to diversify your content and add some life to a blog post. Nowadays, you can literally find thousands of funny GIFs to add to your blog, and a popular site for GIFs is Giphy.com, and I'll put a link to that in the important links doc in the video description below. But this site is my go-to when I want to find a GIF. And then once you find your GIF, you'll want to click on it, and then grab that link. So click the share icon, and then click the copy GIF link. And then let's head back to the WordPress editor. And then to add the GIF, we're going to use the image block. So follow the steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon. And then find the image block. And then within the image block, this time click the Insert from URL button and paste the link that we just copied from Giphy.com and click the Apply button. And boom, there's our GIF. Then, to center the GIF, click the Change Alignment icon in the Image Block Editing toolbar and select Align Center. There we go. The GIF should move to the center of the blog content. Looks great. Then even though this is technically a GIF, I recommend adding alt text to it, so make sure you have the block settings tab selected and add your alt text like you would with any of your images. And again, I'm just using descriptive text here to explain to the search engines what the image or GIF is all about. Then below that, within the image dimensions, you have the ability to resize the GIF if you'd like. You can also use these dots that are located around the GIF, just drag and drop them to manually resize the GIF. And remember, you can always reset your changes if you don't like them by clicking the reset link within the block settings, and that will put the GIF back to its original size. Okay, how easy was that? Again, GIFs are fun and unique ways to not only diversify your content, but they can help with user engagement and keep your visitors on the page. It's good stuff. All right, I'm going to add some more text below the GIF just to even things out. And then let's add our next section. This time we'll be embedding an Instagram post. So first things first, follow the steps to add a new heading block by clicking the plus icon. And then find the heading block. And this section is going to be titled Consider Vacation Rentals. And then I'll add my text. Then, like I said, this section is going to display an embedded Instagram post. This is a great tactic to not only diversify your content, but it helps drive traffic to your social media accounts. So the first thing you'll want to do is go to the Instagram page that has the post you want to use. Then once you find the post you want to embed, click on it, and that will open up the post. Then click the three dots in the upper right corner of the post, and this will bring up some sharing options for the post. And then we're going to embed this code, so click the embed option. Then you also have the option to include the caption of the post, but I'm going to remove it, so I'll uncheck the include caption box. Then click the copy embed code button. And this will obviously copy the embed code that we're going to use on our blog post. So let's head back to the WordPress editor. And this time, since we're embedding HTML code to our blog, we'll need to use the custom HTML block. So follow the steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon. And you may have to search for this particular block. So in the search field, type the word custom, and it should be one of the first ones listed there. And the one we want is called custom HTML. Then before we paste the code from Instagram, I want to make sure that it's centered within our content. And the way we'll do that is with some HTML, specifically a center opening and closing tag. And if you're scratching your head right now, no worries, I'm going to show you exactly what to do. Plus, it's super simple. So in order to center this Instagram post, place your cursor in the HTML block and add an opening center tag. It will look like this. Then, paste the code that we just copied from Instagram right after that center tag. And I know it looks crazy right now, but it will look great in a few moments, trust me. Then we have to add the closing center tag. So scroll down to the bottom of the HTML code and place your cursor at the very end. Then add the closing tag. It will look very similar to the opening closing tag, but will have a / before the word center. Next, let me show you what this code does. So right now we're looking at the raw HTML, but the custom HTML block gives you the ability to preview your code within the WordPress editor. If you look towards the upper left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the HTML and preview tabs in the block toolbar. Clicking preview will show you what the code will do, and voila, looks awesome. Our Instagram post is displaying correctly, and it's centered within our content. So we know that the center tags are working. Nice job. Okay, now that we have our post, I should say our Instagram post, let's move on to the remainder of our blog post. So I'm going to add some more text below this Instagram post to even things out a bit. And then let's add our next section where we'll embed a YouTube video. So once again, follow the same steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon and find the heading block. And this heading will be titled, Have a Travel Fund. And let's add some text. And now it's time to embed the YouTube video. Now you have a few ways to go about this, but the most efficient and effective way I've discovered is to use a free tool called Embed Responsively. This ensures that your post is responsive across multiple devices, and it just looks better in my opinion, which is always good for the user experience. Okay, so first things first, let's grab the YouTube video that we're going to embed. So head over to YouTube and find a video that you want to use, and then click that share icon and copy that YouTube link. And you should get a notification towards the bottom left corner of the screen letting you know that that link has been copied. Then head over to embedresponsively.com. I'll put a link to this free site in the important link doc in the video description below. But this is a free tool that will allow us to easily create responsive embed code that will make our YouTube video look picture perfect on our blog regardless of the device that's being used to view it. And all you're going to do is make sure that you have YouTube selected, and then within the YouTube page URL field, paste the link that we just copied from YouTube, and then click the embed button. Then the tool goes to work and will spit out the embed code that you're going to copy and paste within the custom HTML block back at WordPress. So let's go ahead and highlight this code and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard. Then back at WordPress, since we're embedding HTML, we'll need to add another custom HTML block. So follow the steps to add a new block, and I'll add it after this paragraph. Then click the plus icon, and from the block menu, find the custom HTML block. Again, you may have to search for it, so in the search field, type custom, and there it is. Then simply paste the embed code within the block, no need to center it. Again, I know it doesn't look like much, however, if we preview it, again in the upper left-hand side of the screen, you can toggle between the HTML and preview. You'll get to see how the code behaves, and check that out. We have a video embedded within our blog content. Pretty cool. Alright, next I want to show you how to add a hyperlink within your post. So if you're new to hyperlinks, all this is doing is it's adding a link to a specific section of text so that when the user clicks on that text, it will take them to another URL. Hyperlinks are essential to any successful blog, and you always want to link to relevant content and other pages of your site within your blog posts. It's a best practice and it can help your SEO. Okay, so to create a hyperlink, simply highlight the text that you want to link to, so highlight it. Then in the block toolbar, click the link icon, and this will open the hyperlink settings. Then all you're going to do is paste the URL that you want to link to in the field. And you'll obviously want to link to relevant content, but for this example, I'm just linking to travel.com. And then below that, you have a few link options. First, you can have the link open in a new tab. And I recommend turning this on if you're linking to an external source, meaning to a URL that is outside of your blog. So I'll flip that on since we're linking to travel.com. Next, you could tell the search engines to ignore the link and mark it as no follow. This is helpful if you're linking to an affiliate product or sponsored content. And then you can mark the link as sponsored link, meaning it's an affiliate link or an advertisement. But again, for this example, we're just linking to travel.com, so none of these settings will apply, but they're there if you need them. And then once the link has been added and configured, click the arrow button to submit it. And you now have a clickable hyperlink within your content. You can tell by the coloring of the text. But one thing to note is that depending on your theme, it won't always be the color blue when you publish the post. Just keep that in mind as you're adding hyperlinks. Finally, I like to make my hyperlinks bold so that they stand out. So to bold the font of the hyperlink, highlight it again and click the B icon in the editing toolbar. And our hyperlink is bold and will hopefully stand out a little bit more within our content. Okay, we're moving right along and our post is really coming together. Next, let's add the featured image. So make sure you have the post settings open. And under the featured image tab, click the Set Featured Image button. And we're going to upload a new image. Hopefully these steps are becoming familiar to you by now. Then click the Select Files button and find the featured image that you want to use on your computer. And then once you find the image and upload it, don't forget to add the alt text and title. Again, I know these steps are tedious, but it will help your SEO. And there we go. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And we now have our featured image. Alright, next let's assign our categories to this post. And if you're new to categories, just a quick refresher. A category is a group of related blog posts that are about similar subjects. And when you create a blog post, WordPress lets you add it to a particular category. Bottom line, whenever you create a category, it makes it easier for people to find your content. This is not only a cool feature, but it's a great user experience as well. Your readers will appreciate the convenience of not having to search through your entire blog to find relevant posts. So within the post settings, click the categories tab, and then you should see all the categories that we created a little while ago, but you also have the ability to create new categories here as well. However, for this example, I'm going to place this post within the travel tips and budgeting categories. Then you can also set the parent category here as well. And perfect, this post's categories have been set. Finally, it's time to configure the Yoast SEO settings for the posts. So scroll down to the plugin, and you'll notice that these are the exact same steps as when we updated our page SEO settings. The logic behind everything we did with the page is the same as your post SEO settings, but it never hurts to review. So once again, the plugin breaks your SEO configuration into a few sections that you can access here within these tabs. The first being the SEO settings. And the first thing I recommend doing for your blog posts is entering your focus keyword or key phrase. This is where you can tell Yoast what you're trying to rank for, and then the plugin analyzes the content to determine whether or not you're using that focus keyword in a way that benefits your SEO. Plus, after adding the keyword, you'll be given an SEO grade that helps you optimize your content for the search engines. Now, you obviously want to aim for a green smiley face. However, I'm using dummy text in this post, so my SEO score isn't going to be great, but you get the idea. All right, moving on to the search engine snippet. And I'm leaving the SEO title and slug as is, but you can edit it here if you'd like. Then I will update the meta description. And within the meta description box, simply start typing a preview of your post. And again, you'll want to be sure to use keywords and make it enticing to help improve your click-through rate. And you'll probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. This is the same feature as the SEO title field, and it helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and other search engines, and lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning green. And there we go. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to leave the remaining settings as is, but again, you can explore some of the additional settings here whenever you have some extra time. Okay, so that's going to do it for this post. And I highly recommend previewing your content before publishing it. So in the upper right corner of your WordPress editor, click the preview button. And then select Preview in New tab. And this will open the preview environment where we can take a look at our post and review it before publishing. And so far so good. We have our beautiful featured image above the post, followed by our media-rich content. The GIF looks good. So does the Instagram post, and then the YouTube video. However, one thing I don't like is that there isn't that much space between the social buttons and the YouTube video, but we can easily fix that in the WordPress editor. Now, you may come across this from time to time, meaning what you see in the back end of your blog post may not look the exact same when you preview or publish it on the front end of your blog. Again, that's why it's super important to preview your work before publishing it. And other than that spacing issue, I think the post looks great. So let me show you how to quickly adjust the space between the YouTube video and our social buttons. So back at the WordPress editor, we're going to use what is called a spacer block to add some padding below the YouTube video. So towards the bottom there, click the plus icon to add a new block. And this time search for spacer. And there it is. Then for this example, I'm adjusting the padding to be 50 pixels. So you can either use the dot or change the pixels in the spacer settings on the right-hand side of the screen like so. Then for the sake of time, I'm just going to publish these changes to make them live. But again, when you're making changes like this, I always recommend previewing them before publishing. But for this example, our post is ready for the world, so let's publish it. Okay, so if you look in the upper right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the publishing options. You have the ability to change the visibility here, meaning you can edit who sees it, but we want the world to see it right now, so we'll leave this as public. Then you can edit when the post goes live by scheduling a publishing date. Simply click the immediately link next to where it says publish, and this opens a calendar widget that allows you to set the specific time and date that you would like the post to go live. This can come in handy if you're creating multiple posts in one sitting or you don't want to publish them all at once. But for this tutorial, we're going to publish it right now. So click the publish button, and then you'll be prompted to click the publish button again. Then you'll get a notification that the post is live, and you also now have the ability to view or copy the link here. But let's check out our new post, so click the view post link to check it out. And it looks amazing. We have our featured image. Then scrolling down, you can see that we have a media-rich blog post that uses headings, well-spaced content blocks, and if we scroll down to the YouTube video, look at that. Our spacer block has added 50 pixels of space, and the padding between the video and social buttons looks much better. Also, we're going to configure these social buttons in a few moments, so don't worry where they're directing traffic to and what they look like right now. We're going to edit them in just a bit. Then if we scroll up and test our hyperlink, you can see that it's working and driving traffic to our desired link. Okay, now that you've published your first blog post, let's check out the blog feed. So if we click the home menu item in the primary nav, this will take you to the home page, and you'll see that our new post is now beautifully displayed in this full width slider. as well as below our blog feed. Now we'll configure the slider and blog feed so that the same post isn't showing up at the same time in a few moments, but I just wanted to show you how the homepage behaves when you publish a new post. Okay, next, let's configure the social share icons so that you can give your audience a way to share your content and expand your blog's reach. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to configure the social share icons that are at the bottom of your blog posts. By default, this is where they display, but you can easily change what they look like and the location of them by configuring the simple social media share buttons plugin. So with that being said, let's get started. Alright, so if you've been following along throughout this entire video, that means that you've installed and activated the Simple Social Media Share Buttons plugin. However, if you haven't done so already, be sure to do that before moving on to this part of the tutorial. Okay, so adding social share buttons to your blog's content is not only a best practice, but it's a great way to expand your blog's organic reach. Okay, so adding social share buttons to your blog's content is not only a best practice, but it's a great way to expand your blog's organic reach. By giving your audience an easy way to share your blog posts with their social networks, you're essentially opening yourself up to a brand new audience and organically getting more eyeballs on your content. This is good for your blog's growth and SEO. So let's configure the social share buttons on your blog. So first things first, let's head back to the WordPress dashboard if you're not there already by hovering your mouse over the site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. Then if you've installed and activated the plugin, you can access it by hovering your mouse over Social Buttons and clicking on Settings. And this will take you to the plugin settings where we can configure it. So I know it may look like a lot, but it's pretty simple once you start moving things around. For starters, they break the settings down into 3 sections. You have the social buttons that you can choose to display, the button design, and then the button position. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to configure are the buttons that will display on your blog. So within the social buttons section, simply drag and drop the buttons that you want to activate like so. The buttons on top are active, and the ones below that are inactive. Then you can also reorder the active icons by dragging and dropping them. Again, this will change the order that they display on your blog. Okay, next it's time to select the design of the buttons. And then if you hover your mouse over the examples of the buttons, you can see the hover effect that comes with each set of social buttons. Pretty cool. And this is pretty straightforward. Within the button design section, just check the box next to the design that you want to use. And finally, we have the button position, and this is where you can configure the position of the buttons as well as how and where they display. Now for this example, I'm keeping them in line, and we'll keep all of their default settings in place as well, but this is where you can change their position, alignment, spacing, etc. Also, if you look at the very bottom there, you can also see the post type settings. This is where you can have the buttons show on different content types other than just your posts. However, like I said, I'm keeping all of these default settings in place. So let's go ahead and save our changes. So click the Save Changes button. And there we go. Then let's visit our site really quick. And then if we go to our blog post and scroll down to the bottom of the content, you'll see that our changes have been updated and we now have the new social share buttons displaying at the bottom of the post. Nice job. All right, moving on. Next, let's configure the banner and the blog feed on our homepage. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to configure the banner on the homepage so that it doesn't show the exact same post that you just published. And let me show you what I mean really quick. So for the sake of time, I'm going to show you what your blog feed and banner will look like after you start publishing content. As you can see, when you start publishing more posts, your banner now acts as a slider that automatically transitions to the next post. Then scrolling down the feed, you'll see that it starts with a larger post, followed by smaller grid-sized posts. I love this feed layout, but I'm honestly not a fan of the auto slider, so let me show you some ways to configure the homepage and the slider. Alright, so first you'll want to open your customization menu by clicking Customize at the top of the screen. Then open the General Settings tab, and then the Banner Section tab. Then from here, you have the ability to really conform how the banner behaves. However, right now, all I'm going to do is turn off the auto transition so that it doesn't automatically slide. So next to where it says Slider Auto, all you're going to do is flip that switch off, and the banner will stop automatically sliding. I personally think this is a better user experience, but it's really up to you and what you want and how you want your content to be displayed on your homepage. Now, we're not going to change any of the other banner settings, but here you also have the ability to set the content style, number of slides, loop, caption, and remove repetitive posts. So feel free to test these settings out if you want. Okay, so that's going to do it for the banner. So let's publish our changes by clicking the Publish button. And then let's exit out of the customization menu and check this out really quick. And perfect. The slider has been turned off, but the user still has the ability to manually cycle through the posts within the banner by clicking either one of these arrows. Again, I just personally like the auto transition turned off. The slider moved a little too quick in my opinion, but again, if you like it, by all means, keep it in place. But like I said, I just wanted to turn it off. Okay, next let's configure the blog feed to show a certain amount of posts. Now by default it shows 10, but I want to shorten that so that my blog's visitors don't have to scroll too much to get to my posts. So if you want to shorten your blog feed, here's how you'll do that. So let's head over to our WordPress dashboard. So hover your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner of the screen and click on Dashboard. Then hover your mouse over Settings and click on Reading. And this will bring you to the reading settings of your blog. Then to change the number of posts that display on your feeds, next to where it says blog pages and syndication feeds, change the number of posts and items to whatever number you want. And for this example, I'm doing 7 because of how the feed shows a larger post first, followed by smaller grid size posts. This will make our feed look evened out towards the bottom, and I'll show you what I mean in a few seconds. So once you've updated the numbers, go ahead and click the Save Changes button. Then if we head back to our home page by hovering your mouse over the site title and clicking on Visit Site, you'll now see that when we scroll down the blog feed, it's only displaying 7 posts. Then there is a pagination feature where since we have more than 7 total posts, it creates another blog feed page where the user can click to visit the remaining blog posts that we've created. Again, you don't have to do this, but I just wanted to give you some more options when it comes to your blog's homepage design and functionality. All right, moving on. Next, let's configure your blog's sidebar. Alright, now it's time to build your sidebar. And your blog sidebar is a global element, meaning that it stays the same on every page that has a sidebar. And if we fast forward really quick, you can see that each page has a 2-column layout. On the left side is where we add the content, and on the right side is our sidebar. This is where we can add various widgets, links, images, and even earn money with affiliate campaigns and AdSense ads. However, the first part of the sidebar we're going to build is your About Me section. This is a great way to introduce yourself to your audience and drive traffic to a specific page if you'd like. Okay, so first things first, let's open the customization menu. So click Customize at the top of the screen. Then open the Widgets tab. And then the Sidebar tab. And from here, you'll be able to build your sidebar. Now, by default, WordPress starts you off with some placeholder widgets. We're not going to use any of these, so let's clean this up and get rid of them before we start building our custom sidebar. So to delete these widgets, simply open them up by clicking the little arrow on each one, and then click the red Remove link. And you'll see the widgets disappear one by one in real time on the front end of your blog. And then I'll do that for the remaining widgets, so click the arrow to open them and click the red Remove link, and we'll remove these widgets one by one. Okay, now it's time to add our first widget, which will let us create our About Me section. And one thing I want to add before we move on is that we'll be using the Blossom Themes Toolkit widget in order to build this section of the sidebar. So if you haven't installed and activated that plugin, please do so before moving on in the tutorial. Okay, so to add a new widget, click the Add a Widget button, and then you'll see all of the widgets that you can add to your sidebar. We're going to be adding the Blossom Author Bio widget. So find that one and click on it to add it to the sidebar. Then you should see the widget settings appear within the customization menu. Now, you do have some options when it comes to configuring this widget, and if you have some extra time, feel free to check out all the other settings, but for this example, I'm keeping it somewhat simple. Less is more. So the first thing I'm going to add is the title, and this will appear above the widget in the sidebar. So in the title field, type out what you want it to say, and I'm just titling this About Me. Now, I want to point out that you may see your Gravatar photo show up after doing so. That's because by default, the widget displays the photo from your Gravatar and the email address that's associated with it, but if you want to use a different one, I'll show you how to change it in a few moments. Okay, next, I'm going to add the author name, and this creates somewhat of a heading that will sit above our body text. So I'm actually going to have this say, "Hi, I'm Samantha," and then I'll add some intro text below that in a few moments. And no, I am not Samantha. I'm obviously using a fictitious name for this demo, but hopefully you get the idea. Okay, next let's swap out the Gravatar image that is displaying due to the email address being used here. So to use a different photo, click the Upload Photo button. And then you'll be asked to click another Upload button in order to upload the image. And then that will take us to our media library. So follow the same steps to upload a new image by clicking the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button, and find the image that you want to use. Again, I'm acting as if this blog is run by a travel blogger named Samantha Waters, and this is a fictitious character and is in no relation to anyone out there that is really named Samantha Waters, just FYI. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. Then click the Select button, and check that out. We now have a new image in the sidebar. Looks great. Next is the description, and this will serve as the short little blurb below the image and title. So go ahead and write a few enticing sentences to introduce yourself and your blog. Next, you have the ability to add some signature text. And what this does is it turns whatever you type in the signature text field into a signature styled font. And you'll see it appear in our sidebar in just a moment. Now, this isn't bad, but if you recall, we created a signature image that used a specific style of font. So to keep things consistent, you'll also have the ability to upload an image, which is what we're going to do, and we're going to reuse that signature image that we created in Canva. So let's remove the signature text really quick, then click the Upload Photo button, and then you'll be asked to click another Upload button in order to upload the image. And find the signature image, and click Select. And check that out. The image we created and used on our About page is now being used in our sidebar. Then the last thing I'm going to add to this widget are social icons. These will behave just like the social icons in our navigation menu and are yet another way to drive traffic to your social networks and grow your audience. Plus, it's super convenient that this is all handled here within this widget. Typically, you have to install other plugins to get this feature, but the fact that it comes built into this author bio widget is great. Okay, so to add the icons, click the Add Social Profile button, and then you'll probably notice that the steps are the exact same as when we added them to our navigation menu. Simply type out the social icon that you want to link to, and we're going to do Facebook. There we go. Then in the link field, type the link of your Facebook page. Then click the Apply button. and you'll see the Facebook icon appear under the signature. And it even has this cool hover effect when the user hovers their mouse over it. Then the steps to add more icons is the exact same, so I'm going to speed through this really quick. But again, having social icons appearing on prominent places of your blog is a great strategy to grow your audience and drive traffic to your other social platforms. So I highly recommend implementing this on your blog. Okay, so that's going to do it for our social icons. So let's go ahead and publish this by clicking the Publish button. And our author bio sidebar widget is complete. I really like how that looks. It's super clean and professional while also being an effective tool to increase user engagement and drive traffic to your social channels. Okay, let's keep building our sidebar. So next we're going to add our categories to the sidebar. And the Vilva theme has a really cool way of displaying them. If we fast forward again really quick, you can see that the categories widget gives you the ability to display your categories in a unique and creative way. Instead of just listing out your categories in text, this theme gives you a really cool and interactive way of presenting your categories. This not only looks great, but it can increase user engagement and entice people to click through, stay in your blog, and consume more content, which are all good metrics for your blog. Okay, back at our customization menu. Let me close this widget to make things a little more organized while we work. Then next, we want to add a new widget. So click the Add a Widget button. Then find the Blossom Custom Categories widget. And here you can begin configuring it. So let's give this a title. And again, I'm just naming this Categories. But keep in mind that this title will display in the sidebar. Next, it's time to add the categories. So if you place your cursor in that field, you could choose from the categories that you've created. And I'm just adding my 4 parent categories, so I'll select Destinations, Lifestyle, and then you can also type the letters of your categories and it will act as a search feature. So we want to type of trip and travel tips. Perfect. Then click the Apply button. And we now have our categories widget. But you're probably noticing that they don't have any images in them. But that's an easy fix and we'll address it when we're done building our sidebar. So next, let's add our popular posts to the sidebar. This is another great way to keep your posts relevant and front and center. It's yet another strategy to drive traffic to your most popular blog posts. So let's add another widget by clicking the Add a Widget button. And this time find the Blossom Popular Post widget. Then within the widget settings, you can configure how the posts will display. By default, it's just displaying the categories followed by the post title, but you can show the post thumbnail by checking the Show Post Thumbnail box. And you can also change the layout of the thumbnail. If you click that drop down, you can toggle between style 1, 2, and 3. So there's style 2, which gives you a larger, more landscape featured image with the title below it. And then style 3. And I like style 3, so we'll go with that one. Then I'm leaving the rest of the settings as is, but feel free to configure them to your liking. But I think this looks great, so let's go ahead and publish these changes and make them live. So click the Publish button at the top of the screen. And then let's exit out of here and add the images to our categories within the sidebar. So before we move on to the next widget of the sidebar, I want to add the featured images to these categories so that they aren't these gray rectangles. So let's head to our WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner and clicking on Dashboard. Then we'll need to access our categories, so hover your mouse over Pages and click on Categories. Then from here, we're going to edit and add featured images to the 4 parent categories that are displaying in our sidebar. So hover your mouse over the category that you want to edit and click on the Edit link. Then all we're doing is adding an image to the category like we would with our pages and posts. And it's pretty straightforward. I just created an image in Canva that's the same dimensions as our featured images for our pages and posts. Then back at the category settings, click the Add Image button and follow the same steps as before to upload the new image that you want to use. So click the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button, and find the image that you want to use. I'm actually going to do a bulk upload, so I'm going to upload all 4 images for my categories at once. And since I'm uploading multiple images at once, it may take a few seconds to load, so just sit tight really quick. There we go. Then select the image you want to use, and for this particular category, I'm going to use the one with the hot air balloons. So click on the image to select it, and due to the fact that this was a bulk upload, I'll need to unselect the remaining 3 images. Then don't forget about the image alt text and title. And I know these steps seem tedious, but just try to remember that doing these things will help your SEO. Then if you look under the attachment details, WordPress has condensed this image to a medium size. However, you can change it to full size if you want. It won't really affect how it looks in the sidebar though, but either way, you can configure the size here, just FYI. Alright, then click the Insert into Post button, and our category image has been added. Then don't forget to save your changes by scrolling down and clicking the Update button. And then you'll notice that the image changes to a square instead of a landscape-sized rectangle. Don't worry about that. It doesn't affect how the image looks on the front end of our blog. Okay, I'm going to head back to my categories by clicking the Go to Categories link. And then for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through me adding the remaining featured images to the next 3 categories, but the steps are the exact same. You're going to be uploading the images that you want to use and then add them to each parent category. And these are the images that will display in our sidebar. Okay, now that we have the featured images for our 4 parent categories, let's take a look at our sidebar to see how they look. So go ahead and visit the front end of your site by hovering your mouse over the site title and clicking on Visit Site. Then if we scroll down and check out the sidebar, boom, the images have been added, and there's even this cool hover effect that happens when the user hovers their mouse over each category. I love the way that this turned out. All right, moving on. Next, let's set up your email marketing funnel and create an opt-in form so that you could start growing your email list. Now it's time to build your following and grow your email list with email marketing. And the way we'll accomplish this is by adding and configuring an email opt-in form on your blog. And if you're new to the concept, here are the basics. We'll create an opt-in form using WP Forms. We'll then connect it to an email marketing platform called Constant Contact. We'll then add that opt-in form to various locations on your blog. And then once your blog's visitors fill out that opt-in form, their information will be stored in Constant Contact, and you'll be able to begin your email marketing relationship with them via professional email marketing software. But the first thing you need to do is sign up with an email marketing company. And as I previously mentioned, for this tutorial, we'll be using Constant Contact. And I've been a customer of Constant Contact for quite a while now, and I absolutely love their platform and their free integration with WP Forms. That's one of the main reasons why I use them and why I recommend them. Now, before we jump in, you may be asking yourself, why do I need email marketing software? Why can't I just use my normal email provider like Gmail? Well, email marketing software like Constant Contact allows you to do so many more things while also staying compliant with the Canned Spam Act. Now, as you can see with Constant Contact versus Gmail, you have so many more features with Constant Contact that will allow you to efficiently collect, grow, and market to your audience. Because that's what this is all about. The goal here is to grow your email list so that you can expand your blog's reach and have a larger audience to monetize. They always say the money is in the list, and Constant Contact gives you everything you need to effectively grow your email list. Plus, Constant Contact is offering a 60-day free trial with no credit card required. And if you use my affiliate link within the important links doc in the show notes, You can test drive their email marketing platform for 2 whole months to see if it's a good fit for you and your audience. Just enter your email address here at the landing page, and you'll gain access to the free trial, and you can begin to grow your email list with Constant Contact. And again, I highly recommend them and encourage you to take advantage of their 60-day free trial. If after the 60 days you find that you want to keep using them, then you can easily get started for only $20 per month. They do offer an Email Plus package, which is what I'll be using in this tutorial, and that's $45 per month. But if you're just starting out, the basic email package can help you grow your email list and get started with email marketing. So with that being said, let's build our opt-in form and set up our email marketing funnel so that we could start building and growing your email list. Okay, so I'm going to log into my account really quick. And I should point out that I'm using a test account, so some of the features may look a little different than yours depending on when you're viewing this video. However, the steps to create your form and connect it to your blog will be the exact same. Now, for the sake of time, I'm not going to do a deep dive into setting up your Constant Contact account, but once you sign up for the free trial plan and you verify your email address, you'll need to create your first email list and welcome email. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So the first thing we want to do is create our email list. This is essentially where we will store all of the emails that are submitted through our opt-in form. So to create your list, click on the Contacts tab in the primary nav. And then we're creating a brand new list. So click the Create List button. Then for this example, this list is going to be attached to an opt-in form that will live within our sidebar and promote a newsletter. So I'm going to title this list Travel Blog Newsletter. And then click the Save button. And we now have our first list. Next, it's time to create our opt-in form that will connect to this list. So let's head back to our blog. And as I previously mentioned, we're going to be using the WP Forms plugin to create our opt-in form that we will then embed within our sidebar. Then that will be connected to the list that we just created in Constant Contact. I know it may sound confusing if you're brand new to all this, but once we get going, it'll become much easier to understand once you see the process and how everything is connected. So first things first, we'll need to access the WP Forms plugin. So let's head back to our WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. And then we're adding a new form, so on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over WP Forms and click Add New. And this process is going to be somewhat similar to how we created our contact form, but there are a few additional steps that we'll need to take in order to connect to Constant Contact. So first, I'm going to name this form, and this is just so that I can keep track of it in the back end of WordPress, and I'm going to call this form Sidebar Opt-in Form. Then you have multiple ways to create the opt-in form, and I recommend testing different templates to see what works best for you. But for this example, we're going to be using the opt-in form template. It's pretty straightforward. So go ahead and click the Use Template button. Then once again, I'm going to be changing the first and last name field so that it's just one name. So click on that field to open up the field settings. And from the Format dropdown, select Simple. Then open the Advanced tab and change the field size to large. And there we go. Then I'm going to change the field size of the email field, so I'll follow the same steps to do that by clicking the email field to open its settings. And then open the Advanced tab. And select Large for the field size. Now both of our form fields will stretch the entire width of our sidebar. Perfect. Next, I know that I'm going to have visitors from the EU, so I'll need to add the GDPR compliance checkbox to this form. So open the Add Fields tab, and then under the standard fields, simply drag and drop the GDPR agreement field where you want it located within your form. And I recommend placing it right above the submit button. There we go. Again, how cool is that? All right, now we have our sidebar opt-in form. Now for the sake of time, I'm leaving all the default settings as is, but feel free to configure them to your liking if needed. Next, it's time to connect this form to our constant contact list. But before we move on, be sure to save your form. WP Forms requires that you save it before moving on to the marketing tab. So click the save button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. And now it's time to connect this form to our list that we created in Constant Contact. This way, anytime someone fills out this opt-in form, their information will be sent to and stored within the lifestyle blog newsletter list that we just created in Constant Contact. So to get started, we'll need to open the marketing tab. And this is where you'll connect your email service provider to your form. Now, WP Forms has made this process really straightforward, which is super convenient and saves you a ton of time. Trust me. All right, so all you're going to do is select your email marketing service provider from the list of options on the left-hand side of the screen. And the great thing about Constant Contact is that WP Forms allows you to connect to them using the free version of their plugin. So go ahead and select Constant Contact on the left-hand side of the screen there. Then next, it's time to connect the plugin to our Constant Contact account. So click the Add New Connection button. And then you'll be asked to name the connection. This is just how you'll distinguish between each connection within WP Forms. So I'm going to keep the naming consistent and call this Travel Blog Newsletter. Then click OK. Next, it's time to make the connection. So click where it says, click here to register with Constant Contact. And then a pop-up should appear where you'll be asked to log into your Constant Contact account. Then after logging in, you'll be asked whether or not you want to allow access to WP Forms. And we do, so go ahead and click the Allow button. Then after a few seconds, you'll be given your Constant Contact authorization code. I'm blurring it out for security purposes, but go ahead and highlight and copy this code. I'm on a Mac, so I'm clicking Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at WP Forms, paste that authorization code within that first field. Then below that, you'll give the Constant Contact account a nickname, and I'll name this account Travel Blog Newsletter, keeping everything consistent. Then click the Connect button. And next, you'll want to configure the connection by selecting the account and list you want to connect the form to. So I'm using the Travel Blog Newsletter Constant Contact account, and then I'm connecting to the Travel Blog Newsletter list. And I've created multiple lists in Constant Contact, so I'll need to select the particular list I want to connect to from that drop-down. And there it is. Next are the list fields. And this is telling WP Forms what information to send to Constant Contact. First is the email. So next to where it says email, click that drop-down menu and select email. Next is the full name. So click that drop-down and select name full. And there we go. Our opt-in form has been created and connected to our Constant Contact list and account. So let's save our form really quick. So click the Save button. And since this form will live within our sidebar, we're going to be using the WP Forms widget. So let's go ahead and exit out of the plugin. And as you can see, our sidebar form has been created and is ready to be used. So let's go ahead and visit our site so that we could add this form to our sidebar. So in the upper left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over your site title and click on Visit Site. And then all the changes that we're going to make are going to be done through our customization menu. So once again, at the top of the screen, click on Customize. And then open the Widgets tab. And then the Sidebar tab. And then let me scroll down a bit so we can get a better look at where we're working. And then we're going to be adding a new widget, so click the Add New Widget button. And then find the WP Forms widget. It should be at the bottom of the list there, so scroll down. There it is. Then I actually want this form to sit underneath the About Me section of our sidebar. So check this out. You can actually move the widgets and change their order by dragging and dropping them within the customization menu like so. Okay, next you have the option to give your form a title, and this will display above the form and can serve as a way to entice people to subscribe. So I'm going to title this Newsletter, since this form is connected to our travel blog newsletter. Next, select your form from the drop-down, and we want the Sidebar opt-in form. And then check that out. The widget is working and our opt-in form that we created in WP Forms is displaying beautifully within our sidebar. So let's publish our changes and make this form live. So click the Publish button. And then let's exit out of here really quick and test the form out. And I know I say this a lot, but I just love the simplicity of the Velvet theme. Plus, the free WP Forms plugin allows us to create this professional looking opt-in form and easily add it to the sidebar. And if this is your first time doing something like this, I just want you to know that it isn't typically this easy. There's usually a lot of technical roadblocks and hoops to jump through in order to make a web form look this nice and properly connect to an email marketing service provider. And speaking of that, let's test out our new form and make sure the funnel is set up correctly. So I'm going to fill this out really quick and submit my info. And we got our confirmation message, nice. Then if we head over to Constant Contact and refresh our travel blog newsletter list, success. Our form submission has been captured and we are now growing our email list with Constant Contact. Perfect, so our email marketing funnel works. The next step in this process is to create an automated welcome email that will be triggered every time someone signs up through this opt-in form and joins this list. Now, I'm not going to cover that in this video because it takes about 30 minutes to set up. However, I highly recommend that you check out my Constant Contact YouTube tutorial. There I'll show you how to set up and create your welcome email for this list. This is super important because it will ensure that you're setting and meeting the expectations of your audience. Plus, having a welcome email is just a professional best practice, and it's super easy to do with Constant Contact. So after we're done building this blog, be sure to check out my Constant Contact tutorial on the Blog with Ben YouTube channel so that you can ensure that your funnel is set up correctly. And I'll put a link to that video within the important links doc that you can access in the video description below. Okay, moving on. Next, let's configure your blog's footer. Alright, so now it's time to customize the footer. And this theme gives you a few options when it comes to how you want the content to be displayed along the footer. So let's fast forward really quick and take a look at the finished product. And as you can see, we're going to design the footer so that it displays 4 columns. We have our popular posts, the categories of your blog posts, the pages of your blog, and another opt-in form to help drive traffic to your email list and grow your audience. The footer is a great place to encourage engagement on your blog, and that's because once someone scrolls down to the bottom of your homepage, if there isn't anything to attract a click, chances are they'll bounce. So by having a footer that has clickable links and different things to interact with, it will help keep visitors on your blog and interacting with the content. Alright, so let's customize the footer. So to make our changes, we'll do so through the customization menu, so click Customize at the top of the screen. Then let me scroll down to the footer since that's where we're going to be making our changes. And then open the Widgets tab. And then you'll notice that the theme separates the footer into 4 columns. And clicking on each column tab will let you add various widgets to the corresponding column. So let's start with the first column. So click the Footer 1 tab. And then we're going to add our popular posts here, and the steps are the exact same as when we added our widgets to the sidebar. So click the Add a Widget button and find the Blossom Popular Post widget. Then this will open the widget settings, and from here I'm going to change a few things. So first I'm going to change the number of posts to 4. And I want to show a thumbnail, so I'll check that box as well. And it looks great. I like how that looks, so let's move on to the next column. Easy enough. So click this arrow to go back a section within the customization menu. And this time open the Footer 2 tab to edit the second column within the footer. Then click the Add a Widget button. And this time I'm adding the categories. So find the Blossom Custom Categories widget. And again, the steps are the exact same as our sidebar. I'm going to change the title to say Categories. Then select the categories you want to display. And just like our sidebar, I'll be displaying our parent categories. And you could use that search field to type out the words of each category to help you find them. And we're going to use destinations, type of trip, travel tips, and lifestyle. Then click the apply button. And awesome, looks really good. All right, moving on to column number 3. So click that arrow again. And this time open the Footer 3 tab. Then click the Add a Widget button. And find the Pages widget. You may have to scroll down a bit to find it. And there it is. So go ahead and select that one. Then by default, the title of the column will be Pages. I'm going to leave it as is, but you can change it here if you'd like. Then you can also change how the pages are ordered by configuring the Sort By section of the widget. It's currently set to sort by page title, but for this tutorial, I want to sort them by page ID. And the reason behind that is because in order to exclude pages from this list, you'll need to do so by page ID. And we're going to be excluding the privacy policy page from this list in a few moments whenever we create that page. So setting the sort by order to page ID will allow us to remove pages from this list in the future. All right, so that's going to do it for this column. Next, moving on to the 4th and final column, and this is going to house another opt-in form, but we'll need to create it first. So let's go ahead and publish our changes by clicking the Publish button. Then I'll exit out of the customization menu. And then if we scroll down to the bottom of the page and take a quick look at our footer, you'll see the 3 columns are really coming together. Looks great. Okay, the final aspect of these columns will be an opt-in form. And this will give you yet another way to grow your audience and build your email list. And the way we're going to do that is with another web form from the WP Forms plugin. So we'll need to revisit WP Forms. And another quick way to do that is at the top of the admin toolbar. Simply hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on All Forms. And this will bring you to your form management page and is where all the forms that you created in WP Forms will be listed. Now, one quick hack that can save you some time is to duplicate one of your current forms. This cuts back on the time it takes you to build the form if you know that you're going to be using the same type of form in a different place on your blog. For example, I'm going to use the exact same form that we used in our sidebar in the footer. So instead of building a completely new form, I'm just going to duplicate the sidebar opt-in form and use it in our footer. And in order to do that, simply hover your mouse over the sidebar opt-in form and click Duplicate. Then they'll want to make sure that you want to duplicate the form, and we do, so go ahead and click OK. And then WP Forms will create a completely separate but duplicate form with all of the same settings as our sidebar opt-in form. Again, this saves you a ton of time if you know that you're going to be using the exact same form someplace else on your blog. Alright, so we're only going to change one thing on this form, so hover your mouse over the new form and click Edit. Then all I'm going to do is edit the title, so you can actually click on the form title within the builder, and this will give you the ability to edit it. And I'm just going to call this Footer Opt-in Form. There we go. Then click the Save button to save the changes. And then let's just double check and make sure this form is directing traffic to our newsletter. So if we click on Marketing, you can see that the account and list are both set to the travel blog newsletter. Perfect. That's what we want. All right, so let's exit out of the plugin. And then you can see that our footer opt-in form is now active and ready to use. But one thing I want to point out is the form ID, which in this example is 124. Be sure to make a note of that or even write it down because we're going to be using that ID number in a few moments. Okay, now that we have our new footer opt-in form, let's add it to the footer. So let's visit our site. And then open the customization menu. And then the widgets tab. And then footer 4, since we're editing the fourth and final column. Then let's add a new widget, so click the Add a Widget button. And then you don't need to do this, but I'm going to add a little intro text above the form. This is just a few words to try and get people to submit their info. So in order to do that, we'll need to add a custom HTML widget. And there it is. Then I'll give it a title really quick. And again, this column is going to house our newsletter opt-in form, so I'm going to title this newsletter. And next, all I'm going to do is add a quick little sentence to entice people to fill out the form and join the newsletter. Again, you don't need to do this, but I just wanted to show you some different ways to switch up your content. And essentially all you need to do here is just place your cursor in that text box and begin to type. And whatever you type will transition to the footer. All right, next let's add our form. So click the Add a Widget button. And find the WP Forms widget. Then this time from the drop-down, select Footer Opt-in Form. And our form has been added to the footer. But one thing I'm sure you're noticing is that the text is dark, which makes it really hard to see against the black background color. Well, this is why I wanted you to remember the form ID 124 from a few moments ago, because we're going to be using some custom CSS that requires that form ID in order to change the color of this text from black to white. And let me show you what I mean. So let's publish our changes really quick by clicking the Publish button. And then exit out of the customization menu. Then as I mentioned, we'll be using some CSS to change the color of the WP Forms text in our footer. But we'll need the form ID from that specific form in order for the code to work. And if you need to get the form ID, visit your WP Forms plugin by hovering your mouse over WP Forms in the admin toolbar and clicking on All Forms. Then the form we're editing is the footer opt-in form. And listed to the right of the form is the shortcode, which has the form ID in it, and that is 124. So be sure to remember that number before moving on. Okay, let's head back to our customization menu, so go ahead and visit your site. And then click Customize. And this time, open the additional CSS widget. Next, head over to the code cheat sheet. Again, you can access the link to the code cheat sheet within the important links doc in the video description below. Again, if you have any issues accessing it, please don't hesitate to reach out. Then from here, the code you want should be the first one listed. It'll be under the WP Forms color edits with the CSS below it, and you'll notice that the form ID in this code is 66, which will be listed in red. But that is what we're going to change to 124 or whatever your form ID is after we paste the code to WordPress. So what I recommend doing here is highlighting this code and copying it. And again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then we'll head back to WordPress, and within the additional CSS widget, place your cursor there and paste the code from the cheat sheet, and I'm pressing Command-P on my keyboard to paste it. Then to ensure that this code works on our footer form, you'll want to change the form ID from 66 to whatever your form ID is, which in this example is 124. And as we do, you'll see the text within the form change to white, and it looks much, much better. Next, I want to change the color of the submit button. It's currently white, but I want to change it to the same color as the submit button in the sidebar. So once again, we'll be using some CSS, so go back to the code cheat sheet, and this time find the WP Forms submit button CSS. It should be the second snippet of code listed there. And for this particular piece of code, you'll be editing the hex color codes, which I've highlighted in red. And just like before, I recommend copying the code from the cheat sheet and then making your necessary edits to the code within the CSS widget after you've pasted it. So let's highlight this and copy it. Then back at WordPress, place your cursor in the additional CSS widget and paste the code. And our submit button color has changed. Awesome. Now keep in mind that if you want your submit button and text colors to be different than mine, then you'll need to change those hex color codes within the CSS so that they match your particular design. Just keep that in mind when you're using this code. Alright, so far so good. The buttons match and are much more consistent in terms of the blog's style and design. Then the last thing I want to do in this form is reduce the spacing between the text and the actual form. And if you recall, we used a custom HTML widget for our text, followed by the WP Forms widget for our form. However, when we did that, it seems that there was some additional padding added between the widgets. Now, I personally want to tighten this up and make them closer together, and one quick way to do that is, surprise, surprise, with some CSS. So let's head back to our CSS cheat sheet, and this time find the code titled Footer Newsletter Text Spacing and highlight and copy it. Then back at WordPress, place your cursor within the additional CSS widget and paste the code. And you'll see that the CSS has reduced the padding between the two widgets. Okay, so that's going to do it for the design of this form. So let's go ahead and publish our changes by clicking the Publish button. And then let's exit out of the customization menu and test it out. And so far, our blog is really starting to come together. The more I build with this Vilva theme, the more I love it. It just looks like a professional and premium theme. Okay, so let's test out our new web form in the footer. So I'm going to fill this out really quick. And then submit my info. And we got our confirmation message. Then if we head over to our Constant Contact travel blog newsletter list and refresh the page, you'll see that the new form submission has been added to the list, which confirms that our footer opt-in form is working. Nice job. Okay, moving on. Next, let's monetize your blog and start adding revenue streams so that you can begin to earn a passive income online. So I'm not gonna lie, this is my favorite part, mainly because monetizing a blog changed my life and the lives of my family. And in this portion of the tutorial, I'm gonna teach you how to earn revenue with affiliate marketing. Specifically, we're gonna leverage Amazon's affiliate program to quickly monetize your blog. This is a great way to earn passive income, and like I said, affiliate marketing changed my life and allowed me to earn anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per month of passive income. However, I'm always 100% transparent with my audience, so a quick disclaimer. I want you to know that affiliate marketing success doesn't happen overnight, nor does any of this guarantee that you'll make any money with affiliate marketing at all. I didn't make my first dollar online until well over a year after implementing affiliate marketing, so please know that this tutorial is not to be interpreted as a promise or guarantee of earnings. Your level of success in attaining the results from using this information depends on the time you devote to your blog, ideas and techniques used, your finances, knowledge, and various skills. And since these factors differ among each individual, I cannot guarantee your success or income level, nor am I responsible for any of your actions. And I just wanted to get the legal stuff out of the way before we dive in. Alright, so one quick and easy way to start monetizing your blog is with Amazon Associates. And if you're new to Amazon Associates and affiliate marketing, it could basically be broken down into 3 steps. The first step is you sign up for Amazon's associate program called Amazon Associates. Step 2 is you promote and recommend Amazon products on your web property. And if someone makes a purchase through your promotional efforts, that leads to step 3. You get a cut of the profits and you get paid. It's as simple as that. And as you can see, Amazon breaks down their fixed commission rates by product category, so depending on what category the product is in, your commissions may vary. Some are higher than others, but regardless, this has the potential to be a very lucrative revenue stream due to their sheer size and reach of Amazon. And as you probably already know, Amazon is the most used e-commerce platform in the world, and it presents a great opportunity for you to add additional revenue streams to your business. Now, you'll need to sign up for their standard Amazon account. This is the account you'd use if you were to purchase products on Amazon.com. Then after you've established that you have a website and an Amazon account, you can apply to be an Amazon associate. Now, I'm not going to walk you through the process of signing up in this tutorial, but it's pretty straightforward. They'll ask for some personal info as well as your tax and payment info, but just be prepared to provide some information about yourself as well as what your blog is about. Then after you're approved, which is almost instantly, you'll be able to start promoting Amazon products on your blog for a percentage of the profits. And there are various strategies when it comes to how to do this, but in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to monetize your blog through a resources page using affiliate marketing. And the way I'm going to set this page up is that I'm going to add content to our resources page that lists out products that would be helpful to a travel blogger's audience. Then each one of those products is going to contain an affiliate link to an Amazon Associates product. That way, if someone clicks on one of the products from the resources page and makes a purchase on Amazon, I'll get a cut of the profits, which can add up if you're driving a lot of traffic to these affiliate links. Alright, so if you recall earlier in the video, we already created our resources page and added it to our menu. All we need to do now is add content to it. So let's visit our resources page. And then access the WordPress editor by clicking Edit Page at the top of the screen. Then the format of this page is really up to you, but as we just went over, I'm going to have headings with some product images and a grid layout, and then each product will link to Amazon. But before we start doing that, anytime you have affiliate offers on your blog, you need to disclose to your audience that they're clicking on an affiliate link. And the way you'll do that is with an affiliate disclosure. This will not only protect you legally, but it allows you to be transparent with your audience, which is always a good thing. This ultimately leads to more conversions because you're building trust with your audience by being honest. Now, for this example, I'm simply copying and pasting my disclosure from the blogwithben.com resources page, but if you need help creating your affiliate disclosure, feel free to use this one, but again, this shouldn't be considered legal advice or even something that will protect you legally. I recommend visiting the link in the important links doc titled FTC Affiliate Disclosure. There you'll find some guidelines on what you should include in your affiliate disclosure. So back at WordPress, I'm going to paste the affiliate disclosure at the top of the page so that it's the first thing that the reader sees. And this is basically just adding text to a paragraph block. There we go. Okay, next I'm going to add some various sections of resources, which will actually be products that I'm an affiliate for. And the first section of products will be photography resources. So I'm going to add a heading to introduce and organize each section of the page. So follow the steps to add a new heading block by clicking the plus icon. And then find and select the heading block. Then I'm going to title this photography. And then I actually want to center this heading. So within the block toolbar, click the align icon and select align center. And there we go. Then below that, I'm going to add my products, but I'll display them in a grid layout. And the way I'll accomplish that is with a column block. So follow the steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon. And this time we'll have to search for it. So in the search field, type column. And there it is. Then you have different variations to choose from. Again, I'm using a grid layout that will have 3 products per row. So I'll select the 3-column layout, which is 33-33-33. And after selecting that, you'll see that the 3 columns have been created where you can begin adding content blocks to each column. Okay, so I know I may sound repetitive, but I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the design of the page. So if we fast forward really quick, you'll see that each resource on this page will be a product. And each product will have an image followed by the title of the product, followed by a short blurb explaining the product. Then I'm going to link to the title of the product, which will actually be an affiliate link driving traffic to Amazon.com. Then if the user makes a purchase after clicking that link, you'll get a cut of the profits. And the idea here is to add multiple products to your resources page that will actually help your audience and in turn help you earn passive income. So let's start adding our affiliate products. So for this example, I'm just using stock photos and sizing them in canva.com, but I highly recommend that the images you use are actual images of the products that you're going to be promoting on your site. Okay, so back at WordPress, let's add an image block. So follow the steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon within the first column. Then find the image block. And we're uploading an image, so click the upload button. And find the image you want to use. And there we go. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. You can update that within the image settings on the right-hand side of the screen. Next, I want to add a title underneath this image block. So click on the image to ensure that we have this block selected. Then insert a block below it by clicking the plus icon in the upper left corner of the screen. And this time, find the paragraph block. And you'll be able to tell that the block has been added by this additional space below the image with the type to choose a block text. Okay, so what we're going to do here is type out the name of each product. So for this example, the first resource is a Canon EOS R5. So I'll type that out in the paragraph block. Then let's bold the font to make it stand out. So highlight the text that you want to bold. And then in the block editing toolbar, click the B icon to bold the font. And there we go. Next, I want to add a quick little product description below the title. So let's add another paragraph block by clicking either one of the plus icons. And then find the paragraph block. Then place your cursor in the block and simply type out a few short sentences describing the product. Now I'm using dummy text as a placeholder, but you get the idea. Then instead of making you sit through me adding the remaining products, let's fast forward so that you can see what this page will look like once you add all of your affiliate resources. And as you can see, I've used the column blocks to create this grid layout along with the headings to help organize the different categories of products. Now we still need to add the affiliate links to each product. And remember, this will drive traffic to my Amazon Associates account, which we'll implement in a few moments. But first, let's finish building this page. So the next thing we're going to add is the featured image. So within the page settings, under the featured image tab, click the Set Featured Image button and follow the steps to add your new image. Click Upload Files, then select Files, and find the image that you want to use. And again, I'm using an image that I created in Canva. This helps me keep a consistent look and feel throughout the design of my blog. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. Again, I know it's tedious, but this is very helpful to your SEO. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And we now have our featured image for the page. Next, don't forget about your Yoast SEO settings. I am skipping it for this page, but you'll want to get in the habit of at least optimizing the site title and meta description for each page. Then I also want to change the layout of this page so that it's full width. So just like our other pages, within the sidebar layout section, I'm going to use the full width center layout for this page. And we're almost done with this page, which is really starting to come together. But the last thing we need to do is add the affiliate links to each product. So I'll need to go to Amazon Associates to grab the affiliate link for each product that I'm promoting. So let's update this page first and save our changes. So click the update button in the upper right corner of the screen. And then really quick, let's just go ahead and take a look at the page so far. So click the view page link. And check that out. I really like how the page has come together. Featured image, headings, and the grid layout of our products all look great. Love it. Okay, the final and most important aspect of this page are the affiliate links. And as you recall, we're going to be using the Amazon Associates platform. And in order to create and use the affiliate links on your resources page, you'll need to sign up and be approved for an Amazon Associates account. And the sign up process is fairly straightforward. You'll fill out an application and pretty much get instantly approved. Just visit the link in the important links doc in the video description below titled Amazon Associates and click the sign up button and fill out the application. Then once you're approved, here's one of the quickest ways to get started with affiliate marketing. All right, so after you're approved to be an Amazon Associate, here's one quick way to get started with affiliate marketing. So Amazon recently rolled out a new feature for their affiliates called the Site Stripe tool that allows you to quickly create an affiliate link for any product. And this is great because it adds a widget, so to speak, at the top of your Amazon account where you can literally browse the millions of products in Amazon's catalog and create affiliate links for each specific product. So to access it within the backend of your Amazon Associates dashboard, hover your mouse over Tools and click on Site Stripe. And that'll take you to the setup page, which is what you're looking at right now. Then to enable it, simply click the Learn More link, and that will open the settings. Then under the display settings, flip that display status switch on, and that will enable the Site Stripe tool. Then once enabled, you can create affiliate links and banner ads for any product on Amazon using this little tool. So if you recall, the first product on our resources page is a Canon EOS R5 camera. So to create an affiliate link for that product, you'd search for it on Amazon.com like you're shopping for it. Then from the product listings, select the one you want to use. And then from the product page, if you look towards the upper left corner of the screen, you'll see the Site Stripe tool. This is where you can create affiliate links, affiliate images and banner ads, and even some custom native ads. However, for this example, we're going to be creating affiliate links that we will then add to our resources page. So click where it says text, and then the Site Stripe tool will create your affiliate link. And again, this is the link that we'll use on our resources page, and it's the link that will drive traffic to this product while also tracking the conversions. Essentially, this link is how you will get paid. So be sure to copy and paste this exact link. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at WordPress, we'll want to edit our resources page. So make sure you're on that page if you're not there already, and click Edit Page in the top toolbar. And then as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be hyperlinking each title of each product so that it links to our affiliate products on Amazon. So we'll need to follow the steps to create a hyperlink for each title. And for this example, we're linking to the Canon EOS R5, so highlight that text. Then in the block editing toolbar, click the link icon. And then in the field provided, paste the affiliate link from Amazon like so. and I'm pressing Command P on my keyboard to paste it. Then below that you have some link options, and I recommend turning all of these on because we are driving traffic to an external source that is also an affiliate link. So we'll want this link to open in a new tab, and then we'll also tell the search engines that it's a no-follow sponsored link. Then once you've added your link and configured the settings, click the arrow button to submit the link. And congratulations, you've officially monetized your blog. Now, for the sake of time, I'm not going to make you sit through me linking to every single one of these product titles to Amazon. However, hopefully you see how easy it is once you've set up your Amazon Associates account and the SiteStripe tool. Creating affiliate links is super fast and efficient, and you can get your resources page set up in a few quick minutes. And if you fast forward really quick, you can see what that will look like. Each product has its own hyperlink title below it. That is a link to Amazon Associates, and when the user clicks on it and makes a purchase, you get a cut of the profits. All right, so that's going to do it for this page. So let's go ahead and update it and make these changes live. Then click the View Page link to check it out. And once again, I can't begin to tell you how much my resources page has helped me in my affiliate marketing journey. It's one of the most popular pages on my blog and has accounted for well over 50% of my affiliate earnings. And hopefully this is giving you some ideas in terms of how you can monetize your site with the resources page. And the great thing about this is that it doesn't matter what type of niche you're in. Every single industry has resources that will help their audience. So think about which products can help your audience and start piecing together your affiliate marketing resources page. Okay, now that you have officially started promoting affiliate offers on your blog, I highly recommend adding an affiliate disclosure page. Now, we created one in the beginning of the tutorial, but we didn't add content to it. So next, let's add the actual disclosure to our affiliate disclosure page so that you can stay compliant and have that added layer of security when promoting affiliate offers on your blog. And I should point out that this isn't just for security or legal reasons. This helps you stay transparent with your audience and also shows the companies and affiliate networks that you're partnering with that you take this seriously. If you don't have any type of affiliate disclosure on your site, then companies may be less willing to partner with you or may not even accept your application to promote their products. So I highly recommend that you have some sort of affiliate disclosure page on your blog. Okay, so let's go to our page in the page management menu. So we'll need to head back to our WordPress dashboard. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard. Then on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Pages and click on All Pages. And if you've been following along step by step in the tutorial, you would have created an affiliate disclosure page when we were creating our pages earlier in the video. So if you haven't created this page yet, I highly recommend that you do before moving on. Okay, then to add content to this page, hover your mouse over it and click on Edit. And this will bring you to the WordPress editor where all we're going to do is add the disclosure text to the page. Now, I'm just using the same disclosure from my personal blog, but if you need help with your disclosure, I recommend visiting termsfeed.com, and I'll put a link to it in the important links doc, but they have a free affiliate disclosure generator that can help you with the actual legal copy for your disclosure. Okay, next, you don't have to do this, but I'm going to add an image of my signature to the page. I feel like this adds a little personality and makes it a little more friendly. So follow the steps to add an image block by clicking the plus icon. And then find the image block and select it. And then we already uploaded the image, so find it within your media library. And there it is. So select the image you want to use. And click the select button. And there we go. Our affiliate disclosure has been created. Next, let's add our featured image. So within the page settings, under the featured image tab, click the set featured image button and upload the image you want to use. And it may take a few seconds to load. And there we go. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. So we'll fill those out really quick. And then click the set featured image button. and it looks great. Then scrolling down to the Yoast SEO settings. Again, I'm skipping this for the sake of time, but you always want to get in the habit of updating your Yoast SEO settings for your pages and blog posts. Then once again, the last thing I'm going to do is make this page full width. So within the layout template at the bottom of the page there, select full width centered. And our page is ready to go. So let's go ahead and make these changes live by clicking the update button in the upper right corner of the screen. And then let's view our page and check it out really quick. And it looks great. Short and sweet, but looks professional and helps us stay legally compliant with the FTC. Nice work. Alright, moving on. Next, let's keep monetizing your blog, but this time I'm going to show you how to sell a digital product from your blog. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to sell digital products from your blog. And if we fast forward really quick, you can see what that'll look like. So the strategy here is I'm going to create a digital ebook, which will simply be a PDF, that I will then sell through the sales page on my blog. Now, the steps to create this sales funnel can be done a handful of ways. However, I'm using a platform called eJunkie to facilitate the cart and sales funnel. Now, if you think you're going to want to create and sell digital products from your blog, then I highly recommend that you watch my free tutorial on how to create and sell digital products. This YouTube tutorial will take you through the process of setting up your eJunkie account, creating your ebook, and setting up your sales funnel. It would take up too much time to include that in this blogging tutorial, so I highly recommend that you watch the digital product tutorial before moving on to this part of the video and creating the sales page. Either way, once you have your eJunkie account and digital product created and ready to sell, you can create a sales page on your WordPress blog that will give you the ability to sell digital products directly from your site. Okay, so for this example, the way I'm going to go about this is I'm acting as if I've created a digital travel guide that I will then sell from my travel blog. And if you recall, we created a guides page earlier in the video, and this will act as our sales page that will house all of the digital products that we'll sell from the blog. So let's visit that page really quick by clicking on guides in the primary nav. And then we're going to edit this page, so click Edit Page in the toolbar at the top of the screen. And this will bring you to your WordPress editor, where we'll begin to add the content. So you obviously don't need to create your sales page exactly like I do, but hopefully this can give you some ideas and spark some creativity for when it comes time for you to create your sales page. And again, for the sake of time, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly since the steps to create content are relatively the same as when we created our other pages and blog posts. But if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out in the comments and I'd be more than happy to help you out. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to add to this page is some intro text. So I'm just going to paste some dummy text here. Then below that, I'm going to add a heading. But instead of the heading block, I've created an image heading in canva.com. I basically used their travel templates and just changed the text within it. Again, you don't have to do this, but I just wanted to show you some different ways to switch up your content and get creative. Okay, back at WordPress, just follow the steps to add a new image block. So click the plus icon and then find the image block. And then we're uploading a new image, so click upload. And then find the image you want to use. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. Next, I want to center this image. So within the block editing toolbar, click the align icon and select align center. There we go, much better. Next, I'm going to add the sales content to the page that will consist of an image of my ebook followed by a CTA button and some text. And the way I'll accomplish this is with the columns block. So follow the steps to add a new block by clicking the plus icon. And then find the columns block And this time I'm going to have 2 columns. So I'll select that variation. Then on the left column is where I'll have the image of my ebook and call to action, which will be a button. So follow the steps to add an image block. So click the plus icon there. Then find the image block and select it. Then I'm uploading a cover image that I created using canva.com. And how cool is that? It looks super professional, and I made it using one of Canva's free templates. All right, back at WordPress, click the upload button. And find the image you want to use. Then I actually want to change the size of this image, and you can obviously do that at your own discretion after you've previewed your page to see what the image looks like with the text. But from what I found is that the image dimensions of 260 by 700 pixels works perfectly for this example. Next, I want to add a call to action button below the image. So click on the image block to select it. And then we're adding a new block below that. So click either one of the plus icons. And this time, find the button block. And there it is. So go ahead and select it. Then I want to change the alignment of the button so that it's centered underneath my cover image. So within the block editing toolbar, click the Change Items Justification icon and select Justify Item Center. And this will center the button below the image. Then I'm going to do the same thing for the image, so select the image block. And then within the editing toolbar, click the Change Alignment icon and select Align Center. There we go. Okay, next, let's add some more text. So click the plus icon in our second column. And this time add a paragraph block. Then I'm just going to paste some dummy text, but again, this is where you would obviously write a description about your book, enticing people to check it out. Then I forgot to update the call to action text on the button. So all you do here is you put your cursor on the button and then type out what you want it to say. So I'm going to say buy now, pretty straightforward. Next, let's add the link to our product to this button. And the way I'll handle this sales funnel for my digital products is through eJunkie. Now, as I previously mentioned, I'm not going to walk you through the process of creating your product and cart in eJunkie, but I do have a full-length step-by-step tutorial that you could watch on the Blog with Ben YouTube channel that walks you through the entire process. And once you've created your digital product and you've set it up in eJunkie, you can create a buy now link that will allow you to create a link to share with your audience that when clicked will allow them to purchase the digital product right then and there. So essentially, wherever you share the buy now link, you could potentially sell a digital product. So to access the buy now link in eJunkie, within the dashboard under the manage products section, click on get purchase button/link. Then from the select product dropdown, select the product you want to link to. Now, this is just for the sake of the tutorial, but I'm going to select my nutrition guide. Again, you would obviously want to link to your travel guide or whatever product you've created, but this is all I have in eJunkie at the moment, so let's just pretend this nutrition guide is a travel guide. Then to get the Buy Now link, select the Buy Now tab and copy the text link by clicking the copy button. This is the link we'll use on our button, so let's head back to WordPress. And all you'll do is highlight the Buy Now text and then click the link icon in the block editing toolbar and then paste the link in the field provided. Then I recommend having this open in a new tab, and since it's an external link, we'll flip that open in a new tab switch to on, then click the arrow to submit the link. And there we go. You'll be able to see how it works in just a few seconds. But first, let's add our featured image. So follow the steps to do that by clicking on the Set Featured Image tab in the page settings, and then upload the image you want to use. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. I know you're probably tired of me saying that, but I just want to help you get into the habit of doing this to improve your SEO. All right, there we go. So go ahead and click the Set Featured Image button. And we now have our featured image. Then, as always, don't forget about your Yoast SEO settings. Again, I'm skipping this for the sake of time, but this is another habit that you want to get into whenever you're creating your pages and posts. And finally, I am changing the template of the page to match the rest of my blog's pages. So I'll select the full width center, and we're good to go. So let's go ahead and update this page and make our changes live. So click the update button. And then let's visit the page. And success, we now have a professional looking sales page. And I'm liking how this has turned out. So then if we click on the Buy Now call to action button, you'll see that the eJunkie sales funnel is sending the user to the payment gateway, which I have set up to be PayPal. And again, I show you all these steps on getting it set up in the How to Create a Digital Product tutorial that you can access in the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. But again, this is a great way to monetize your blog. I should also point out that once you start creating more digital products, you can add them to this sales page here, essentially widening your net and opening the door for more sales. All right, moving on. Next, let's add your Instagram feed to your homepage. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add an Instagram feed to the homepage of your blog. And if we fast forward really quick, you could see what that'll look like. This is one of the really cool features of the Blossom themes because they give you the ability to display a full-width Instagram feed that runs across the bottom of your blog. This is a great way to not only showcase your Instagram feed, but you can drive traffic to your Instagram account, ultimately growing your social following. So with that being said, let's add your Instagram social feed to your blog. So back at WordPress, we're going to head over to our WordPress dashboard if you're not there already by hovering your mouse over the site title in the upper left corner of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. Then on the left-hand side of the screen, click on Blossom Themes Social Feed. Now, if you haven't installed and activated that plugin, be sure to do so before moving on. And then this will bring you to the plugin settings. This is where you'll be able to configure your feed and connect the plugin to your Instagram feed. Now, before we move on, I want to point out that if you ever need some extra help, I highly recommend checking out Blossom Themes tutorials and support. For example, if you click this help link here, it will take you to a step-by-step article that also has a video tutorial showing you how to make this plugin work. We're obviously going to go through these steps in a few moments, but it's a great resource to have. You can also reach out to their support team by clicking this question icon located in the bottom right corner of their homepage. This is another great resource that allows you to submit a support ticket and talk via email directly to a human being if you're having any issues with the Vilva theme or plugins. It's just another reason why I love Blossom Themes. They really take care of people who use their products. Okay, back at WordPress, let's connect Instagram to this plugin so that we can display an Instagram feed on the homepage. So the first step in this process is to click the Connect with Instagram button. Then I actually tested this plugin before creating this video, so I already signed into my Instagram account and authorized the connection, so that's why my screen probably looks a little different than yours. However, you will more than likely be asked to sign into Instagram, and then the plugin will ask permission to access your profile info and media after logging in. Simply click on the Authorize button to grant the permission, and once you authorize it, the plugin will automatically insert the access token and username into the plugin, which you will be able to see here. Next, you can configure the additional settings like the number of photos you want to display and the photos per row. I'm changing them to 7. Then I'm also enabling square Instagram images, so I'll check this box. This ensures that all of the images are the same size across the bottom of the page. Then click the Save Changes button, and you'll get a notification that the changes have been saved. Next, we need to enable the plugin on our homepage so that this feed will show up. So let's visit our site really quick. Then open the customization menu by clicking Customize at the top of the screen. Then open the General Settings tab. And then the Instagram settings. And from here, simply flip that switch on, and it will enable the Instagram feed at the bottom of your blog. And then if we scroll down, you can see what that'll look like. Awesome, looks great. Okay, so let's go ahead and publish our changes. So click the Publish button. Then there is one small adjustment I want to make to this feed. If you look at the Follow Me icon, I personally don't like how close it is to the feed. I'm not sure if it looks like this on your end, but at the time that I'm creating this tutorial, it's super close to the bottom of the feed, and it looks kind of bad in my opinion. So one way to fix that is with some CSS. So let's head over to the additional CSS widget by clicking the arrow in your customization menu. And then open the additional CSS tab. Then I've already created the code that you can use to add some spacing between the feed. And if you'd like to use this, go ahead and head over to the CSS cheat sheet and find the Instagram footer link padding code and highlight it and copy it. Then back at WordPress, paste that CSS in the additional CSS widget like so. And much better. The code has added some additional padding between the feed and the icon, and it looks much better in my opinion. Okay, so let's publish our changes. So click the Publish button again. Then let's exit out of the customization menu by clicking the X. And your travel blog is really starting to come together. I absolutely love how much you get from this free theme, and it really helps you set yourself apart from some of the other basic and boring travel blogs out there. I'm just really impressed with all the features that come with the free Vilva theme. Okay, we're almost done. Just a few more steps, and then we can launch your blog. So next, let's create your privacy policy page. So this is an aspect of a blog that can sometimes get overlooked, but due to the always changing privacy and data landscape, it's extremely important that you have a privacy policy page on your blog, regardless of what country your traffic is coming from. And I want to clarify that the following information should not be perceived as legal advice. I am not a lawyer, and by no means should this tutorial be used as any type of legal consultation. I recommend that you reach out to a legal professional if you have any questions or concerns when it comes to how to move forward with your blog's privacy policy page. So with that being said, the new WordPress update makes it super simple to get started with your privacy policy page. All websites on the internet should have a privacy policy page because it protects your business from legal issues and also helps you build consumer trust. Plus, having a privacy policy page is good for SEO. Google is continually searching for trusted sites to use in the search results, and if you have these pages on your site, you'll be loved by the search engine bots and will have a better chance at having an improved position in the search engine results. So, with that being said, let's create your privacy policy page. So go ahead and head over to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. And then we'll need to access our Pages menu by hovering your mouse over Pages and clicking on All Pages. Then find the privacy policy page that we created earlier in the video and hover your mouse over it and click on Edit. Then we obviously need to add content to this page. And if you aren't a privacy and data security lawyer, then you're probably at a loss as to what to write. Well, no worries, so am I. So just head over to freeprivacypolicy.com. This is a free site that lets you generate a free privacy policy page among other types of legal documents. And I'll put a link to this site in the video description below, but if you click on all free tools, you'll see everything they have to offer, including the free privacy policy, terms and conditions, and much, much more. And for this example, I'm only using the privacy policy generator. And then for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through the whole process, but you'll click this and answer a few questions about your site, and then they'll generate a privacy policy page that you can then use on your blog. So back at WordPress, all you're going to do is paste the content from the freeprivacypolicy.com into the WordPress editor, and you'll have a professional privacy policy page. Then just like all of your other pages, I recommend updating the featured image, so follow the steps to do that. And I'm just going to speed through this really quick for the sake of time. Then once again, don't forget about your SEO settings. You'll at least want to update the Google snippet. And then I want to make this page consistent with all of my other pages, so within the page templates section, I'm going to change this to full width centered. And our privacy policy page is ready to go. So scroll up to the top and click the update button in the upper right corner of the editor. And this page is actually in draft mode, so I'm publishing it, but you get the idea. Then let's check it out and visit the page. And it looks great. Remember, this is not only a legal requirement, but Google requires you have a privacy policy page as well. So having this page will protect you legally and help your SEO at the same time. Okay, the next thing I want to show you in regards to your privacy policy page is what happens to your footer. So once you publish this page, it will automatically be added to your pages list as well as in the footer credits. This double listing isn't a huge deal, but let me show you how to remove it from the pages listing in your footer. So if you recall, we made this list displaying our pages by page ID. And if you want to remove a page, you'll need to know the page ID of that specific page. So I want to remove the privacy policy page in this example, and in order to identify the page ID, make sure you're at the privacy policy page, which we are, and then simply hover your mouse over the edit link in the admin toolbar at the top of the screen. Then if you look in the bottom left corner of the screen, you'll see the URL string of the privacy policy page. Then if you look closely within that string, you'll see the page ID, which for this page is the number 3. It will actually be listed as post equals 3, but this is the number you're looking for. Okay, so now that we have the page ID, let's open our customization menu. And then access the Widgets tab. And then Footer 3. And the Pages tab. Then let's scroll down so we can see this in action. And all you're going to do is add the page ID number in the field there, which is 3. And it will remove the privacy policy page from the list and the pages in our footer. Again, you don't have to do this, but I didn't like that we were listing our privacy policy page twice in the footer and the credits. So this is a quick and easy way to remove it. All right, let's publish our changes and make this live. So click the publish button. And then I'm going to exit out of here and check out the footer. Then this time when we scroll down, the privacy policy should only be showing in the footer credits at the very bottom of the page. Nice work. All right, the last thing we need to do in regards to the privacy policy page is set it in WordPress. This will help us tell the search engines and the rest of the internet which page is our privacy policy page. So let's head to the WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over the site title and clicking on Dashboard. Then hover your mouse over Settings and click on Privacy. And this will bring you to your privacy settings where you'll set your privacy policy page. Now, as I previously mentioned, WordPress provides a policy guide that you can review and use as a guide when you're creating your privacy policy. Just toggle between the settings and policy guide here to take advantage of the guide. And from here, you could check out the text templates that WordPress has created to help you along with your privacy policy. Just click on either one of those tabs to open up the examples. This is another great resource, but it's still your responsibility to create a comprehensive privacy policy. So that's why I recommend using either TermsFeed or the freeprivacypolicy.com, or even talking to an attorney before you put this page into action. Okay, so once you have your privacy policy page, you'll want to set it in WordPress. And all this is doing is it's signaling to WordPress, the search engines, and the rest of the internet that this particular page will be used as your privacy policy page. So make sure you have that settings tab selected. Then from the drop-down, select the page you want to use as your privacy policy page and click the Use This Page button. This makes it official and will be the first line of defense in the ongoing and ever-changing terrain of the privacy laws online. Okay, moving on. We have a few SEO house cleaning tasks to take care of, and then we can launch your blog. All right, we're almost there. Your blog is a few minutes away from launching. But before we finish up, there are a few tips that I want to share with you, and they have to do with SEO. First, we need to configure the search appearance for your homepage. Just like all of your other pages and blog posts, we need to configure a few SEO settings in the back end of Yoast so that we can optimize your primary page of your blog for the search engines. So head over to your WordPress dashboard if you aren't there already, and then hover your mouse over Yoast SEO on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Search Appearance. Then from here, you'll want to first review and update your homepage and social site title and meta descriptions. By default, it's using your site title, page separator, and tagline variables for the site title, but you can simply remove them and change it to whatever you want. But remember, this is what will show up in the search results and in the browser tab. Then below that is the meta description. This is the description that will display in the search results. So be sure to be descriptive, use your blog site title in it, and encourage the user to take action and visit your blog. I also recommend updating the social image. This is like a featured image for your homepage and will be displayed on social feeds anytime someone shares your blog's primary domain on a social channel. And I'm using the same image I created in Canva that was used during the Yoast plugin configuration portion of the tutorial. It's the same dimensions as all of our other featured images, and it keeps the branding consistent. So go ahead and click the Select Image button, and find the image you want to use. And there we go, our social image for the homepage has been updated. Then I recommend checking out the knowledge graph and schema.org settings if you have some extra time. And I go into detail on what these do and how to update them in my full-length Yoast SEO tutorial that you can watch on the Blog Within YouTube channel. But for now, we're going to skip it, and our homepage search appearance is good to go. So go ahead and click the Save Changes button. And your homepage is now optimized for the search engines. The last thing we're going to do before launching is create an XML sitemap and submit it to the search engines. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what a sitemap is, it's basically an easy way for you to inform search engines about your pages on your site that are available for crawling. A sitemap is a file where you can list the web pages of your site to tell Google and other search engines about the optimization of your site's content. Search engine web crawlers like Googlebot read this file to crawl your blog. So within your WordPress dashboard, you can actually access your sitemap within Yoast by hovering your mouse over Yoast SEO and clicking on General. Then at the top of the General Settings page, click on the Features tab, and then just make sure that the sitemap lever is switched on, and it is. Another useful tip is to check and make sure the sitemap is configured correctly. So we'll need to access the sitemap first, and in order to do that, next to where it says XML sitemaps, click on that little question mark icon there, and then click on the See the XML sitemap link, and this will take you to your sitemap. Now, I know it doesn't look like much, but trust me, this is very important to your blog. The next, we want to check the validity of the sitemap. So go ahead and copy the URL of the sitemap in your browser. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard. And then go to xml-sitemaps.com, and I'll put a link to this tool within the important links doc in the video description below. And then once you're at the site, click on the SEO tool menu item, and then click the Validate XML Sitemap link. Then simply paste the sitemap URL in the field provided, click the Validate Sitemap button, and the tool will check if your sitemap is formatted correctly. And it is. No issues detected. Perfect. Now remember what I was saying, this doesn't automatically guarantee that your blog will be on the search engine results. You still have to submit the sitemap to the search engines. And this process will vary depending on which search engine you're submitting this to, but the most common search engine is by far Google, and the way to notify Google is through the Google Search Console, which is what you're looking at right now. And I'm not going to walk you through the entire process in this video, but all you need to do is sign up for a free Google Search Console account, verify your site, and submit your sitemap. It's a fairly straightforward process, and I actually have a video that walks you through that process that you can access in the show notes titled Verify Your Site with Search Console, and you can also find the tutorial on my YouTube channel as well. So what you're looking at right now is the dashboard of Google Search Console, and depending on when you're viewing this video, some things may have changed, but after you've signed up for Google Search Console and you have verified your site with Google, this is how you would submit your sitemap. So within the Google Search Console dashboard, you'd click on the Sitemaps tab on the left-hand side of the screen. Then where it says Add a new sitemap, simply paste the URL that we copied from Yoast a few moments ago and click the Submit button. And this will ping Google and let their search engine bots know that your site is ready to be crawled. And I'll put a link in the important link doc within the show notes that will take you to the Google Search Console sign-up portal so that whenever you're ready to launch, you can get that process started. And congratulations, your blog is officially ready to launch. You can begin sharing it with your social channels, your email lists, your friends, family, and anyone else who you think would benefit from your content. Either way, you should be very proud of how far you've come. Again, I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be a part of your journey, but it's only just begun. Now it's time for you to create blog content and implement the lessons you've learned in this video to begin to grow your brand, audience, and revenue. And I wish you the best of luck with your new blog, and please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or need some additional assistance with your blog. I'm always happy to help. So that's going to do it for this video. If you found it helpful, I'd greatly appreciate it if you would like, comment, share, and subscribe to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. Also, now that you've started your blog, check out these two videos on email marketing and blog monetization. They'll help you grow your audience and earn a passive income with your blog. And as always, your support means a great deal to me and my family, and for that, I thank you. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next video, and thanks for watching.